Are distinctions between nationalist groups, work acknowledged? Everybody has their own ideas about National Socialism and what it means. But the differences between us are very small, while the differences between us and our enemies are great. 38 neo-Nazi strategists saw a chance to advance their cause, as East Germany made the whiplash transition from communism to capitalism. By mid-1992, unemployment in the former GDR hovered at 40%. The euphoria of their newfound freedom quickly faded as the standard of living among Easterners plummeted. Hundreds of thousands of civil servants, which in East Germany included everyone from school teachers to janitors and government bureaucrats, were purged from the workforce, as Bonn embarked upon a frenetic campaign to exorcise communists from positions of influence. This effort was a marked contrast to West Germany's reluctance to denazify after World War II. When the better times promised by Chancellor Kohl showed no signs of arriving, many Easterners became disillusioned with democracy and nostalgic for the bad old days of the GDR, with its guaranteed work and social services. The number of marriages dropped, birth rates fell, crime soared, and health care centers were inundated by people unable to cope with the angst of an uncertain future. Compounding the trauma were property claims by West Germans, who sought to repossess 5 million homes in the East. The ensuing legal wrangles exacerbated a nasty post-unity hangover which put the East-West relationship under considerable strain. Easterners felt like second-class citizens, and their Western cousins resented having to pay higher taxes to help rebuild the former GDR's shattered. With a mandate from Bonn to administer former state properties in the ex-GDR and prepare them for privatization, a government office known as the True Hand proceeded to ravage an already frail Eastern economy. The True Hand shut down numerous firms, even profitable ones, without seeing if they could be salvaged, leaving millions of people jobless and demoralized. Hundreds of other enterprises were sold to big West German corporations at ridiculously low prices. The grand theft of East German assets continued despite protests and hunger strikes. Instead of reaping profits that were supposed to be distributed to residents of the former GDR, the True Hand ran up a large debt and helped turn the region into an industrial wasteland. 264. Economy. Why are the Chinese happier than Germans? The joke went. Because they still have their Wall 39. Among the hardest hit by all the changes were young Eastern Germans. The state-supported cinemas and youth clubs they once frequented were shut down after the collapse of the GDR. Bored and frustrated, they became easy prey for clever neo-Nazi manipulators like Ewald Alphons, whose anti-democratic diatribes were often tinged with violent overtones. Everywhere in the world they are trying to install democracy without success, said Alphons. But the people in the East are no more free than they were before. They have changed their old, rusted chains for new, golden ones. In Germany we say, Russia stole the liberty, but America steals the soul. For us, National Socialism is the only way out. He predicted that with the demise of communism, capitalism is going to collapse faster now. The vulgar anti-capitalism espoused by Alphons touched a raw nerve in the bleak East, where neo-Nazi agitators found a mass constituency receptive to their pitch. Alphons's message appealed to many down-and-out youth, in part because it offered an aggressive national identity to replace that of a vanished country. His attempts to blame their plight on guest workers and asylum seekers seemed all the more reasonable given that Helmut Kohl and other mainstream politicians had begun to scapegoat the same targets. The Deutsche Mob. In an effort to divert attention from his government's broken promises and its mismanagement of the unification process, Chancellor Kohl pointed a politically expedient finger at foreigners. He and other CDU leaders understood the popular potential of racially tinged nationalism, and they could not resist the temptation to snatch votes by promoting misconceptions, half-truths, and outright lies about refugees, who were portrayed as competitors in the fight for scarce resources at a time when so many Germans were needy. Approximately 6 million foreigners, including nearly 2 million Turkish guest workers, lived in Germany, which had a total population of 77 million. 265. Germany is no immigration country, Kohl declared time and time again while neglecting to point out that guest workers, who were welcomed en masse during the economic boom of the late 1950s and early 1960s, contributed much more in taxes, social security and pension payments than they received from the state. Although asylum seekers were legally forbidden the right to work in Germany, they were accused of stealing jobs. Mouthing neo-fascist catchphrases, prominent Christian Democrats linked foreigners to drug pushing, welfare fraud, and violent crime. 40 Privately, however, key members of Kohl's inner circle acknowledged that immigration was a bogus issue. Wolfgang Schäuble, the hardline CDU leader who headed negotiations between the two Germanys that led to unification, candidly told a high-ranking U.S. official that Germany had the economic means to successfully absorb large numbers of refugees. It was an astonishing confession by Schäuble, who had been confined to a wheelchair as a result of an assassination attempt. In effect, he had acknowledged that the government's anti-foreigner campaign was driven primarily by political concerns. Officials in Bonn seized upon the problem of asylum seekers as a smokescreen to hide their own policy failures. 41 Seeking to save his own political neck and outflank his far-right rivals, Kohl exploited the presence of foreigners for all it was worth. Top CDU officials claimed the only way to prevent a flood of immigrants from deluging the country was to repeal the constitutional provision that guaranteed the right of asylum for all political refugees, a law that had been adopted in atonement for the crimes of the Third Reich. Incessant talk within the German government and news media about fake asylum seekers was music to the ears of Bella Ewald-Alphons. For years, neo-Nazi militants had railed against immigration, and now Kohl and his ilk were singing the same tune. By adopting the rhetoric of the far right, mainstream politicians incited an atmosphere of racial hatred. The neo-Nazis took this as a signal, said Graham Atkinson, a special investigator for the European Parliament's Commission of Inquiry on Racism and Xenophobia. It legitimized their views and gave them the green light to step up their attacks. 42 266. Eager to instrumentalize the asylum question, the government of Helmut Kohl was deeply implicated in the neo-fascist resurgence that occurred in Germany after the wall fell. Günter Grass went so far as to liken members of Kohl's cabinet to white-collar skinheads who were even more dangerous than the ultra-right-wing street gangs. They are nicely dressed with beautiful hair. They speak well. But they think in the same way as the young kids who shave their heads and carry swastikas and demonstrate, said Grass. They encourage these ideas and these brutal actions. 43 On September 19, 1991, violence erupted in Hoyerswerda, a desolate eastern German factory city of 70,000. The trouble began when a gang of unemployed skinheads pelted a hostel for Asian and African guest workers with rocks, beer bottles, and Molotov cocktails. As news of the assault spread throughout the region, the Deutsche Alternative and other ultra-right-wing groups quickly mobilized their troops. More than 100 neo-Nazis from out of town joined the rabble in Hoyerswerda as a crowd of local residents stood nearby and applauded. The mood was both jovial and mean-spirited as right-wing extremists marched arm in arm, waving Third Reich flags and shouting Ausländer raus, a chant redolent of the Third Reich refrain Juden raus. They surrounded a dormitory where political refugees were housed, letting loose a torrent of projectiles. When some of the asylum seekers tried to escape, they were beaten mercilessly by the mob. Not until 4 days after the pogrom began did the police arrive to evacuate the asylum seekers. Townsfolk jeered insults and threw stones at the buses as they departed. Hoyerswerda was now foreigner-free. Instead of fighting the neo-Nazis with the full power of the state, the German authorities had bowed to their demands. Having tasted blood, the Deutsche mob was not easily sated. Neo-Nazis went ballistic, stabbing immigrants on streetcorners, burning children to death in their homes, and beating up non-Germans in dozens of cities and towns. It was as if an ugly, prurient glee had been unleashed throughout the country. Attacks on dark-skinned foreigners were particularly brutal, resulting in several fatalities. According to official sources, there were 1,483 violent racist. Germany reunited 267. Incidence in 1991, a tenfold increase over the combined figure for the two Germanys during the previous year. 44 But Chancellor Kohl maintained that there was no cause for alarm. His government continually downplayed the dangers of right-wing extremism and censored those who dissented from the party line, which went as follows: racist attacks were unorganized, spontaneous outbursts by bored and aimless individuals or small groups of drunken youth who lacked a political motivation. Bernd Wagner, the head of a police unit that monitored ultra-right-wing activity in the 5 eastern states, was dismissed from his job at the end of 1991 after he explicitly linked the wave of brutal assaults to neo-Nazi organizations. Kohl, it seemed, had other fish to fry. In a classic case of blaming the victim, the Chancellor continued to insist that the violence was caused by the presence of too many foreigners in Germany. In the spring of 1992, he stunned everyone by declaring that Germany was on the verge of a national state of emergency because of the refugee invasion, which had replaced the Red Army as the immediate threat from the east. While Kohl pushed forward with the CDU crusade to alter the German constitution, neo-Nazis who mauled foreigners were treated as misbehaving children rather than as political terrorists. The response to the Hoyerswerda pogrom typified the lassitude of German law enforcement personnel, who frequently failed to respond to pleas for help when immigrants came under attack. The government claimed that police in eastern Germany were understaffed, poorly trained, and therefore unprepared to handle large-scale riots. Another unspoken factor was that many police sympathized with the neo-fascists. 89 officers in a sample study of 200 auxiliary police in Berlin had either a criminal or a fascist background, and many participated in paramilitary exercises sponsored by right-wing extremists. Other surveys disclosed that 60% of the police in Hesse and 50% in Bavaria supported the aims of the extreme right Republikaner Party. 45 Racist law enforcement officers often watched passively as neo-Nazis brutalized immigrants. In some cases, the police actually joined the fray and assaulted the same targets after skinheads left the 268 scene. Amnesty International and other human rights organizations condemned what they saw as a pattern of police brutality in unified Germany. At a time when foreign nationals and ethnic minorities in Germany need to feel the police are there to protect them, many have felt instead a police officer's fist, boot or baton. Amnesty concluded. 46 Manfred Kanthi, Germany's Christian Democratic Interior Minister, summarily rejected the amnesty probe. But Jürgen Bulge of the National Working Group of Critical Police Officers, attested to the existence of a thoroughly aggressive climate against foreigners within German law enforcement and maintained that amnesty's findings represented just the tip of the iceberg. The Nigerian government went a step further, lodging a formal protest with the United Nations and the German government over the deaths of 31 Nigerian citizens in German police custody, most of whom died of brain hemorrhages. Hanoi also protested to Bonn about the lack of protection for Vietnamese citizens, who had been repeatedly attacked since the wall fell. 47 When police arrested neo-Nazis for engaging in criminal violence, the assailants were usually released after a few hours. Back on the street, many quickly resumed their racist attacks. Those who stood trial tended to get off lightly, as evidenced by countless exemples. Karl Polasek, a neo-Nazi chieftain in Lower Saxony, received an 8-month suspended sentence for bloodying a female antifascist with an axe. 10 members of the Hamburg-based National List, led by Christian Work, got suspended sentences for the savage beating of a pregnant Vietnamese woman. 10 other rightists were given suspended sentences after they burned down a hostel for asylum seekers in August 1991. Even murderers could count on scandalously lenient treatment, as long as they claimed that they were drunk at the time. A group of neo-Nazis were sentenced to 2 to 4 years in youth detention for beating to death an Angolan guest worker in Eberwald. One of the defendants testified that the police stood by and did nothing while the African man was pummeled senseless. Asserting that there was no political dimension to the case, the judge described their actions as a typical youthful misdemeanor. 48 Occasionally harsher sentences were meted out, as when 2 skinheads killed a German sea captain because he made a negative comment about Adolf Hitler. For the most part, However, neo-Nazi youth were pampered by the courts, leading to complaints by legal experts that the German criminal justice system was blind in the right eye. Punishment for violent crimes has become progressively less severe. When there is a political motive, a rightist defendant is usually treated more gently than one who comes from the left, remarked Hermann Bley, a law professor at the Free University in Berlin. He added, "We are seeing the results of trends that have existed here for decades." 49 The coddling of ultra-right-wing offenders dated back to the early years of the Bonn Republic, which stacked its courts with hanging judges who were responsible for dispensing Hitler's justice. Virtually the entire West German judiciary had served the Nazi state, but these arbiters of racial hatred hardly got a spanking after the war, even though they had ordered the execution of 45,000 people for dubious reasons. Reinstated in West German courtrooms, they polluted the climate of German jurisprudence throughout the Cold War and later. 50 The actions or lack thereof by the police and the courts, which generally followed the agenda set by politicians in Bonn, only served to encourage additional fits of neo-Nazi depravity. A group of radical rightists, led by the local Republikaner chief in Zittau, stormed a hostel that housed Ukrainian children suffering from radiation sickness due to the Chernobyl nuclear disaster. Even Gorier, a neo-Nazi gang, grabbed a Polish tourist in Berlin's Tiergarten district and sliced out a third of his tongue with a pair of flower-cutting shears. Adding insult to injury, the partially tongueless Pole received an expensive bill from the hospital after undergoing an emergency operation. 51 One speaks of European civilization, but all I see here is barbarism, said an African anti-racist activist in Germany. The situation had deteriorated to the point where for the first time since World War H, immigrants began to flee Germany to hope for safe havens in other countries. A high court in Great Britain, a country not known for its liberal immigration policies, made headlines with its decision to grant asylum to a Sudanese refugee who feared assault if sent back to Germany. The Netherlands also opened its doors to 270 foreigners driven from Germany. Asylum seekers who remained in the fatherland were subjected to dubious procedures that recalled the racialist practices of the Third Reich. New rules implemented by the German Interior Ministry required non-EC and non-EU.S citizens applying for residency to have their skull and nose size measured. Official immigration questionnaires specifically asked what type of nose a person had. A German nose was identified as a normal nose, and the abnormal nose shapes of various non-Germans were coded accordingly. 52 As the attacks on foreigners escalated, so did the frequency of anti-Semitic offenses. Neo-Nazi vandals firebombed the Jewish barracks at the Sachsenhausen concentration camp in 1992, one of 80 anti-Semitic desecrations that year. The surge of anti-Jewish hate crimes occurred against a backdrop of latent anti-Semitism that had persisted in German society. After World War II, it was not kosher for respectable Germans to openly express such sentiments, so other minorities served as scapegoats. But this taboo also fell when the Berlin Wall toppled. A poll taken by Der Spiegel in 1991 indicated that 62% of Germans felt that it was better to draw a line under the past and not talk so much about the persecution of the Jews. Another survey the following year indicated that 36% of Germans agreed that Jews have too much influence in the world. 53 As Jewish refugees from the Soviet Union began arriving in the Federal Republic, Bavarian Interior Minister Edmund Stoiber recommended that only those who had family members living in Germany should be allowed to remain in the country. An editorial in the Frankfurter Rundschau called Stoiber's recommendation a nasty satire in light of the fact that most German Jews had been systematically exterminated by the Nazis. Those who survived the war and the presence of 40,000 Jewish residents in the Federal Republic apparently did not please some influential Germans. Hans Klein, Helmut Kohl's official spokesperson, blamed international Jewry for a change in the Chancellor's itinerary during a visit to Poland. Additional complaints came from Father Heinrich Basilius Strythofen, Kohl's personal chaplain, who stated, "The Jews and the Poles are the biggest exploiters of the German people." Blatant anti-Semitism was also evident in Christian Democratic Union campaign ads in Germany. REUNITED 271. State in Germany were typically viewed as Jewish, not German. This perception had a legal basis, dating back to the Third Reich. Under German law, which defines citizenship by blood ties and ethnicity rather than residency or birth on German soil, German blood and Jewish blood are different. The obsession with German blood came to the fore once again when aides to Chancellor Kohl, including his Minister of Health, demanded an end to the use of foreign blood in German hospitals. 54 The Chancellor himself was not above catering to anti-Jewish prejudice when crucial votes were at stake. In March 1992, Kohl met with outgoing Austrian President Kurt Waldheim in Germany. It was the first time the former UN Secretary-General had been welcomed in a Western country since the revelations 6 years earlier about his wartime involvement in Nazi acts of persecution in the Balkans. When several Jewish groups registered their dismay, Kohl lashed out at them, saying, "I don't need any advice." 55 More calculated than heartfelt, such gestures were geared to attract conservative support for the Christian Democratic Union at a time when far-right parties were making strides at the ballot box after a brief post-unification slump. In April 1992, the Republikaners scored 11% of the vote in elections in Baden-Württemberg, causing the CDU to lose its 20-year hold over the state. And the Republikaners' far-right competitor, the Deutsche Volksunion, broke the 5% barrier and elected candidates to state governments in Schleswig-Holstein and Bremen. Pegged as a neo-Nazi political party by U.S. Army intelligence, Gerhard Frey's DVU was only a shade more extreme than Schonhuber's party. But a bitter personal rivalry prevented the two ultra-right-wing leaders from forming a united front. The growing strength of the extreme right forced the Christian Democrats to make additional adjustments to stop the hemorrhaging of their electoral base. It got to the point where the policies of the CDU and the Republikaner were similar enough to mistake them, according to a journalist at the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. Even Republikaner chief Franz Schonhuber acknowledged that Kohl's stance on key issues had become precisely what our program called for. Every rightward nudge from Kohl, in turn, lent additional credibility to hardcore neo-fascists and made their scapegoat arguments more acceptable. This insidious dynamic accentuated a climate of bigotry that was conducive to the schemes of demagogues and violent neo-Nazi agitators. More pogroms were inevitable. 56. Capitulation. There had been thousands of right-wing extremist attacks throughout Germany since reunification, but one incident was particularly symbolic. In October 1991, neo-Nazis vandalized the cemetery in the village of Rhendorf, near Bonn. Dozens of tombstones were defaced with swastikas, including the burial site of Konrad Adenauer, West Germany's first chancellor. The desecration of Adenauer's grave dramatized the perpetrators' abiding hatred of the democratic system and their desire to abolish it. Most neo-Nazi leaders were not foolish enough to believe that seizing power was a realistic possibility at that point. Although Christian Work could summon 2,000 to 3,000 militants to a demonstration, he knew this in and of itself did not constitute a serious threat to the state. But to assert that the neo-Nazis played no role in German politics, as Chancellor Kohl claimed, was a serious misrepresentation, for they had already succeeded in poisoning the mainstream political process by acting out their ethnic hatreds. Not without justification, Work and his COL leagues beat their breasts and took credit when Kohl zeroed in on foreigners after the Berlin Wall came down. The neo-Nazis saw themselves as the driving force behind the German government's rapid goose step to the right. Their efforts to influence the mainstream political agenda were facilitated by GERMAN officials who continued to deny that organized groups of right Germany reunited 273 wing extremists were behind much of the racist violence. While Kohl and his cohorts kept ascribing the attacks to aimless individuals and apolitical street gangs, neo-Nazis forged tighter links among themselves through computer technology. The Thule network, which consisted of more than a dozen electronic bulletin boards, provided information on upcoming political rallies, directions on how to put out a newspaper, and even recipes for bomb making. Books banned in Germany, such as those that disputed the Holocaust, could easily be accessed through email. The extraordinary growth of electronic fascism was an important aspect of the internationalization of the far-right. 57 At times, German neo-Nazi leaders were able to beat the authorities in a game of cat and mouse by using computers, walkie-talkies, portable phones, and answering machines. New methods of communication enabled the neo-Nazis to avoid police roadblocks and deliver commands to convoys of ultra-rightists as they made their way to political demonstrations. Such high-tech gimmickry was employed in late August 1992, when Ewald Alphons and hundreds of his cohorts slipped into the Baltic seaport of Rostock in eastern Germany under the cover of darkness. Some had come all the way from Austria and Scandinavia to participate in a frenzied outburst of ethnic cleansing. In a scene starkly reminiscent of the 1930s, thousands of local residents roared approvingly as a throng of neo-Nazis attacked a refugee center for Romanian gypsies. As the immigrant shelter went up in flames, an ecstatic crowd sang Tannenbaum 99 and Deutschland über alles. 99 A local law enforcement offizial, Jürgen Deckert, later acknowledged that the police had an arrangement with the rowdies not to intervene. 9958 While the police stood idly by, the neo-Nazis regrouped and attacked another guest hostel with a barrage of Molotov cocktails. More than 100 Vietnamese guest workers and their families were trapped inside the burning building, along with a German television crew. The reporters telephoned Rostock's fire and police departments in a futile attempt to summon help. Nearly suffocating from smoke, the terrorized inhabitants moved from floor to floor until they reached the top level of the 12-story apartment complex. Down below, the angry mob screamed, "Lynch them, 99 and 274. Blood justice." With only minutes to spare before the entire structure turned into a deadly inferno, they pried open a locked door with iron bars, crawled onto the roof, and narrowly escaped by leaping to the top of another building. Miraculously, no one was killed. 59 Government authorities in the German state of Mecklenburg-West Pomerania subsequently disclosed that they had learned of neo-Nazi plans to clean up Rostock before the violence erupted, yet no preventive measures were ordered. Interior Minister Rudolf Seiders refused to call out the Bundesgrenzschutzpolizei to defend the Rostock refugee center allegedly because of a shortage of manpower. But plenty of heavily armed law enforcement personnel were available when more than 1,000 anti-fascists turned up in town to show solidarity with the beleaguered foreigners. Suddenly keen to assert their authority, the police arrested 90 people, two-thirds of whom had come to protest against the neo-Nazi violence. By tuning into police banter on citizens' band radio and jamming official signals, the neo-Nazis had a distinct advantage over their anti-fascist foes during street clashes that turned Rostock into a virtual combat zone. "It was terrible, like a civil war," said a stunned Rostock resident. "We switched off all our lights and were afraid to look out the window." 60 alarm bells started to ring in foreign embassies and boardrooms, as photos of neo-Nazi youth hurling Molotov cocktails at immigrant hostels flashed around the world. Suddenly people were asking questions that until then had seemed unthinkable: could it happen again? Had the German demons returned? "This is how something began that ended at Auschwitz," said Manfred Stolp, premier of the German state of Brandenburg. "These riots are the worst thing that has happened in Germany since 1945. President Richard von Weizsäcker spoke of a serious and evil sign for the future, a warning of fascism. 61 The week-long pogrom tapered off after the German government caved into the neo-Nazi mob by ordering all refugees out of Rostock. Henceforth, this economically depressed city of 250,000 would be foreigner-free, just like Hoyerswerda and several other ethnically cleansed redoubts in the fatherland. Next came an official Germany reunited 275. Announcement that close to 100,000 gypsies would soon be deported to Romania and other parts of Eastern Europe. Human rights organizations strongly criticized Bonn's decision on the grounds that many Roma and Sinti, as the gypsies call themselves, suffered physical attacks and other forms of persecution in these countries. 62 Rather than defusing tensions, the government's response to Rostock sparked a wave of terror unlike anything Germany had witnessed since Hitler was in power. Within a 2-week period, right-wing extremists attacked foreigners and other targets in more than 100 cities and towns. ROSTOCKISEVERYWHERE. Declared one newspaper headline. Stern, Germany's largest news magazine, minced no words about how serious the situation had become. Germany faces a political catastrophe. The rule of law has capitulated before the terror. Events in Rostock have shown that the German security forces have neither the capacity nor the will to protect innocent people from the terror troops of the radical right. 63 The violence continued at a fever pitch during the autumn of 1992, as blazing refugee centers lit up the sky. That year, according to German officials, more than 4,500 racist assaults killed 17 people and injured hundreds. Firebombings and explosives attacks jumped 33% from 1991. And these figures did not reflect the full extent of the violence. 64 The trail of death from rightists has just begun, warned Ernst Uhrlaw, head of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution in Hamburg. Neo-Nazi violence had taken on terrorist dimensions, according to Uhrlaw, who disclosed that ultra-rightists schooled in guerrilla tactics were firing live ammunition at immigrants. Uhrlaw also indicated that the number of organized right-wing extremists in Germany had increased to 65,000 by the end of 1992, 10% of whom were deemed to be hardcore neo-Nazi militants. Predicting that far-right extremism, aggressive nationalism, and the hatred of foreigners would continue to intensify, he issued a blunt warning: "This is the tip of a social protest movement. There is a whole new character to the neo-Nazi scene. They are emboldened by success and very ready to demonstrate and act." 65 An alarming sense of déjà vu sent shivers up the spine of Germa. 276. Nice vestigial Jewish community. When we watch houses burning and people running, it is connected to our history, said Irene Runge of the Berlin-based Jewish Cultural Federation. It is as if 50 years of history have gone missing, then this generation started again where the previous one left off. It seems they forget everything in between. In an open letter to Chancellor Kohl, Jewish Holocaust survivor Ralph Giordano called upon German Jews to arm themselves and expressed wonder that other victims of the neo-Nazis had not already done so. "We have lost our belief and hope that you and your government can offer effective protection against right-wing extremism and its anti-Semitic criminals," Giordano asserts. ***. There were even a few dissenting voices within Kohl's own party, such as Heiner Giesler, the former general secretary of the CDU, who cut to the chase when he warned that the real issue was not asylum for refugees but the assault on democracy by the forces of fascism. "Throwing firebombs into an occupied building is attempted murder," said Giesler. "The real cause of these crimes lies in the radical right's acceptance into the mainstream." 67 Neo-Nazi leaders were jubilant over the course of events. By meeting their demands, the German government had allowed a violent minority to decisively shape the national political agenda. "At first, people said we were mad. Then they said we were dangerous," Christian Work remarked. "Now they say we are trendy. And I think we will be trendy for a long time." 68 In the wake of Rostock, Work felt that much of the public was on his side. Polls indicated that 51% of Germans agreed with the neo-Nazi slogan "Germany for the Germans," and 37% felt that the influx of foreigners should be stopped by any means whatsoever. Growing sympathy for the neo-Nazi cause appeared to coincide with a strong tendency among German youth to minimize. With Jews queuing up to leave Germany, veteran Nazi Hunters Beat and Serge Klarsfeld led a protest delegation from France to Rostock in October 1992. When they tried to unfurl a plaque in memory of the millions of Jews and Gypsies killed by the Nazis, the Klarsfelds and 50 other anti-fascists were roughed up and arrested by police. Some of the French Jews remained in jail for more than a week, while violent neo-Nazi youth, per usual, were released after a few hours in detention. Germany REUNITED 111. Or deny the horrors of the Third Reich. According to a survey conducted by Der Spiegel, a quarter of German school children believed that descriptions of the Holocaust were greatly exaggerated, and 1 out of 5 supported the neo-Nazi admonition "Jews out, 69 Some neo-Nazi leaders started to believe that they had entered a pre-revolutionary phase in Germany comparable to the Weimar years. All the essential elements appeared to be in place: the fascist shock troops, a lax police force, and a mass base of potential supporters. The fin de siècle atmosphere on the street inflated the pretensions of Ewald Althans. "There is no ideology fighting against us," he declared. "There is nobody else trying to give an alternative. Today there is none except the neo-Nazis who are saying, 'We want the country. We want the power. We want the world.'" While mustering only a lukewarm condemnation of neo-Nazi violence, Helmut Kohl steadfastly maintained that asylum abuse, not racism, was the source of the problem. The Chancellor and his aides expressed far less concern about the harm inflicted upon immigrants than the negative impact neo-Nazi attacks had on Germany's image and its international business prospects. Various damage control strategies were set in motion, including a deceptive attempt to depict the violence as an Eastern problem, as if it were merely a poisonous holdover from the communist regime. In fact, more than two-thirds of the racist attacks in 1992 occurred in Western Germany. Several polls indicated that xenophobic attitudes were actually less prevalent in the eastern part of the country, where the worst episodes of violence had resulted from an alliance of local youth and Western neo-Nazi leaders. 70 The degree to which neo-Nazi violence was concentrated in the West did not escape the attention of U.S. Army intelligence, which warned in a lengthy post-Rostock report that skinheads posed a threat to the personal security of U.S. soldiers in Germany, particularly those of racial and ethnic minority groups. Army analysts readily acknowledged what the German government still disputed. Neo-Nazis plan attacks and coordinate movements of large numbers of right-wing demonstrators and assailants. Noting the widespread passivity among German citizens, the Army report commented that it was not uncommon for foreigners to be attacked in clear view of German passers-by and to receive no assist. 278. Tense whatsoever. U.S. Army personnel cannot assume that they will be aided by German passers-by should they be harassed by skinheads. 71 The plethora of neo-Nazi attacks in prosperous Western Germany, where U.S. soldiers were based, called into question reductive sociological interpretations that attributed the rising tide of xenophobic violence to the ills of modernization or economics gone sour. Nor could it simply be sloughed off as a case of racist hormones run wild among overexcited youth, a momentary spasm that would pass when unified Germany adjusted to its new role as a continental superpower. The causes of the neo-Nazi revival were far more complex. Rooted in the traumas of the past and nurtured by decades of denial, something awful was laid bare by the fall of the Berlin Wall. The fascist beast had reawakened and was on the prowl again. True to form, conservatives in Kohl's coalition preferred to fret about the alleged danger posed by left-wing radicals. Typical in this regard was Germany's chief prosecutor Alexander von Stahl, who characterized animal rights activists as terrorists but refrained from such blunt descriptions when referring to perpetrators of racist violence. Several of Kohl's allies maintained that the biggest threat to German democracy came not from the extreme right but from the Greens and the former East German Communists, who had been reconstituted as the Party of Democratic Socialism. Invoking the specter of the dreaded Stasi, German officials disseminated false reports suggesting that ex-GDR spies were responsible for fomenting racial strife in Rostock and other eastern cities. 72 Although a large number of East Germans had collaborated with the communist secret police, this issue served as a convenient brickbat for professional red baiters who were eager to stymie their domestic critics at a time when so much had gone sour with unification. To suit their current needs, certain heavyweights in Kohl's government revised history and trivialized the Holocaust by claiming, in the words of CDU legal affairs expert Norbert Geiss, that East Germany was every bit as criminal a regime as the Nazi regime. 73 Chastising the ghost of the GDR, however, was not a viable response to the horrific firebombing that occurred in the Western. 279. German city of Mölln on November 23, 1992. 3 Turks, 2 children and a grandmother burned to death after neo-Nazis torched their home. The arsonist signed off a telephone call to the police by saying, "Heil Hitler." This had special meaning, according to Chief Prosecutor von Stahl, because it showed that the culprits were intent on re-establishing a National Socialist dictatorship in Germany. 74 It was as if von Stahl had suddenly woken up to the fact that a neo-Nazi problem existed in his country. After pretending for so long that the epidemic of racist violence lacked a political dimension, top German officials abruptly did an about-face and called for what was tantamount to police state legislation to fight the recently discovered neo-Nazi scourge. But they failed to explain why new laws were necessary when a far-reaching 1972 decree had proved effective in combating left-wing terrorists. A few weeks after the Mölln conflagration, German police launched more than 100 raids against neo-Nazi gangs across Germany. Despite all the commotion, the dragnet resulted in only 8 arrests, fueling speculation that official sources may have alerted right-wing extremist leaders to the impending crackdown. By the end of 1992, 4 neo-Nazi organizations were outlawed after they had been publicly forewarned of the government's intentions, allowing them to destroy incriminating material. Nevertheless, Chief Prosecutor von Stahl considered the crackdown a major success. In February 1993, he proclaimed that the neo-Nazis were under control and that the government could again turn its attention to the more serious threat from the left. A few months later, a friendly, full-page interview with von Stahl was published in Otto Ernst Reamer's neo-Nazi broadsheet. Renter des Pech.75 The bannings only had a small impact, Christian Work explained in June 1993, because the UDOT organizations could easily continue their activities under a new name. That's exactly what Kunin had in mind when he set up an elaborate web of front groups. Every time one got the boot, its members were able to rebound with much of their structure intact. Deutsche Alternative chief Frank Hubner, for example, continued to preside over weekly 280 meetings at the same bar in Cottbus. And those who called his office got the same message on the answering machine: speak after the machine gun burst. 76 Hassled but largely unscathed by the government's law and order posturing, the neo-Nazi movement would suffer a bigger blow when one of its young stars defected. Shaken by pangs of conscience in the wake of the Mölln massacre, Ingo Hasselbach quit the neo-Nazi scene. He wrote a book about his experiences as a neo-Nazi gang leader in East Berlin, the Kunin network's expansion into East Germany, and the steady infusion of funds that ultra-right-wing militants received from German doctors, lawyers, and other middle-class professionals. Hasselbach also confirmed that crucial assistance was provided by neo-Nazis in the United States and other countries. 77 Hasselbach was not the only person disturbed by what happened in Mölln. Huge candlelight demonstrations took place in the bitter cold as Germans from all walks of life condemned the avalanche of racist attacks. But Chancellor Kohl, anxious not to alienate right-wing voters, again showed little sympathy for the victims. By then, however, it was clear that something needed to be done to restore Germany's reputation, which had been sullied by the violence. The public relations factor undoubtedly figured in Bonn's decision to proscribe a handful of neo-Nazi groups. But why did the German government wait so long before it chose to implement such measures? And why were dozens of other neo-Nazi organizations still legally permitted to function? For more than 2 years, Kohl had vilified asylum seekers while neo-Nazi violence scarred the political landscape. Had he become a prisoner of the right-wing extremists? Or were neo-Nazis functioning as a de facto fifth wheel of state policy, forcing foreigners to leave the fatherland under a hail of bullets, bombs, and baseball bats? Hajo Funk, a professor of political science in Berlin, was among those who argued that Kohl's government tolerated the wave of racist assaults in order to pressure its main opponent, the Social Democrats, into amending Article 16 of the German Constitution, which guaranteed the right to asylum. Without support of the Social Democrats, the conservative ruling coalition could not have mustered the required two-thirds majority to alter the constitution. But how easy would it be to turn off the neo-Nazi spigot when the ultra-right-wing mob had served its purpose and was no longer politically useful? Chancellor Kohl finally got what he wanted in the fall of 1992 when the Social Democrats buckled under and agreed to slam the door shut on political refugees. This, of course, had been a long-standing neo-Nazi demand. Despite harsh condemnation from human rights organizations, the Bundestag passed a greatly restrict asylum law on May 27, 1993. Henceforth, asylum seekers who entered the Federal Republic would have to come directly from the country where they were persecuted. No one would be allowed entry from a so-called safe country that he or she passed through en route to Germany. The United Nations High Commission for Refugees warned in July 1993 that the new German asylum law set the stage for the agonizing suffering and needless death of tens of thousands of persons fleeing persecution. 78 neo-Nazi leaders celebrated the parliament's decision as a victory for their movement. "It is enough for us to have forced these changes on the government," said Work, who welcomed the Interior Ministry's decision to build an electronic wall along Germany's eastern border to keep out unwanted foreigners. A brown curtain was erected, which utilized night vision and infrared spotting devices to discern the shapes of illegal border crossers. Less impressive than the sophisticated surveillance equipment was the quality of some of the new personnel hired by the Bundesgrenzschutzpolizei, which enlisted skinheads and neo-fascists to serve in border patrol units. 79 Instead of guarding against the potential threat of the Red Army, an expanded force of soldier cops would try to turn back the tide of desperate refugees. But the Brown Curtain did not keep the Germans from moving into Eastern Europe, where various neo-Nazi groups quickly set up shop after the fall of the wall. They were joined by an army of businessmen, diplomats, and spies, who assiduously looked after German national interests throughout the region. Once again, Germany was gazing eastward at a vast swath of territory that until recently had been dominated by Soviet Russia. CHAPTEREIGHT. Shadow over the East. Prussia lives. At the stroke of midnight on August 17, 1991, a casket containing the bones of Frederick the Great was lowered into its original resting place at the Sanssouci Palace near Potsdam. The royal homecoming extravaganza, complete with black, horse-drawn carriages, imperial flags, and a military honor guard, was broadcast live on German television. Chancellor Helmut Kohl and 80,000 others had come to pay their respects to the legendary Prussian monarch, who ruled an enlarged kingdom from 1740 to 1786. Several onlookers nodded approvingly at a sign in the crowd that read "Prussia Lives." An ornate and lavish ceremony marked the end of a long odyssey for the body of old Fritz, whose remains had been spirited to Western Germany in the waning days of World War II to keep them from being seized by Soviet occupation forces. The collapse of communist rule in the German Democratic Republic paved the way for Frederick's return to his former dynastic retreat. The exhumation and reburial of this fierce Prussian warrior raised eyebrows among Europeans who worried about revanchist tendencies in the new Germany. Some felt that this officially sanctioned display of necrolatry would send the wrong message to neo-Nazis and other right-wing extremists. Within these circles, Emperor Frederick was venerated as a cult figure because of his martial accomplishments. He often invaded foreign lands and boasted of Gob. Shadow over the East. 283. Bling up Polish Silesia like an artichoke. Hailing Frederick the Great as a supreme example of Teutonic willpower, Adolf Hitler went to his original grave in Potsdam in 1933 to declare the beginning of the Third Reich. By honoring Frederick the Great less than a year after reunification, Chancellor Kohl and his government reignited the debate about Germany's ignoble past. Kohl was quick to emphasize that the Prussian king had bequeathed a dual legacy that epitomized the best and worst of German traditions. In addition to waging expansionist wars, Frederick protected Jews and other religious minorities, abolished torture, encouraged the arts, composed musical symphonies, introduced compulsory education, and befriended Goethe and Voltaire. Instead of demonizing him, Kohl insisted that the German people should acknowledge both sides of this controversial figure, the aesthete as well as the combatant, in order to understand their difficult history. But skeptics wondered whether it was possible to do this in a responsible way without glorifying violence and militarism. Many Germans no longer see a connection between today and yesterday, and that indifference can be dangerous, said historian Heinz Knobloch. 1 By symbolic coincidence, 2 days after old Fritz had been tucked away, Soviet hardliners launched an abortive putsch against Mikhail Gorbachev and his government. Although the coup attempt proved to be a fiasco, it served notice that the Soviet Union was terminally ill. By the end of the year, Russian President Boris Yeltsin shoved Gorbachev aside and declared the once mighty USSR dead and gone. The precipitous implosion of the Soviet Union into 15 separate countries left a huge power vacuum on the continent, a vacuum that a reunified Germany, by virtue of its pivotal location and economic might, was poised to fill. No longer confined to the perimeter of the Atlantic system, Germany would once again become the arbiter of Mitteleuropa, a geopolitical construct that lay dormant while the Federal Republic bode its time as a frontline state during the Cold War. German hegemony throughout the region, whether consciously pursued or otherwise, appeared to be a fait accompli. Central Europe is going to have a strong Germanic flavor again, said retired State. 284. Department Officer Douglas H. Jones. Even if it's not intentional, Germany could lurch into a destabilizing role too. Some U.S. intelligence experts felt that Germany was inherently expansionist-minded, that its destiny was rooted in its geography. Reflecting this school of thought, a CIA analyst predicted that by the end of the century Germany would not be able to resist the temptation to break free of its western moorings and embark upon another round of Bismarckian adventures. Point 3. In the past, Germany's Drang nach Osten entailed armed conquest. But the prevailing sentiment among German nationalists early in the post-Soviet era was that the Deutsche Mark would accomplish what the Wehrmacht had failed to achieve. Envisioning an economic invasion of the East, neo-Nazi leader Bela Ewald-Alphons gloated that Germany was now in a position to purchase what our tanks once captured for. Because of the high cost of reunification, Germany invested strategically, rather than profusely, in Eastern Europe, focusing on crucial areas such as energy supplies, transportation, telecommunications, and mass media. German economic gains translated into greater political clout. A Beaujeu manner was evident as Bonn demanded a United Nations Security Council seat and insisted that German be elevated to the status of an official language within the European community. Germany's new assertiveness spilled over into the military arena as well. Responding ostensibly to the war in former Yugoslavia, Germany's Constitutional Court ruled in July 1994 that German forces could take part in military operations beyond NATO's jurisdiction. This decision gives Germany freedom of action in foreign policy. The brake that was holding us back is gone, exulted Foreign Minister Klaus Kinkel, who had previously served as head of the West German BND intelligence agency. Although German officials publicly gave assurances that they would not pursue an interventionist or militarized foreign policy, Defense Minister Volker Ruhe asserted in a 1994 white paper that the German army would henceforth function as an instrument of foreign policy. 5. By this time, Germany had emerged as the world's second leading arms export carrot behind only the United States. After it absorbed the East German military, the Federal Republic reduced its overall troop shadow over the East 285. Strength to 350,000, which still made it the largest standing army in Europe. Germany had regained its status as the continent's premier military power thanks to NATO and US policymakers who sought Bonn's help in defending Western Europe against the USSR during the Cold War. Although NATO was supposed to contain Germany as well as Russia, it proved to be the vehicle through which German military power was restored. And now that the superpower face-off had ended, German leaders indicated that they were ready to develop new security structures outside NATO, including a European military force composed initially of 35,000 French and German soldiers. Such plans disturbed US officials, who tried to prevent the renationalization of German defense policy. An area of particular concern to Washington was Germany's nuclear weapons research program. Echoing sentiment expressed by German military think tanks, Der Spiegel publisher Rudolf Augstein asserted that there were situations in which Germany would have to obtain its own nuclear weapons in spite of existing treaties. 6. General Klaus Naumann, the first military chief of reunified Germany, sought to transform his army into an independent military power imbued with a victor mentality. Described by Die Zeit as someone who has the stuff of fanaticism, Naumann was the driving force behind the Bundeswehr's revamped offensive strategy that entailed being strategically alert rather than reactively averting war. Former German Fleet Admiral Elmer Schmaling publicly accused Naumann of preparing an army of aggression modeled after its Prussian predecessors. 7 The shift to an offensive military posture coincided with officially sanctioned efforts to re-evaluate military performance during the Nazi period. Naumann insisted on modifying an old West German Although Germany had ratified a nuclear non-proliferation pact, critics maintained that Bonn was keeping the nuclear ocean open. The German chapter of Physicians Against Nuclear War pointed out that high-ranking officials in the German Foreign Office were far from satisfied with the nuclear umbrella provided by Britain and France. Would like to be in a position to have a nuclear deterrent at their disposal. Germany rejected U.S. demands that a controversial nuclear research reactor in Munich designed for high-enriched weapons-grade uranium be remodeled to use a lower-grade fuel unsuitable for weapons development. T-286 Army decree that said a linkage of the tradition of the Bundeswehr to Wehrmacht as an institution is impossible. Under Naumann's command, such a linkage was not only possible but desirable. The change in attitude was noted in Europäische Sicherheit, a periodical closely associated with the German army, which spoke of finding common ground, fairly, with our fathers and grandfathers' generations, which in other nations is taken for granted. Henceforth, the Bundeswehr would not separate itself from the roots which our founders from the Wehrmacht so painstakingly and with exemplary personal commitment sank in the earth, because these are roots which reach deep into the German past and German military history. 8 As part of its renewed emphasis on tradition building, the Bundeswehr announced that the inclusion of all ranks on German military gravestones was an absolute necessity. This decision extended to war cemeteries in Central and Eastern Europe as well. According to General Naumann, who put it country simple, those East European states which have objected will have to have the thumbscrews put on them because they depend on us for large-scale economic assistance. 9 Of course, there had never really been a clean break from the Nazi past, given that the original leadership of the West German Bundeswehr was recruited directly from the upper echelons of Hitler's army. During the Cold War, West German army brass had occasionally spoken at Waffen-SS reunions, but official participation at such gatherings was usually handled discreetly. With General Naumann in charge, German military leaders began to flaunt their connection to the old guard. Under Naumann's auspices, the Bundeswehr gave its seal of approval to a rally hosted by the Ordensgemeinschaft der Ritterkreuzträger on October 16, 1993. Held at a castle in Celle, this confab attracted more than 100 of the surviving 800 Nazis who had been personally chosen by the Führer to receive the Wehrmacht's highest award for valor. Several hardline veterans, Shadow over the East 287, greeted one another with the customary Heil Hitler, as they assembled to honor their departed peers. They were joined by an army marching band and delegation from the Bundeswehr's 334th Panzer Division, which presented a memorial wreath to those who fought for the Third Reich. About 300 anti-fascists clustered nearby to protest peacefully against the revival of German militarism, but they were quickly dispersed by police. 10 By way of explaining why the Bundeswehr had patronized such an affair, a spokesman said that the Knights Cross Society embodied the traditional soldierly qualities of loyalty, comradeship, courage, and discipline. Qualities useful for us. But this cantankerous veterans association also fostered right-wing extremism and revanchism. Its membership bulletin featured dyspeptic diatribes about how FDR and Churchill were responsible for starting World War H. It also blamed the Allies for causing Germany to lose its eastern territories, which German Nazis, young and old, continued to covet. The respect shown Hitler's troops contributed to the growth of right-wing radicalism within unified Germany's armed forces, which employed people like Reinhard Wilnow, a member of the Republikaner Party and a Holocaust skeptic, to teach history and political education to Bundeswehr recruits. In 1992, active-duty military personnel were implicated in at least 68 neo-Nazi incidents, which resulted in 3 deaths, including more than a dozen cases in which German soldiers used government firearms and munitions to attack foreign ERS and refugee centers. 11 Upon learning that some of his men had joined neo-Nazi gangs, General Naumann pointedly denounced racist violence and anti-Semitism. He also visited the Yad Vashem Memorial in Jerusalem to pay respect to victims of the Holocaust. On other occasions, however, Naumann projected a different demeanor. After German reunification, he enthusiastically told members of his general staff that they had come to the end of a historical era that began not in 1945 but in the French Revolution of 1789. His eagerness to bid good riddance to the democratic promise of liberty, equality, and fraternity unintentionally conjured up memories of Joseph Goebbels's 288 famous comment that the task of National Socialism was woe to erase the year 1789 from German history. 12 Naumann's antipathy toward 1789 was shared by new right theoreticians who were spearheading the ideological backlash against liberalism in post-Cold War Germany. Having emerged during the dog days of the neo-fascist scene, the German New Right remained for the most part a marginal phenomenon until the Berlin Wall fell, when its rejuvenated proponents strove to capture the intellectual high ground. Their principal mouthpiece, Jungfreiheit, developed into a slick, well-funded weekly with a circulation of close to 100,000. Founded in 1986 by 19-year-old Dieter Stein, Jungfreiheit ran several articles by and interviews with Gress leader Alain de Benoist. But the German New Right disagreed with some of de Benoist's latest ideas, particularly his contention that the classical nation-state did not have much of a future. An emphasis on redemptive ultranationalism was crucial to Jungfreiheit, which also sought to rehabilitate the discredited thinkers of the conservative revolution of the 1920s. It overflowed with tributes to Ernst Jünger, Carl Schmitt, Oswald Spengler, and other anti-democratic cogitators who extolled the pagan sources of German culture and helped set the stage for Hitler's rise to power. 13 For Stein and other new right intellectuals, the ultimate enemy was always American-style consumer society rather than communism. With the collapse of the Soviet bloc, the United States became the lone foe to rally against, a situation tailored for Jungfreiheit as it struggled to win over the hearts and minds of the masses. Like its fascist conservative revolutionary forebears, it rejected parliamentary democracy as an alien form of government and stressed the need for Germans to rediscover their authentic identity by seal-bratting past glories and slackening ties to the West. Stein's editorials in favor of an independent German military policy were appreciated by leaders of the post-Cold War Bundeswehr. On several occasions, articles by Jungfreiheit authors graced the pages of German army publications. Jungfreiheit also featured the work of Ernst Nolte, the far-right historian who argued that Hitler's crimes were essentially a defensive reaction to Soviet communism. 14. Shadow over the East. 289. Jungfreiheit's presence was most strongly felt at German and Austrian universities, where far-right student fraternities, known as Burschenschaften, were experiencing a revival. Notorious for their virulent nationalism, these all-male drinking societies promoted saber dueling without face guards, which left permanent scars on many who indulged in this macho sport. According to Bremen sociologist Gerhard Schaefer, a substantial minority of Burschenschaft members can be regarded as part of the neo-fascist scene. Jungfreiheit received financial support from several of these dueling fraternities. Students who joined the Burschenschaften often espoused the same pan-Germanic beliefs as Jungfreiheit, which was advertised in Vienna as the paper for Austria and the rest of Germany. 15 Stein, however, disavowed any connection with skinheads and their neo-Nazi leaders, even though some Jungfreiheit editors had matriculated from cadre organizations linked to Michael Kühnen. Despite daily assaults against refugees and immigrants in Germany, Stein maintained that the threat of neo-Nazi violence was exaggerated by the media. Germans have shown a lot of restraint in not attacking foreigners, he asserted. 16 Stein tried to distance himself from the neo-Nazi underground so as not to undermine Jungfreiheit's efforts to build bridges to nationalist-minded individuals in the political and business establishment. But Herbert Schnur, the interior minister of North Rhine-Westphalia, saw through the ruse. I consider the new right * more dangerous than the right extremists of old, he declared. Schnur warned that reactionary intellectuals were trying to create an authoritarian climate on German campuses. They proceed so adroitly that one does not notice immediately that one is being taken in, Schnur stated. They could succeed in shifting the democratic parties further to the right. 17 nonplussed, Stein kept calling for a return to Germany's 1937 borders. Germany is like a waking Gulliver whose ropes have all been cut away, he asserted. It just doesn't realize it yet. 18. 290. Territorial imperative. When asked about Germany's official 1993 calendar, an embarrassed government spokesperson called it a hastily put together mistake. Published and distributed by the Federal Interior Ministry, this big format calendar included a dozen photographs of German cities, one for each month of the year. But two of the so-called German cities were actually situated in Poland, and a third was the capital of newly independent Estonia. Despite the brouhaha that erupted as a result of these photos, instructions filtered down from on high that the controversial calendar was not to be removed from thousands of schools and colleges throughout Germany. 19 The calendar caper was hardly an anomaly in post-Cold War Germany, where calls for border corrections had become commonplace. Whoever travels around the country and talks to the party grassroots feels very strongly the influence of the new right, said Friedbert Pfluger, a Christian Democratic parliamentary member. Pfluger acknowledged that in many of his meetings, Poland's western frontier is questioned and the return of Silesia and East Prussia is demanded. Top German officials routinely spoke of Middle Germany when describing what had previously been Communist East Germany. In a televised address to German student fraternities, Wolfgang Schäuble referred to the area that was once the east of Germany as really in the center of Germany. By promoting this dangerous notion, Schäuble and his colleagues gave credence to neo-Nazis who insisted that territories east of reunified Germany rightfully belonged to the fatherland. 20 Unlike the extra-parliamentary neo-Nazis, German officials were in a position to back their revanchist rhetoric with significant financial resources. During the early 1990s, Germany's federal budget, which also refers specifically to Mitteldeutschfonds when describing the ex-GDR, generously earmarked funds for the Bund der Vertriebenen, an umbrella group with dozens of subsidiaries that shared the neo-Nazi belief that Germany must reclaim its true ethnic borders. They dreamed of a Großdeutschland that encompassed not only a former shadow over the East. 291. The real Germany as seen by neo-Nazis and militant expellee groups. Double swath of Eastern turf, but also Germanic enclaves in France, Belgium, Austria, and South Tyrol in northern Italy. 21 After World War II, more than 11 million Germans were ejected from their homes in contested eastern zones where borders had fluctuated for centuries. With erstwhile German areas stranded in the Soviet bloc, embittered expellees emerged as natural allies of the CIA and the Gehlen-Org, which recruited anti-communist intelligence assets from displaced persons networks. Several Vertriebenen organizations that sprang up in the early 1950s were founded and led by ex-SS officers. These militant exiles and their descendants formed a strong right-wing lobby in West Germany, where expellees accounted for more than 20% of the population. Over the years, they delivered a sizable portion of the vote to Chancellor Konrad Adenauer's and later Helmut Kohl's Christian Democratic Union, which lavished money and attention on Vertriebenen activists, even though many of them espoused pro-Nazi views. Some Vertriebenen leaders used their government-funded publications to argue that the Holocaust was merely anti-German propaganda. 22 292. Vertriebenen pressure groups were always leaning on Kohl, recalled Douglas Jones of the U.S. Foreign Service. Determined not to alienate a powerful, well-organized constituency, the Chancellor and several of his cabinet members asserted on several occasions during the Cold War that Germany's 1937 borders were still legitimate. Kohl himself was given the Medal of Honor from the Expellees Federation in 1984 after he declared that territorial issues were open. Ever mindful of their concerns, after the Berlin Wall fell, his government substantially increased subsidies for expellee associations even as support for domestic social services was being slashed. Bowing to irredentist fanatics in such a manner formed part of a political ritual which irresponsibly and stubbornly refused to recognize the origins or accept the consequences of a war begun and lost by the Germans, said Günter Grass. 23 State Department officials understood Kohl's indulgence toward openly revanchist groups as a calculated attempt to keep in check extremist elements that wanted to extend Germany's borders yet again. But this rationalization did not mollify those who discerned a more ominous ring to please for boundary revisions now that the Cold War was over. Although it may not have been the government's intention, official backing for expellee associations also facilitated the designs of neo-Nazi leaders who traveled frequently to the Eastern territories to prepare for their eventual incorporation into the fatherland. At times, neo-Nazi agitators coordinated their activities with state-financed Vertriebenen organizations that were directed by high-ranking German government officials. Such was the case with Eduard Lindner, who wore two hats in the early and mid-1990s. While serving as Germany's Deputy Interior Minister, he was also a key figure in the government-funded Sudeten Deutsche Landsmannschaft, a Bund der Vertriebenen affiliate that advocated German expansion into neighboring Czechoslovakia. This group, in turn, had close connections to a pro-Nazi organization called the Sudeten German Bund. Ironically, one of Lindner's tasks as Deputy Interior Minister was to investigate neo-Nazi activity. 24 The SL's ties to neo-Nazis and their new right cousins were in keeping with the organization's political origins. Founded by former SS officers and other Third Reich veterans, the SL never stopped calling for the return of the Sudetenland, which Hitler had annexed in 1938. Brutal memories of the Nazi occupation made the Czechs all the more sensitive to bully boy tactics by German expellee associations, which stepped up their efforts in the post-Cold War era. 25 Czechoslovakia split into two countries at the end of 1992, a rupture fostered in part by a German foundation closely linked to the Christian Social Union, which channeled funds to Slovak separatists and supported the rise of Slovakian strongman Vladimir Maciar, who enjoyed cordial relations with Bonn. During this period, the Sudetenjitske Landsmannschaft and its neo-Nazi allies stubbornly maintained that ethnic German expellees and their descendants should be allowed to resettle in the Sudetenland, which composed one-third of the Czech Republic, while retaining their German citizenship. Pressed to compensate Hitler's Czech victims, Bonn raised the matter of financial compensation for property expropriated from 2.5 million Sudeten Germans after the collapse of the Third Reich. After Czech courts nixed the idea, German Finance Minister Theo Weigel delivered a political broadside in which he barely masked a threat to block Prague's entry into the European Union. Czech officials were furious, but they could ill afford to cross swords with Bonn. With German capital accounting for the lion's share of foreign investment in the Czech Republic, Bonn had considerable leverage over its weaker neighbor. The status of the Czech Republic has gone from that of a Soviet satellite to that of a German protectorate, declared a commentator for the Prague Post. 26 The Polish government had similar qualms about German maneuvers in Silesia, Pomerania, and what used to be East Prussia. Neo-Nazis from across the Oder-Neisse line sought to galvanize support for a German takeover of large chunks of Polish territory. As in the Sudetenland, neo-fascist agitation paralleled and in some ways complemented efforts by Bonn-backed Vertriebenen groups that supplied revanchist propaganda to ethnic German enclaves in Poland. Several neo-Nazi groups focused on Upper Silesia, an area rich in coal, iron, and other natural resources. Most notable was the role of the National Offensive, which had been formed in 1990 by erstwhile followers of Michael Kühnen. A year later, the National 294 Offensive purchased a house in the Polish village of Giokowice, which soon changed its name back to Frauenfeld. This served as the base of operations for National Offensive spear carrier Günter Boskutz, who published a strident German-language journal, Silesia Report. In cahoots with Bonn-financed Vertriebenen groups such as Deutsche Freundeskreis, the National Offensive posted bilingual road signs and launched a 24-hour German radio station. In May 1992, Boskutz hosted a public meeting in Kadlub, which featured an ultranationalist pep talk by Bela Ewald Alphons, who visited Silesia on numerous occasions. 27 Günter Boskutz was declared an undesirable alien and thrown out of Silesia by Polish authorities in December 1992, the same month that German officials banned the national offensive. This belated measure by Bonn underscored the German government's ambiguous relationship with militant neo-Nazis, whose activities were sometimes oppositional in nature and sometimes supportive of government policy. Although hardcore neo-Nazis and New Right intellectuals rejected parliamentary democracy as a matter of principle, their efforts dovetailed with official efforts to limit immigration and promote ethnic German concerns beyond the borders of the Federal Republic. Neo-Nazi groups usually staked out extreme positions, thereby enabling the German government to appear comparatively moderate while pursuing hegemonic goals. To be sure, some of the cultural projects promoted by Bonn were innocuous sewing courses for traditional Silesian dresses, for example. The more sensitive Vertriebenen representatives ensured that subsidies from the fatherland benefited Poles as well as Germans. But many Volksdeutsche in Poland could be ham-handed about expressing their reawakened ethnic pride. Old-fashioned German chauvinism had not been completely smothered by decades of communist oppression. Pent-up nationalist sentiment made the German minority all the more susceptible to manipulation by far-right revanchists, whose constant tub-thumping for Großdeutschland tried the patience of Polish officials. President Lech Walesa accused ethnic Germans in Silesia of participating in an illegal Vertriebenen campaign to build monuments for German soldiers who died in World War II. 28. Officials in Warsaw had already voiced their concerns about neo-Nazi violence directed against Polish visitors in the Federal Republic. More sparks flew in February 1993, when a Polish governor criticized German diplomats for organizing unofficial groups and holding unauthorized meetings with German community leaders in Silesia. The following month, a Polish army officer of German descent was convicted and jailed on charges of spying for Bonn. These incidents attested to nervousness among Polish officials about German economic encroachment and the subversive influence of German expellees. Warsaw, however, had little choice but to knuckle under when Bonn insisted that special rights and privileges be given to the German minority in Poland. Thus, Volksdeutsche in Silesia and Pomerania were able to vote in German elections and travel with a German passport. But the German parliament refused to pass legislation to protect the rights of ethnic minorities in the Federal Republic. This blatant double standard reinforced the impression that Bonn was engaging in traditional power politics. 29 Kaliningrad was another target of pan-German nationalist agitation. Formerly known as Königsberg, this old Prussian seaport was transformed into a major staging area for the Soviet Navy after World War H. When the Soviet Union collapsed, Kaliningrad ended up a geographic oddity wedged between Poland and the Baltic states but cut off from the rest of Russia. As a first step toward re-Germanizing the city, Bonn offered financial incentives to encourage Volksdeutsche to settle there. It quickly became a magnet for right-wing extremists, including the ubiquitous Ewald Alphons, who tried to ingratiate himself with the growing German population by calling for renewed German rule in Kaliningrad. Once again, neo-Nazi machinations appeared to be largely in sync with the agenda of mainstream German politicians. 30 Soon the Deutsche Bank had opened a branch office in Kaliningrad and German entrepreneurs established shops and restaurants to cater to a flood of tourists from the Federal Republic. In some parts of the city, street signs changed from Russian to German. Short of an outright Anschluss, German business leaders envisioned a demilitarized Kaliningrad, which would be accorded special status as a free port and a free trade zone. While they spoke enthusiastically about a future Hong Kong in the Baltics, another Bonn. 296. Supported revanchist group, the Verein für das Deutschum im Ausland, or VDA, quietly promoted a German land grab in the Kaliningrad region. 31 Farther up the Baltic coast, German ultra-rightists were flexing their muscle in Latvia. Joachim Siegrist, a German national who became a Latvian citizen by virtue of his father's Latvian heritage, formed a political party in his adopted country that won 15% of the vote in October 1995. With this tally, Siegrist emerged as a potential political power broker in Latvia, even though he had been sentenced to an 18-month prison term in Germany for violating a law against inflammatory racist speech. A veteran of the Free Rudolf Hess campaign, Segerist benefited from his extensive connections to the far right in Germany, which supported his foray into Latvian politics. 32 Segerist's success was indicative of a dramatic shift to the right in post-Cold War Latvia, where Holocaust denial and the whitewashing of war criminals were encouraged by the government. Latvian youth enlisted in a resurrected version of the Resurgence, the fascist militia that collaborated with Nazi Germany and conducted anti-Jewish pogroms of its own during World War H. Dressed in the same type of uniform as before, these political extremists patrolled the streets of Riga, Latvia's capital, as if Hitler had prevailed. The Latvian government also formed a 15,000-member paramilitary organization called the Zemesargi, which included 2 honorary units composed of Waffen-SS veterans. In April 1993, the Latvian parliament observed a minute of silence in commemoration of the fallen soldiers of the Latvian SS Legion. That year, the German government announced it would pay a monthly pension to former SS members in Latvia. But Bonn would not agree to compensate Hitler's Latvian victims. 33. The Balkan Furnace. High up in the mountains, a flag emblazoned with the swastika flew over a military camp in the village of Klek. The Serbian street signs were torn down, and the town plaza was given a new name, Rudolf. Shadow over the east. 297. Hess Square. Several soldiers in black uniforms congregated there at dawn, guzzling gin and comparing weapons. They were part of an international brigade of neo-Nazis who had come to fight for Croatia, which had split off from Yugoslavia in 1991. Much of the fiercest combat took place in Bosnia, where the territorial aspirations of Croats, Serbs, and Muslims collided amid a bedlam of violence and mutual slaughter. As many as 200 neo-Nazis from Germany volunteered for an irregular tour of duty in this Balkan battle zone. They were joined by right-wing extremists from France, Great Britain, Austria, Spain, Portugal, and the United States. German neo-Nazi leader Christian Werck endorsed the mercenary mission in his Hamburg-based periodical, Index. Even though the political warriors at home have enough urgent tasks to perform, we view the support of the valiantly fighting and suffering Croatian people as an important issue. 34 Most of these imported belligerents operated in tandem with the Croatian Defense Association, a private militia credited with putting up a tougher fight than Croatia's official combat units. With 15,000 men under arms, the HOS sought to create not just a greater Croatia but a national socialist state. Their high-collared uniforms and black berets were modeled after those worn by USTASE forces during World War H, when a Nazi puppet government led by Ante Pavlik ruled Croatia. This demented, vampiric criminal presided over the massacre of hundreds of thousands of Serbs, Jews, and Gypsies. Even Croatia's Nazi sponsors were shocked by the severity of the USTASE atrocities, which left a deep scar on the collective memory of the Serbs. Not surprisingly, Serbian civilians feared the stiff-armed saluting HOS members who sported USTASE symbols and buttons with the likeness of Pavlik. USTASE insignia were also worn by many soldiers in Croatia's regular army units. The murderous record of the USTASE was praised by neo-Nazi publications, such as Gerhard Locke's U.S-based New Order, which appeared in a dozen languages. After the Cold War ended and Yugoslavia fractured into national particles, the New Order ran numerous appeals on behalf of Croatia and recruited mercenaries to battle the Serbs. Several neo-Nazis from Western Europe who fought for Croatia were veterans of Michael Kdinen's anti-Zionist inter. 298. New copyright RDER. National Socialists. Fight in Croatia. Gary Locke's New Order recruits neo-Nazi mercenaries to fight for Croatia. National Brigade, which traveled to Baghdad to show its support for Saddam Hussein during the 1991 Gulf War. While this was largely a propaganda ploy, neo-Nazi adventurers in Croatia were involved in bloody confrontations with the enemy. In Serbia we are killing the last communists and tomorrow we shall destroy the tyranny of democracy, explained Michel Faisai, a French neo-Nazi with close ties to the Kunin network. 35 The HOS set up training camps for Fasci and his colleagues to prepare them for sabotage, night attacks, and raids behind Serbian lines. They learned how to build and detonate bombs and mines. Some were given military awards for shooting Serbs. After serving in Croatia, they returned home with their newly acquired knowledge of weapons and tactics. Bonn took no action against these neo-Nazi hired guns, even though their battlefield antics in Croatia constituted a clear violation of German law. 4 asterisk. Whatever assistance Croatia may have gotten from foreign mercenaries was a pittance compared with the political and military support provided by the German government. Whereas the United States and the rest of the European community tried to prevent the breakup of Yugoslavia, Bonn unilaterally recognized Croatia as an independent nation at the end of 1991 and twisted arms to get other countries to comply with its wishes. American officials subsequently charged that Bonn was responsible for provoking the crisis in Yugoslavia, which had existed as a single country since 1919, except for the gruesome interlude when Hitler created a Croatian client state. Reunified Germany's preemptive diplomatic maneuver led to a major escalation of the civil war in the Balkans, which took hundreds of thousands of lives and displaced more than 1 million people. Bonn exacerbated the conflict by supplying Croatia with large quantities of weapons. Between 1992 and 1994, Germany exported $320 million of military hardware including MiG fighter jets, surface-to-air missiles, and late-model tanks to Croatia, despite a United Nations arms embargo forbidding such commerce. Convoys of up to 1,500 military vehicles from former East Germany were discovered en route to the Balkan Farrago. Germany also trained Croatian pilots and provided intelligence reports in an effort to vanquish their mutual enemy. Heleno Sainer, an expert on German defense issues, commented on the psychological underpinnings of this policy. In their historic unconscious, the Germans have resented the Serbs since World War H, because despite the fact that Hitler sent in 30 divisions, he was unable to defeat the anti-fascist guerrillas led by Tito. 36 Under the auspices of NATO, German warplanes saw action for the first time since 1945, carrying out aerial patrols to prevent Serbian fighter jets from flying over Bosnian territory. And when the tide turned in Croatia's favor in the summer of 1995, Bonn agreed to contribute up to 4,000 military personnel to enforce a tenuous peace accord. German intervention was widely depicted in Members of the Afrikaner Resistance Movement, a far-right terrorist organization that was funded by the German BND in the early 1990s. Members of the Afrikaner Resistance Movement were implicated in the murder of African National Congress leader Chris Hani in 1993. 300. Humanitarian terms, but General Klaus Naumann had something else in mind when he lobbied behind the scenes for a wider military role. While some German officials expressed a genuine reluctance to interfere in a place that had been devastated by Hitler, Naumann saw a chance for his men to test their mettle in a combat setting. Bonn's decision to commit troops had significant implications that extended far beyond the Balkan furnace. It marked a new phase in a gradual, step-by-step process orchestrated by German leaders to expand their influence across the continent. Critics warned that the Bosnia assignment would open the door to future military intervention in other areas, a development that Germany had prepared for by creating a highly mobile, 50,000-strong strike force capable of rapid deployment in any part of the world. 37 In the short term, the principal beneficiary of reunified Germany's new military policy was Croatia, a country ruled by an unscrupulous opportunist who invoked the rhetoric of self-determination in order to manipulate popular opinion. President Franjo Tudjman's moral record was as dubious as that of his Serbian counterpart, Slobodan Milosevic. Both leaders were former Communist Party hacks who opted for strong-arm measures while promoting the ultranationalist fantasy of a pure ethnic identity that had to be defended at all costs. Although Croatia and Serbia massacred their enemies with equal ferocity, Tudjman received much less criticism from abroad. This was partly because of Croatia's status as the victim of Serbian aggression at the outset of the civil war and Tudjman's willingness to forge a belated alliance with the Bosnian Muslims. Tudjman also gained sympathy in the West by promoting the spurious notion that Croatia was a democratic state struggling against communist tyranny in Serbia. On several occasions, NATO launched reprisal raids against the Serbs, but no punitive action was taken when Croatian planes deliberately attacked United Nations posts, killing several peacekeepers in the summer of 1995. 38 Tudjman, meanwhile, was engaged in a makeover of Croatian history. His book Wastelands of Historical Truth minimized the role of the Croatian people in the genocidal campaign against the Serbs during World War II. Tudjman insisted that far fewer Serbs had been killed by the USTASE than generally thought. He also claimed that the figure of 6 million murdered Jews was vastly overblown. His Shadow over the East 301 attempt to diminish the importance of the Holocaust was applauded by the California-based Institute for Historical Review. While Holocaust revisionism is suppressed in some countries, in Croatia it has the official support from the highest level. The IHR gloated. 39 Instead of repudiating Croatia's pro-Nazi legacy, Tudjman emphasized the continuity between his government and the wartime USTASE puppet state, which, in his words, reflected the centuries-old aspirations of the Croatian people. At Tudjman's instigation, Croatia changed its currency to the kuna, the same national currency used during the USTASE regime. In the Croatian capital of Zagreb, the Square of Victims of Fascism was renamed the Square of Croatian Rulers. Leading personalities of the USTASE period were rehabilitated, including Roman Catholic churchman Alojza Stepinac, who collaborated with the Nazis and helped Ante Pavelic and many of his henchmen escape to safe havens after the war. Right-wing Croatian exiles, especially those in South America, the United States, and Canada, were instrumental in supporting Tudjman's rise to power, and he repaid them by appointing a handful of former USTASE officials to government positions. In deference to his principal backer, Tudjman made sure that no films were shown on Croatian television that depicted Germany as the aggressor during World War H. 40 Croatia was not the only country in Eastern Europe to distort the history of the war years so that those who fought on Germany's side would appear in a more favorable light. A campaign to rehabilitate Marshal Ion Antonescu, the brutal leader of Romania's Axis-allied Iron Guard dictatorship, enjoyed wide support among opposition forces as well as members of the post-Cold War government in Bucharest. In May 1991, the Romanian parliament rose for a minute of silence in Antonescu's honor. While Romanian President Ion Iliescu disapproved of this gesture, he proceeded to forge a ruling coalition with several ultranationalist parties that hailed Antonescu as a martyr. 41 302. By 1992, the Iron Guard had re-emerged in Romania. Its revival was facilitated by the Hans-Sietel-Stiftung, a German foundation associated with the Bavarian Christian Social Union, Chancellor Helmut Kohl's conservative coalition partner. Adulation for Antonescu and the Iron Guard was much in evidence at a June 1995 symposium in Siet that the Hans-Sietel-Stiftung funded. A symposium exhibit featured positive portraits of several officials in Antonescu's Iron Guard dictatorship, along with the chief of the Romanian section of Hitler's Nazi Party. 42 The Hans-Sietel-Stiftung was the same German foundation that provided financial support to Slovakian separatists who embraced Father Joseph Tisso's wartime Nazi puppet state as a role model for fulfilling their dreams of national independence and sovereignty. Attempts to rehabilitate Tisso and his German-trained Linke Guard, which played a major role in the deportation of an estimated 70,000 Slovakian Jews to Auschwitz, became part of the political mainstream in post-Cold War Slovakia. The governing coalition, led by Vladimir Masiar, included members of the far-right Slovak National Party who openly praised Tiso. Stanislav Panis, the deputy of the Slovakian Federal Assembly, pooh-poohed the notion that 6 million Jews died during the war. 43. A nation that cannot repudiate a fascist past may condemn itself to a fascist future, wrote Michael Ignatieff. This adage pertains to much of Eastern Europe, where radical nationalist movements have returned with a vengeance since the demise of the USSR. As in East Germany, many people naively expected a quick transition to a prosperous free market economy. but instead of instant improvement, jettisoning the communist system resulted in poverty, homelessness, malnutrition, rampant crime, and a deterioration of. After Nicolae Ceausescu's national communist regime was overthrown in December 1989. This xenophobic screed ran articles that cited negationists from Western Europe and the United States, including M. Mark Weber, editor of the IHRS Journal of Historical Review, to prove that the Holocaust never happened. It also espoused conspiracy theories about world-controlling Freemasons and Zionists. In the early 1990s, Paul Everique, the author of a rabidly anti-Semitic, Holocaust-denying book, Reaction Arul, served as the director of Romanian state television. Shadow over the East 303. Unparalleled proportions in human welfare throughout the region. A 1994 UNICEF study concluded. 44 Economic and social distress have always been exploited by scapegoating demagogues. Post-Soviet Eastern Europe was certainly no exception. Rumors of dark and sinister forces were spread by national chauvinists who blamed their country's hardships on the usual hidden cabals. Once again, anti-Semitism became the spoken and unspoken lingua franca of exclusionist and xenophobic politics, even though there were hardly any Jews left in most places. Whether it assumed the form of cemetery desecrations by neo-Nazi vandals or cynical pandering by mainstream vote-seekers, anti-Semitism functioned as an index of social and psychological distress in the former communist states. But more proximate enemies, mainly gypsies and ethnic minorities, bore the brunt of xenophobic violence by skinhead gangs, which plagued every country in the region. 45 The post-Cold War resurgence of racism and neo-fascism in Eastern Europe was fueled by the obsessive notion of an ethnically determined nation-state, whose members were bound together by the primacy of blood, lineage, and language rather than by recognized international borders or a set of laws that afforded equal rights and protections to all citizens. The latest conflagration in the Balkans showed just how dangerous the fallacy of ethnic purity could be, but it was not enough to discredit those who espoused such a fairy tale. On the contrary, far-right populists in Eastern Europe were implicitly legitimized by Germany, the strongest country on the continent, which based its legal system on a racist conception of citizenship. In addition to homegrown agitators who dredged up anti-Semitic motifs that harkened back to the 1930s, some countries had to contend with groups that were led or supported by pro-fascist exiles who repatriated from the West, where they had carried on as vocal anti-communists during the Cold War. Often with CIA support. The Free Congress Foundation, founded by American far-right strategist Paul Weyrich, became active in Eastern European politics after the Cold War. Figuring prominently in this effort was Weyrich's right-hand man, Laszlo Pastoy. A former leader of the pro-Nazi Arrow Cross organization in Hungary, which had collaborated with Hitler's Reich. After serving 2 years in prison for his Arrow Cross activities, Pastor found his way to the United States, where he was instrumental in establishing the ethnic outreach arm of the Republican National Committee. 304. The nationalist crescendo in Eastern Europe was not simply a reaction to years of Soviet domination, as if steam had suddenly blown the top off a pressure cooker. A more complex dynamic had left its mark on the region. Unable to fulfill the high expectations generated by their own propaganda, communist rulers manipulated popular prejudice to shore up an unpopular system. Indigenous racist tendencies were encouraged by hardcore nationalist factions that existed inside every communist party in Eastern Europe. Periodic waves of officially inspired anti-Semitism during and after Stalin were manifestations of this tendency. 46 When the Cold War ended, numerous communists dropped their Marxist trappings and became active members of burgeoning ultranationalist groups. Similar developments ensued in Russia and other parts of the former Soviet Union, where neo-Nazis from Germany were eager to establish ties. Courting Mother Russia. For several months, Russian security forces had been monitoring the activities of the Werewolf Legion, a neo-Nazi terrorist cell based in Moscow. When they raided the group's headquarters in July 1994, counterintelligence officers seized a cache of explosives. They also found a glass jar with a pair of human ears preserved in alcohol. The cut-off ears belonged to a werewolf legionnaire who had tried to set fire to the Moscow Sports Center during a Jews for Jesus conference. The would-be arsonist was murdered by his comrades after he failed to accomplish his mission. His ears were kept in a jar as a warning to other members of this neo-Nazi clique, which included several hitmen and ex-convicts. A werewolf leader subsequently admitted that he had planned to firebomb other targets, including Moscow cinemas that were showing Schindler's List, a movie about the Holocaust that depicted Jewish people in a sympathetic light. 47 Favorable portrayals of Jews were rare in Russia, where anti-Semitism masquerading as anti-Zionism had been a hallmark of Soviet propaganda since the late 1960s. Some widely shadow over the East. 305. Published Russian authors, such as Lev Korneyev, even questioned whether millions of Jews had been killed by the Nazis. After asserting that the true number must be at least half or one-third the commonly assumed estimate, Korneyev revised his figure yet again, citing hundreds of thousands of Jews murdered during World War H. Korneyev's books, which were printed by the state-run Pravda publishing house in the late 1970s and early 1980s, listed Holocaust denial texts from the United States and Western Europe as bibliographic references. 48 After saturating the public with Judophobia, the Kremlin brought its strident anti-Zionist campaign to a halt when Mikhail Gorbachev came to power. But this officially sponsored crusade had left a huge imprint on the population. One of the unintended consequences of glasnost was the explosive growth of a grassroots anti-Semitic movement, which picked up where the government hate-mongers had left off but abandoned their strictly anti-Zionist pretensions. The expression of anti-Jewish prejudice increased dramatically as social and economic conditions deteriorated during the post-Soviet period. Anti-Semitic texts including the Protocols of the Elders of Zion and the works of Hitler and Goebbels were sold openly on the streets of Moscow and St. Petersburg, along with more than 150 ultranationalist newspapers that popped up like mushrooms after the communist reign. Some neo-fascist broadsheets featured swastika-like symbols on their mastheads. Caricatures of Jews with big noses were traded like baseball cards at kiosks next to swanky hotels, where prostitutes catered to Western businessmen. Russian law technically forbade racist publications, but the authorities did little to prevent the widespread circulation of bilious literature that blamed the Yid-Masonic conspiracy for all of the country's past and present ills. Although Russia had a long and virulent tradition of anti-Semitism, there was still something incongruous about public displays of Nazism in a country that had suffered so much at the hands of Hitler. Alexander Barkashev, a prominent Russian neo-fascist, explained why he bore no grudge against the Third Reich. World War II, he said, was the result of a plot by Jews to divide two great Aryan peoples, 75 the Russians and the Germans. The Holocaust. 306. Against the Jews was created artificially to conceal a Jewish-inspired genocide which killed 100 million Russians, Barkashev asserted. 49 A former lance corporal and karate instructor in the Soviet Army, Barkashev established his extremist credentials by joining Paymayat, a motley group of anti-Semitic fanatics who staged noisy public demonstrations in the late 1980s. Paymayat members wore black outfits in mourning for their country and passed out handbills that read "Russia for the Russians," and "Death to the Yids." One of their chiefs, Valery Emlyanov, had spent a few years in a mental institution after he chopped his wife to pieces with a butcher's knife. Another Paymayat leader, Dmitry Vasilyev, claimed that the Jew Eichmann had misled the Nazis on racial matters, which accounted for Hitler's misplaced hatred of the Slavs. It is not necessary to be Jewish to be a Jew. Everybody in power is a Jew, or their wives are, said Vasilyev. 50 In the tangled skein of Soviet politics that characterized the Gorbachev era, Paymayat was backed by hardline elements who opposed perestroika and the reform process. This support is how Paymayat received permission to hold meetings in Communist Party buildings in several Russian cities. Assisted by powerful forces within the Kremlin, it became the focal point of right-wing extremism in Russia during the waning days of the USSR. 51 But Barkashev eventually grew disenchanted with Paymayat, which was riven by factionalism and incapable, in his view, of launching serious action against the government. In 1991, he founded his own organization, a well-disciplined, hierarchically structured paramilitary cadre called Russian National Unity. Dedicated to the principle of racial purity, the RNU was the largest and most dangerous of several neo-Nazi groups that emerged in post-Soviet Russia. All RNU initiates swore an oath of absolute loyalty to Barkashev, who called for the eradication of racially inferior peoples and the genetic healing of Mother Russia. The RNU Führer often expressed his admiration for Adolf Aloisovich Hitler. "Yes, I am a Nazi," Barkashev boasted. "What's so bad about that?" Nazi stands for two words: nationalism and socialism. The first means the exaltation and revival of one's nation, and socialism means justice. 52. Dressed in military camouflage with modified fantail swastikas on their sleeves, RNU members underwent special training in hand-to-hand combat, shooting, and political ideology. Some of these young, muscle-bound troopers would participate in the defense of the White House in Moscow after Boris Yeltsin outlawed the Russian parliament and ordered an armed assault against his opponents in October 1993. As Barkashev saw it, Russia's post-Soviet leaders were merely hired hands. "Our main adversary is quite clear: world Zionism, with its merry puppets, the United States and other Western countries," the RNU chief ruminated. "They are trying to tear apart and destroy Russia. Russia is the only force standing in the way of Jewish world hegemony. They also want to turn Russia into a source of cheap raw materials for the West." 53. Operating out of a well-financed office close to the Kremlin, the RNU cultivated sympathetic contacts inside the Russian power structure. Barkashev claimed to have significant support at high levels inside the army, the police, the Interior Ministry, and the former KGB. Russian Interior Ministry spokesman Alexei Petrenko confirmed that several officials in his department looked favorably upon the RNU. "I'm sure there are officers who share the viewpoints of Barkashev, but they do not speak openly about it." 54. Barkashev endorsed the abortive putsch mounted by confused and partially inebriated Soviet reactionaries in August 1991. This comic opera coup attempt set the stage for a more decisive power grab by Yeltsin and hastened the undoing of the USSR. By the end of the year, sovereign Russia would emerge from the ashes of the Soviet Empire. Barkashev viewed the sudden changes as an opportunity. "I simply feel it in my bones. Our time is approaching," he stated. 55. The breakup of the Soviet Union was both a major calamity and a catalyst for right-wing extremists in Russia, who sought to capitalize on the disorientation, despair, and humiliation that gripped many of their countrymen. This dramatic event would shape the course of Russian politics for many years to come. When the USSR disintegrated at the end of 1991, more than 25 million Russians were left stranded in someone else's state. They would become the target of an increasingly assertive anti-Russian national. 308. Ism, which provided a volatile issue for Barkashev and other Russian chauvinists to rally around. At the same time, Russia itself was home to more than 100 different nationalities. Like Germany's neo-Nazis, Russian fascists played upon the resentment of foreigners and ethnic minorities, who were subjected to sporadic attacks by ultra-right-wing gangs. 56. In addition to causing a great deal of personal and political insecurity, the demise of the Soviet superpower exacerbated an ongoing Russian identity crisis that was partly rooted in geography. Again, the comparison to Germany, with its often shifting borders, is relevant. Whereas Germany is situated in the middle of a continent and has flip-flopped neurotically between East and West, Russia is sprawled over two continents. The Russians have had a hard time figuring out whether they belong first and foremost to Europe or to Asia, or whether they have a unique Eurasian destiny to fulfill. Intrinsic to Russia's national psyche is a vision of itself as the Third Rome, a country entrusted with a historical and spiritual mission to redeem humankind. Oscillating amid the double pull of Europe and Asia, Russian political culture was, in a broad sense, split into two opposing camps, Westernizers versus Slavophiles. The former was typified by Peter the Great, who derided Russian backwardness and emphasized the need to emulate the West, while the latter maintained that indigenous methods and institutions were better suited for Russia than a capitalist economic system and a democratic form of government. Ardent Slavophiles like Barkashev disparaged Western materialism and condemned the Enlightenment as a source of moral decay that eroded ancestral Russian values and contaminated the Russian soul. 57. A preoccupation with the moral degeneracy of liberalism in general and American culture in particular was central to Russian nationalist thought. German neo-Nazis were similarly obsessed. Therein lay the basis of an ideological affinity between right-wing extremists in both countries. I feel more sympathy for Russian patriots than for American cosmopolitans, said the Hamburg-based neo-Nazi leader Christian Werk, who condemned the United States as a purveyor of decadence. America is on another continent and the people there are not evoke, as we mean it in Germany. The shadow over the East 309. United States is a mixture of different races. But Werk was quick to emphasize that the Russians are white people. They are much closer to us, racially and geographically. Of course, this is what Major General Otto Ernst Reamer had been saying all along, but the U.S. Soviet face-off had foreclosed any possibility of a revived German-Russian alliance. Reamer had some interesting ideas, but he was ahead of his time, said Werk, who met the aging Nazi legend on several occasions. Reamer wanted to deal with the communists in Russia to further German interests, not for ideological reasons. This was not realistic during the Cold War. 58. After the USSR collapsed, the prospects for constructing a Berlin-Moscow axis as a hedge against the United States improved considerably. By this time, however, Reamer was too old to assume an active role in such a project. But several of Reamer's erstwhile associates, including Bela Ewald-Alphons, would attempt to make his dream come true. In the early 1990s, German neo-Nazis fanned out across the ruins of the former Soviet Union. Some went to the Ukraine, where former members of the Waffen-SS Galicia Division held a series of public reunions in Kiev and Lvov in August 1993. Several veterans of the Galicia Division, which was composed entirely of Ukrainian Nazi collaborators who fought against the Soviet Union, had carried on their anti-communist crusade as CIA assets during the Cold War. After living as expatriates in the United States, Canada, and Great Britain, some of these die-hard fascists returned home to greet their SS comrades. A few stayed in the Ukraine and became advisors to the new government. "It's fantastic what's going on there," exulted Alphons, who visited the Ukraine and conferred with local neo-Nazi groups that favored close relations with Germany. 59 * Developments in the Ukraine may have pleased the likes of Alphons, but the real prize was Mother Russia. Several neo-Nazi * officials from the Ukrainian Defense Ministry attended the Waffen-SS Galicia Division reunion in Kiev, where a neo-Nazi organization called the Society of Ernst Röhm's Friends had recently been founded. The event in Lvov, where 140,000 Jews had been exterminated by Ukrainian nationalists before the arrival of Hitler's soldiers, was endorsed by the city council. City officials in Lvov also renamed Peace Street after Stefan Bandera, a notoriously savage Ukrainian Nazi collaborator who worked for the CIA during the Cold War. 310. Gashins from Germany traveled to Moscow and St. Petersburg to meet their Russian counterparts. On two occasions in 1992 and 1993, Alphons undertook fact-finding missions in Russia, where he held strategy sessions with leading National Socialists, including Alexander Barkashev. These excursions were financed by Ernst Zundel, a Toronto-based Holocaust denier who became Alphons's chief sponsor during the post-Cold War era. Zundel was enthusiastic about the prospects of a revitalized German-Russian link-up. "Our generation could pull this off if we really put our mind to it. If we are going to have a national socialist government anywhere in the world, it will be in Russia," he predicted in 1995. "I foresee such a government coming to power within a decade." 60. Alphons journeyed to Russia again in August 1994, this time accompanied by his German émigré boss from Canada. "I was fascinated to see copies of Russian newspapers with swastikas on them, illustrated with lurid Jewish stars dripping with blood," said Zundel, who bought a gold-embossed edition of Mein Kampf in downtown Moscow. During his visit, he hobnobbed with representatives of Barkashev's Russian National Unity and other prominent opponents of Boris Yeltsin. Some of the former KGB and army officers I spoke to carried on as if they were having a conference with von Ribbentrop, Zundel mused. They were all thinking in geopolitical terms. 61 Zundel was particularly impressed by Alexander Sturgulov, a tall, striking ex-KGB general in his late 40s with blue eyes, wavy hair, and sharp Slavic features. Like the German neo-Nazis who wooed him, Sturgulov hated democracy with a passion and blamed the Jews for nearly every problem under the sun. We talked about panslavism in a new white racialist form, Zundel recounted, and how the Russians have become what the Germans used to be for the rest of Europe. The Russians are now the racial border guards on the eastern frontier. They have taken over the task of guarding against the influx of Muslims from the south and Chinese from the east. In an effort to forge a broad-based, anti-government alliance, Sturgulov, the ex-KGB bigwig, teamed up with Barkashev, the unabashed neo-Nazi. Together they were instrumental in setting up a militant umbrella organization called the Russian Nationalism. BLI, which called for the reunification of all Slavs living in the former USSR. The security organs were always composed of patriotically minded people who fought against the destruction of our nation, Sturgulov explained. Many of my former colleagues are doing the same as I. 62 That a large percentage of RNA members were active-duty intelligence officers enhanced Sturgulov's standing among the bewildering array of anti-government groups that took shape in post-Soviet Rus SIA. The general was widely recognized as one of the key leaders of the fledgling Red-Brown opposition. Actually, the so-called Red-Brown alliance of neo-communists and right-wing nationalists was somewhat of a misnomer, for this inchoate coalition also included a significant component of whites who favored returning to a monarchy. While the whites romanticized the Tsarist period, the Reds pined for the second coming of Stalin. Despite their differences, the anti-Yeltsin forces were united in the belief that a strong hand was necessary to rescue Russia from the depredations of the West. Intoxicated by the heady brew of great power chauvinism, they wanted to redraw their country's boundaries to reflect the better days of a bygone empire. This longing for an expanded territorial domain was well understood by Ewald Alphons and other German neo-Nazi suitors who courted Mother Russia after the USSR split apart. Here come the National Bolsheviks. His Serbian hosts couldn't have been happier when Eduard Limonov, one of the most charismatic of the new wave of Russian nationalist leaders, donned battle dress and joined a sniper detail at a military outpost perched in the hills of Bosnia-Herzegovina. Television cameras recorded his gleeful expression as the handsome Russian impresario took aim and squeezed off a long burst of machine gun fire in the direction of Sarajevo down below. Limonov loved to pose for photos with Serbian irregulars when he visited Rump Yugoslavia shortly after the outbreak of the Civil War. The 312. Russian press subsequently reported that the Bosnian government had put a $500,000 bounty on his head, a story that further enhanced Limonov's status as a cult hero back home. 63 Russians and Serbs are blood brothers, Limonov crooned. He was among the more than 1,000 volunteers from Russia who flocked to Yugoslavia as if on a pilgrimage. Bound by ethnic ties, a shared Cyrillic alphabet, and the Christian Orthodox faith, high-profile Russian nationalist delegations regularly turned up in Belgrade, where they were welcomed by top Serbian officials. They all came to fight for Serbia, Russia's traditional military ally, a gesture that put them distinctly at odds with German neo-Nazi mercenaries who sided with Croatia. En route to joining a Chetnik regiment in a Serbian-held enclave in Bosnia, Limonov was feted by Serbian President Slobodan Milosevic. 64 Like their German counterparts, the Russian Mirs who toured the Balkans saw it as an opportunity to sharpen their military skills in preparation for future confrontations closer to home. Limonov and his colleagues spoke of employing Serbian tactics in an effort to regain areas of the former USSR where Russians were heavily concentrated. Russian fighters figured in numerous armed conflicts in neighboring ex-Soviet republics, including Georgia, Moldova, Tajikistan, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. Limonov bragged of smelling gunpowder in 5 different combat zones. For Limonov, war was life at its peak. A novelist by profession, he saw no contradiction between his calling as an artist and his military kick. Aptly described as the leather-clad bad lad of Russian radical politics, Limonov had spent 18 years abroad as a dissident writer, first in New York, then in Paris. He counted among his heroes the Russian anarchist Mikhail Bakunin and Stalin. Limonov also admired the Italian futurists who inspired Mussolini, and he recognized a kindred spirit in Yukio Mishima, the Japanese ultranationalist who committed harakiri in 1970. Mishima and I belong to the same political camp, Limonov explained. He is a traditionalist like me. 65. But Limonov's modus operandi was hardly traditional. It was as if he had fashioned his crop-haired, bare-armed, movie star image. After Eddie Baby, the bisexual persona he embroidered in a series of fictionalized autobiographical adventures. With his charming hoodlum AIC, Limonov quickly developed a reputation as the Johnny Rotten of the Russian expatriate scene. At one point during a RIT-ER's conference, he reacted to an anti-Russian jibe by slamming a British author over the head with a champagne bottle. Limonov enjoyed giving the literary finger to more staid Russian exiles who were vexed by his maverick writing style, which at times seemed like a cross between Ernst Jünger and Henry Miller. Alexander Solzhenitsyn despised young Edward, calling him a little insect who writes pornography. But Limonov was quite popular in Russia, where his novels became bestsellers when they were finally published in the early 1990s. Limonov had a definite bone to pick with Soviet dissidents like Andrei Sakharov, who idealized the West without any first-hand experience of what it was like. After living in New York City for 6 years, Limonov concluded that American society was anything but a dream come true. He ridiculed the banality of American culture and dismissed democracy as little more than window dressing for unaccountable corporate powers that dominated Western politics. He believed that far from being a panacea for Russia's ills, this kind of democracy would only make matters worse. "We are a ruined country, a country that is dying," said Limonov. "Only a national revolution can save us." Limonov ended his lengthy exile and returned to Russia, where he joined the growing red-brown opposition. On February 23, 1992, he attended a militant protest march in Moscow. "It was the first time I saw the red flags with the hammer and sickle flying together with the black, yellow, and white flags of old Russia," Limonov recounted. "It was absolutely gorgeous, a perfectly natural combination." But the demonstration turned violent as Limonov and other extremists clashed with police. One person died and dozens were wounded in what proved to be a harbinger of much bloodier battles in the months ahead. To rescue his troubled homeland, Limonov prescribed several remedies reviving pre-communist Russian culture, creating a true socialist economy, and widening Russia's borders to include areas in the nearby republics with predominantly Russian popula. 314. "It's an absolutely sick situation," he asserted. "More than 25 million Russians living outside their country. At the very least, the new borders of Russia should correspond to the ethnic borders of the Russian people." Limonov also maintained that Russian foreign policy should emphasize contact with old allies, such as Iraq and Cuba. He even favored giving nuclear weapons to Serbia. As for a possible German-Russian tryst in the future, Limonov felt this was wishful thinking, unfortunately, because it would do a lot of good for both countries. He believed that German priorities would inevitably clash with Russian interests in the Balkans, Kaliningrad, the Ukraine, and other areas. In this respect, Limonov differed from Alexander Barkashev, who was more optimistic about a rapprochement with the Germans. Although they viewed themselves as comrades in the same struggle, Limonov felt that Barkashev's Nazi fetish was counterproductive. "The swastika has no chance in our country," said Limonov. "We lost so many people in the war with Germany that we are immune to it." 66. In an effort to carve out a unique niche for himself on the red-brown landscape, Limonov created the National Bolshevik Front. The front was an amalgam of half a dozen groups of mostly young people who shared Eddie Baby's intuition that overt neo-Nazi manifestations would not get very far in Russia. National Bolshevism was deemed more congenial to the masses. After 2 of its members were arrested for possessing hand grenades, the NBF generated a publicity flash by calling for a boycott of Western goods. "We want the Americans out of Russia. They can take their McDonald's and Coca-Cola with them," Limonov declared. At political rallies, his organization chanted refrains such as "Ruble yes, dollar no," and "Yankees go home." 67 Although the slogans lacked originality, Limonov insisted that National Bolshevism was the most avant-garde political movement in the world. Actually, it was by no means a new phenomenon. National Bolshevism had a long and complex history, dating back to the 1920s. Championed by writers such as Ernst Niekisch and Ernst Junger, it was one of several non-Nazi fascisms that percolated in Germany's conservative revolutionary mix before Hitler seized shadow over the East. 315. Power *. For the most part, the German version of National Bolshevism remained an intellectual curiosity, unlike in Russia, where it emerged as a significant political tendency within both the ruling elite and certain dissident circles. The roots of National Bolshevism in the USSR can be traced to the tumultuous period following the October Revolution. In order to stabilize the new regime and win the civil war against the Whites, Vladimir Lenin and other communist leaders realized they had to make concessions to Russian ethnic sentiments. By casting 1917 in national terms and identifying themselves with Russian interests, they hoped to assuage some of the malcontents of the Tsarist Empire, which was rapidly crumbling. 68 Many of the Whites switched sides when they realized that the Bolsheviks offered the best hope for resurrecting Russia as a great power. This was a crucial reason why much of the Tsarist high command joined the Red Army. Former Tsarists made up about half of the 130,000-member Red Army officer corps. The Bolsheviks also incorporated elements of the proto-fascist Black Hundreds into their ranks. 69 The steady stream of defectors from the ultra-right contributed to the rise of National Bolshevism in Mother Russia and laid the basis for the Red-Brown alliance of the future. After the creation of the Soviet Union in 1922, the official ideology of the USSR developed into a kind of National Bolshevism as Stalin took up the banner of socialism in one country. Stalin's famous dictum was tempered by geopolitical considerations. Communist Russia sought to reassure capitalist Germany that the spirit of Rapallo would take precedence over exporting world revolution. In the wake of October 1917, some Russian anti-communists came to view the Bolshevik takeover as a positive development. One of the more notable converts was Professor Nikolai Ustryalov, who changed his mind about the revolution after fleeing his native country. Ustryalov felt that the defeat of the Bolsheviks would be a great tragedy because they offered the best hope for re-establishing Russia as a great power. As far as he was concerned, the internationalist verbiage spouted by Bolshevik leaders was merely camouflage, a useful tool for the restoration of Russia as a unified state and for its future expansion. The Soviet regime will strive with all its power to reunite the borderlands with the center in the name of World Revolution, said Ustryalov. Russian patriots will fight for this too in the name of a great and united Russia. Even with the endless difference in ideology, the practical road is the same. Although he rejected communism as an alien import from Europe, Ustryalov insisted that the Bolshevik Revolution was an authentic expression of the Russian spirit. Calling for an end to the civil WAC, he urged all Russian nationalists to collaborate with Lenin. This was the upshot of a collection of articles by Ustryalov and several other right-wing émigrés published in Prague under the title Smenavik in 1921. The Smenavikites thought of themselves as National Bolsheviks, a term Ustryalov first discovered while reading German newspapers that reported on the political philosophy of Ernst Niekisch. As M. Mikhail Agursky notes in the Third Rome, the Soviet government subsequently opted to subsidize the Smenavikist Review, which functioned as the principal national Bolshevik tribune in Russia during the early years of the USSR. Sanctioned by the Kremlin, the views of Ustryalov began to exert a subtle influence on the Soviet political system. He spoke for many right-wing extremists in Russia when he praised Stalin's strong hand. One cannot help rejoicing in seeing how is now being led on a confident iron march by the great Russian Revolution to the national pantheon prepared for it by history, he declared. Although Ustrialov was later executed during one of Stalin's maniacal killing sprees, some of his Smenavikite colleagues not only survived but went on to play important ideological roles in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Historical Encyclopedia indicates that several former Smenavikites held leading positions in government and society. Shadow over the East 317. When Hitler double-crossed his Soviet partner and invaded the USSR, Stalin roused the Russian folk with nationalist rhetoric about fighting the Great Patriotic War. Of course, internationalism was still touted as a central communist tenet by Stalin, whose Georgian roots enabled him to cloak his extreme Russian chauvinism. 70 During the Cold War, Soviet officials sought to motivate the masses by whipping up Russian pride. At the same time, they continued to mouth the requisite Marxist-Leninist incantations. The result was an uneasy synthesis of communism and Russian nationalism, which contradicted yet reinforced each other. Soviet leaders realized that playing the nationalist card was conducive to fortifying a patriotic mood. But there was always the danger that it would trigger a backlash among ethnic minorities in the USSR and undermine the internationalist doctrine that was still a key source of legitimacy for the Kremlin. German scholar Klaus Mennert aptly compared Soviet Russia to an airplane running on two ideological engines, one Marxist-Leninist, the other nationalist, that were never entirely in sync. Sooner or later, the two motors would cease to function as a viable pair. Under the circumstances, a crash landing was inevitable. 71 The National Bolsheviks were well positioned to survive the wreckage. Unlike the dissidents who challenged the legitimacy of the Soviet Union and often ended up in labor camps, many National Bolsheviks had accommodated themselves to the system in the interests of maintaining a powerful state. Instead of rejecting communism outright, they sought to minimize its significance by emphasizing traditional Russian values. This resonated with a deeply entrenched nationalist faction within the Soviet ruling elite. The dissemination of National Bolshevik ideas by certain state-run media was a clear indication that powerful forces including IM. 318. Important sectors of the Communist Party apparatus and the Red Army regarded such views as politically expedient and desirable. 72 When the Titanic crack-up finally came in December 1991, the nationalist serpent emerged from its communist cocoon with a full set of teeth. It slithered into the hothouse of post-Soviet politics, where neo-Stalinists collaborated with monarchists, fascists, Orthodox Christians, pagans, conservative ecologists, and other strange bedfellows. They were all spinning in a weird ideological vortex that defied standard interpretation. What's going on in Russia is a whole new kind of politics, Limonov asserted, with new goals and new movements that cannot be categorized or classified according to the old vocabulary of left versus right. These definitions belong to the past. To apply them to Russia is wrong. 73 This notion was shared by Alain de Benoist, who visited Russia in March 1992 and participated in several public meetings with prominent opposition figures. For a number of years, the leading French New Right philosopher had argued that it was important to move beyond the traditional left/right dichotomy. Since the end of the Cold War, this cleavage had become completely antiquated, according to de Benoist. Rather than right against left, he felt it made more sense to think in terms of the establishmentarian sense of becoming transistorized. Democracy was depicted as a product of social degeneration, and strong-arm governing methods were cheered. The Molodaya Gvardiya publishing house also printed immensely popular science fiction novels, a genre replete with thinly disguised racist and anti-Semitic themes. Its rabidly nationalist orientation notwithstanding, Molodaya Gvardiya was awarded the Order of the Red Banner of Labor by the Supreme Soviet on the 50th anniversary of the journal's founding. TER versus all anti-system forces on the periphery. The center versus the periphery was a concept that appealed to his red-brown hosts in Russia. They were also delighted to hear Dubeneauist's harsh criticism of globalization and his depiction of the United States as the supreme enemy. 74 Edouard Limenow first encountered Dubeneauist in Paris, a city that bored the Russian exile because, as he put it, there is no war there. Nevertheless, he frequently returned to the French capital, where he hobnobbed with various iconoclasts, including another ardent proponent of National Bolshevism, Jean-François Thieriart. The EC-centric optician from Brussels had recently come out of political retirement, and he welcomed the chance to share his thoughts at a colloquium in Paris. At the time, Thieriart was working with the Belgian-based Parti Communautaire National Européen, a small organization composed of former Maoists and neo-fascists who agitated against American Zionist imperialism and cosmopolitanism. Run by Luc Michel, a self-described national communist with a long history of neo-Nazi associations, the PCN reprinted and distributed several books by Thieriart, who held forth as the group's ideological leader. 75 In August 1992, Thieriart led a delegation of national communists from Western Europe to Russia, where he discussed his views with leading members of the political opposition. Whereas Ewald Alphons and his German cohorts always made a beeline to Alexander Barkashev's neo-Nazi lair, Thieriart met with a mostly different cast of red-brown characters. While in Moscow, the Belgian extremist carried on like a geopolitical know-it-all, dispensing advice to people such as Yegor Ligachev, the top conservative within the Soviet Politburo and the de facto deputy of the Communist Party until Gorbachev dumped him in 1990. During their conversation, Ligachev warmed to Thieriart's proposal for a continental partnership that would unite Europe and Russia as a counterweight to the United States. But Ligachev added the following proviso: I think that an authentic unification with Europe can be possible only once we have re-established the Soviet Union, perhaps under a new name. Thieriart nodded in assent. 76 Eurasia contra America. This was the main point of convergence between Thieriart and his retinue of newfound Russian com. 320 raids, which included a dreamy-eyed, 30-year-old journalist named Alexander Dugin. It was Dugin who first suggested to Edouard Limenow that they establish the National Bolshevik Front. An influential figure in red-brown circles, Dugin helped write the political program for the Communist Party of the Russian Federation, led by Gennady Zhuganov, who also strategized with Thieriart. Zhuganov rarely referred to Marx or Lenin, preferring instead to elegize Russia as the dreamer nation and the mobilizer nation. Dugin's influence was evident when Zhuganov declared, "We are the last power on this planet that is capable of mounting a challenge to the New World Order, the global cosmopolitan dictatorship." 77 A vociferous critic of one-worldism, Dugin founded and edited a journal called Elementi that ran a lengthy and laudatory article about Thieriart in its inaugural issue. The young Russian shared the European New Right's fascination with the conservative revolution of the 1920s. Dugin tried to set up something like a New Right network in Moscow, but Dubeneauist was put off by his feverish nationalism. Elementi simultaneously glorified Russia's Tsarist and Stalinist past, while praising everyone from Arthur Moeller van den Broek to Heinrich Himmler. Its readers were treated to the first Russian translations of Julius Evola, the Italian Nazi philosopher and traditionalist much admired by neo-fascists throughout Europe. But Dugin never bothered to disclose Evola's affiliation with the SS. Dugin is a paradoxical man who can support 10 points of view or more at the same time, Limenow said of his close friend and political collaborator. 78 In addition to Elementi, which was geared toward an intellectual audience, Dugin had a hand in editing Die, a fiery, nationalist news weekly with a huge circulation. Billed as the voice of the spiritual opposition in Russia, Die ran excerpts from the protocols of the Elders of Zion and reported favorably on neo-Nazi movements in the West. Its political humor column was filled with vulgar anti-Jewish jokes. Each issue featured a section on conspiratology, which included zany stories about how Yeltsin's brain had secretly been altered during a visit to the United States. Die claimed that those who rallied to Yeltsin's call during the abortive coup in August 1991 had been Shadow over the East 321. Zombified by psychotropic generators housed in the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. 79 wild conspiracy theories were a staple of Russian right-wing extremists. In this respect, they were no different than their neo-fascist counterparts in other countries. But Diary-esque conspiratology had the endorsement of several members of the Russian parliament, who sat on the paper's editorial board along with former KGB General Alexander Sturgulov. Most significant, Diane functioned as the unofficial mouthpiece for the National Salvation Front, Russia's leading red-brown umbrella organization. Diane's editor-in-chief, Alexander Prokhanov, was co-chairman of the NSF, which encompassed the usual mishmash of ideological tendencies, national Bolshevism not accepted. While he was in Moscow, Jean Thyriard attended several planning sessions with neo-communists and right-wing nationalists that culminated in the formation of the National Salvation Front in September 1992. Eduard Limonov was involved in launching the NSF, and he also served on its steering committee. Headed by Limonov and Dugin, the National Bolshevik Front was one of more than 40 militant opposition groups that joined the NSF and endorsed its call for the overthrow of the Russian government. In its initial manifesto, which Diane dutifully published, the NSF assailed the rapacious experiments of the Yeltsin administration, including privatization, the lifting of price controls, and other shock therapy techniques that resulted in enormous hardship throughout the country. Yeltsin countered by trying to ban the NSF. He also threatened to crack down on Diane and several other ultranationalist newspapers, but Yeltsin's efforts were stymied by members of the Russian parliament, many of whom supported the red-brown opposition. Thyriard kept abreast of this evolving power struggle after he returned to Brussels. He intended to visit Russia again, but the 70-year-old Belgian died from a heart attack in his sleep on November 23, 1992. After his sudden passing, Thyriard was eulogized in several nationalist press outlets in Russia, including Diane, which published some of his writings. One article implored his national Bolshevik colleagues to work toward the construction of the grand continental power bloc that he had long envisioned. It is 322. Imperative to build ideological, theoretical, and political bonds between clear-thinking elites of the former USSR and Western Europe, said Thyriard. This revolutionary elite must unite and prepare to expel the American invader from European soil. 81 Thyriard's Western European disciples proceeded to set up a support group known as the European Liberation Front, which maintained regular contact with the leaders of the National Salvation Front in Russia. By coincidence, the European Liberation Front was the same name chosen by Francis Parker Yockey and his British cohorts in the late 1940s, when they tried to develop an underground neo-Nazi network that would work in cahoots with the Soviet Union against American occupation forces in Europe. The latter-day ELF consisted of national communist grouplets in several European countries, including Belgium, France, Italy, Switzerland, and Hungary. Each of these small red-brown hybrids was comprised of neo-fascists and neo-Stalinists who embraced Thyriard's political credo. 82 The ELF cheered when the leaders of the National Salvation Front announced that they had formed a shadow government in Russia and were preparing to take power. In September 1993, Yeltsin summarily disbanded the Russian parliament. This presidential decree set the stage for the bloody confrontation between Yeltsin loyalists and the so-called patriotic forces who gathered at the Russian White House, where the parliament normally functioned. Sensing that the long-awaited civil war was about to begin, Limonov and his supporters flocked to the parliament building. They were joined by thousands of red-brown extremists, including Barkashev's black-shirt stormtroopers who brought their weapons with them, expecting a fight. As tensions escalated, the European Liberation Front dispatched several people to Moscow to underscore their solidarity with the Russian opposition. Michel Schneider, a French neo-fascist representing the ELF, was among those injured in the White House when Yeltsin finally convinced the army to send in the tanks in early October. 8,300 were killed during the assault and many more were wounded. Limonov and several opposition leaders were thrown in jail. but Barkashev and dozens of armed resistors escaped through a network of underground tunnels after putting up a fierce fight. A few weeks later, Barkashev was shot by an unknown assailant from a moving car. Security officials arrested Russia's top neo-Nazi as he lay recovering in a hospital bed. He, too, was headed for prison. Yeltsin, meanwhile, moved quickly to muzzle his critics by outlawing Dien and a dozen other anti-government newspapers. Several political parties were also banned. As the year drew to a close, it appeared that the Russian president had gained the upper hand. Then something happened that he never expected. Dreaming of a MEW Rapallo. When I come to power, there will be a dictatorship. I'll do it without tanks on the streets. Those who have to be arrested will be arrested quietly at night. I may have to shoot 100,000 people, but the other 300 million will live peacefully. 84 Thus spoke Vladimir Wolfovich Zhirinovsky, the mercurial, reddish-haired ultranationalist who trounced his rivals in Russia's December 1993 parliamentary elections. A strong speaker with Hitler-style charisma, this would-be tyrant challenged his foes to duels and made shocking statements as a matter of course. Zhirinovsky seemed to enjoy playing the role of the Urodovy, the eccentric political clown whose unpredictable antics somehow managed to convey a dose of Russian folk wisdom. At a moment's notice, he could shift from holy fool to holy terror. I am all-powerful. I will follow in Hitler's footsteps. 85 Zhirinovsky often bemoaned the dire racial threat facing white civilization. His advice to Russia was simple: we must deal with minorities as America did with the Indians and Germany did with the Jews. Less than 2 months after the deadly shootout at the White House, Zhirinovsky's mistitled Liberal Democratic Party won 25% of the vote, far exceeding the rest of the electoral pack. Because he had stayed out of the bloody fray, Zhirinovsky was favorably positioned to reap a huge protest vote while most 324 red-brown leaders stewed in jail. Promising the moon and cheap vodka, his telegenic campaign tapped into the wounded pride and deep despair that gripped the population. Zhirinovsky's election posters resounded with the slogan "I will bring Russia off her knees." 86 Zhirinovsky's victory sent shockwaves around the world and stunned President Boris Yeltsin, who now had to tangle with a new parliament that was just as red and even more brown than the one he had recently crushed. Yeltsin's weakened status was evident in February 1994 when the Duma granted an amnesty to his political enemies, the instigators of the August 1991 coup attempt and the participants in the October 1993 White House rebellion. Dozens of red-brown militants were released from prison and vitriolic opposition newspapers began to roll off the presses again. Diet reappeared under a new name, Zavtra, and immediately called for the execution without trial of Yeltsin's inner circle. Emboldened by the sudden turn of events, Alexander Barkashev's neo-Nazi followers paraded through the streets of Moscow on the anniversary of Hitler's birthday in April 1994, chanting anti-government and anti-Semitic refrains. Eduard Limonov also returned to the limelight, speaking at political rallies and publishing his own newspaper, Limonka. More than just a play on its founder's name, the title was Russian slang for hand grenade. Limonov quickly recognized Zhirinovsky's remarkable talent as an orator and shared his penchant for exhibitionism. I went to him in early 1992, the punk novelist recounted. I picked Zhirinovsky out of the crowd of political figures because I thought he had the potential to be a real leader. He was an unusual sort of politician. He had real energy. At first, Limonov could discern only one drawback: Zhirinovsky's father was of Jewish extraction. In our country, this is a big disadvantage, Limonov acknowledged. 87 Although their egos would eventually clash, for a while Limonov was a gung-ho supporter of Zhirinovsky's crusade. When MNZ put together a shadow cabinet, he designated Limonov as his SECurity minister and secret police chief. Zhirinovsky's shadow cabinet also included a couple of neo-Nazi rock musicians, and his Lib. Aral Democratic Party headquarters sold recordings by a heavy metal group called Vomit, the Russian equivalent of a skinhead band. 88 In September 1992, Limonov showed Zhirinovsky around Paris and arranged for him to meet with Jean-Marie Le Pen, head of the far-right Front National. The flamboyant Russian politician also visited Saddam Hussein in Baghdad. They spoke for 4 hours about the need to unite against the American-Israeli plot to dominate the world. 89 The pace of Zhirinovsky's international travels picked up considerably after his party's sensational triumph in the December 1993 elections. During a trip to Austria, he stayed with Edwin Neuwirth, a Waffen-SS veteran who claimed that the Nazis never used gas chambers to kill Jews. In Strasbourg, France, Zhirinovsky threw dirt at Jewish picketers. Following this temper tantrum, he told the French press, "It's all over for you once you've become Americanized and Zionized." 90 Zhirinovsky had many neo-Nazi admirers, particularly in Germany. During one of his sojourns to Moscow, Ewald Alphons met the notorious Russian loudmouth. Alphons's mentor, Ernst Zundel, also conferred with Zhirinovsky when he visited Russia, but the Toronto-based Holocaust denier was not exactly bowled over by their encounter. "Zhirinovsky is an interesting man and a clever tactician," Zundel conceded. "He told me that if he didn't generate theatrics no one would take notice of him. He's a natural-born headline grabber, who would say whatever it takes to get power." But what did Zhirinovsky truly believe? For Zundel and Alphons, anti-Semitism was a faith. For Zhirinovsky, it seemed to be a ploy, a cynical attempt to exploit a popular Russian prejudice. Zundel wondered whether Zhirinovsky was a bona fide fascist or a shyster. 91 Gerhard Frey, chief of the Munich-based Deutsche Volksunion, had no such doubts. He was Zhirinovsky's principal man contact and his biggest booster in the fatherland. Zhirinovsky spoke at 2 DVU conventions in August 1992 and October 1993 and Frey, a wealthy publisher, provided financial support. 326. For Zhirinovsky's political campaigns. The ultra-right-wing DVU later signed a friendship accord with Zhirinovsky's party. 92 * to Frey and his DVU colleagues, Zhirinovsky was the best thing to come along since sliced bratwurst. The reason for their enthusiasm stemmed from Zhirinovsky's call for a strategic union between Russia and Germany. In essence, Zhirinovsky endorsed a renewal of the Hitler-Stalin Pact of 1939, which he insisted was still legally valid. Germany and Russia should again have a common border, he asserted. This would entail dividing up Poland between them and giving back East Prussia and Königsberg to Germany, which Zhirinovsky favored, as long as Russia regained the Baltics, the Ukraine, and other ex-Soviet republics. Germany, according to Zhirinovsky's plan, could also have Austria and the Czech Republic in exchange for helping Russia's southward expansion. If Germany and Russia worked together, Zhirinovsky insisted, no power could defy them. 93 Although Zhirinovsky later spoke of destroying Germany with nuclear weapons if it got out of line, his close association with the DVU was beneficial to both parties. The Russian got much needed cash, while Frey, a marginal figure in German politics, gained extensive media attention by rubbing shoulders with Zhirinovsky. This enhanced Frey's reputation among German neo-Nazi groups, which had quarreled with the DVU during the Cold War because of its support for NATO and the Atlantic Alliance. Even before he formed the DVU in 1971 with the professed objective to save Germany from communism, Frey received behind-the-scenes support from General Reinhard Gehlen, Bonn's powerful spy chief. But after the superpower face-off ended, the DVU Führer quickly shifted gears and demanded that Germany leave NATO. His newspapers began to run inflammatory articles that denounced the United States and praised Russia as a more suitable partner for post-Cold War Germany. Frey also joined the chorus of neo-Nazi agitators who expressed solidarity with Saddam Hussein and condemned the US-led war against Iraq in 1991. Frey's about-face was symbolic of the skin-deep allegiance that many German nationalists felt toward the West, which, after all, was largely an artificial construct based on the political division of Europe and enforced by American economic and military power. Germany and Russia, by contrast, were part of the same Eurasian landmass, and they shared a long and complex history. After the Berlin Wall fell, Germany emerged as Russia's biggest trading partner, and the two nations also forged closer military ties. These developments were carefully monitored by U.S. intelligence officials, who feared a revived Berlin-Moscow axis and took steps to nip it in the bud. Although never explicitly acknowledged, this was one of the reasons why Washington joined Germany in providing covert support for a Croatian weapons buildup, despite a UN arms embargo. At first, American diplomats had criticized German recognition of Croatia, by shifting gears and siding with Zagreb. U.S. policy MAC-ERS appeased Bonn, angered Moscow, and exacerbated tensions between Germany and Russia, whose fluctuating power relationship continued to be plagued by spy scandals and other problems. 95 Zhirinovsky's meteoric ascendance as Russia's most popular and hyperbolic politician posed a new set of challenges to American strategists. This fascist-like buffoon had to be reckoned with not only because he reflected widely held sentiments in his country but also because of his unmistakable influence on Yeltsin, who proceeded to adopt a more confrontational posture toward NATO and the United States. Soon Yeltsin and his top aides were mouthing some of the same anti-Western language spoken by Zhirinovsky and other Russian ultranationalists. American Army intelligence predicted that 328. Yeltsin's lurch to the right would only serve to legitimize some of Zhirinovsky's arguments and make the emergence of a liberal nationalism all that much more difficult to accomplish. 96 As social and economic conditions in Russia continued to deteriorate, Yeltsin played the race card to shore up his flagging support. Singling out non-Russians, he authorized massive raids against unregistered persons in Moscow and other cities. This ethnic dragnet targeted people from the Caucasus republics: Armenians, Azerbaijanis, Georgians, and Chechens who were regarded as dark IES by many Russians. Police units roughed up and expelled tens of thousands of swarthy street traders and their kin. Eduard Limonov could have been whispering into Yeltsin's ear when the former leader, a expatriate, criticized the Russian capital for being too complacent and infested with rotten people and profiteers. "Moscow isn't a Russian city anymore," Limonov quipped. "It ought to be shut down and sprayed with DDT for a long time." Zhirinovsky went a step further, calling for the deportation of all ethnic Chinese and Japanese in the Russian Far East. 97 In 1994, Yeltsin unleashed the Russian military against Chechnya, a small, predominantly Muslim region near the Caspian Sea. Several extremist leaders supported this effort, including Zhirinovsky, who received accolades of appreciation from Yeltsin's defense minister for his outstanding contribution to strengthening the motherland's defense. Limonov also endorsed the Chechnya invasion, saying, "We don't like you, MN President, but we are with you. Long live war." And Barkashev, Russia's top neo-Nazi, offered to place his stormtroopers under government command to fight the Chechen separatists. 98 But the bloodbath in Chechnya, which was repudiated by most of Yeltsin's former allies in the Democratic camp, also threw the Red-Brown coalition into disarray. Key figures associated with the National Salvation Front criticized the incursion, putting them at odds with Limonov and Barkashev. Before long, the head of the National Bolshevik Front declared he was severing all ties with the *. After the December 1993 elections, Mikhail Poltoranin, a close Yeltsin advisor, asserted in a televised interview that Jews dominated the Russian news media, a canard that echoed similar comments by Zhirinovsky. Politically treacherous NSF moderates. By this time, Limonov had also denounced Zhirinovsky in no uncertain terms, accusing him of being an opportunist and a charlatan with no real convictions. 99 Zhirinovsky provoked special indignation among Reds and Browns who felt that his clownish escapades cheapened and ridiculed ideals they held sacred. "We would never work with him, not because he's a Jew, but because he's crazy," said Barkashev. Some of Zhirinovsky's detractors accused him of being a Zionist agent. His Jewish roots, which he tried to obfuscate, were emphasized in a scorching polemic entitled Limonov vs. Zhirinovsky, published in the summer of 1994. A Jew masquerading as a Russian nationalist is a sickness, a pathology, Limonov said of his erstwhile friend. We don't want power to fall into the hands Edelstein Zhirinovsky. 100. A pain in the neck to nearly everyone else. Limonov got along famously with Alexander Barkashov, the neo-Nazi, whom he described as a politician of principle. But fascism, as Limonov recognized, was still a dirty word among Russians who had not forgotten the savagery of Hitler's armies. The legacy of World War II rendered National Socialist ideas and practices untenable in Russia. If they were readily identifiable as such, to make much headway, they would have to be introduced through the back door, so to speak, using a different vocabulary. Under the circumstances, a national Bolshevik movement had a greater chance of success than an outright neo-Nazi undertaking. Barkashov implicitly acknowledged this in 1995 when he recast himself as a serious politician who rejected the neo-Nazi label. After his ideological facelift, the Russian National Unity chief continued to collaborate with Limonov and the National Bolshevik Front. 101. Numerous commentators and historians have noted alarming resemblances between the Weimar Republic and post-Soviet Russia, where impoverished masses have endured high unemployment and inflation, falling birth rates and life expectancy, and rampant crime and official corruption. Humiliated but not completely crushed, nationalists in the Russian military have pushed for a return of lost land. As in Weimar Germany, the bleak political climate fostered stab-in-the-back legends about Jewish financiers, liberal intellectuals, and other traitors from within, while a majority of Russians, 330, longed for an iron hand to restore order. Well aware of these parallels, neo-Nazis in Europe and North America looked to post-Soviet Russia as the Great White Hope, a beacon of possibility. In Russia, there are magnificent young men who think like us, Waffen-SS General Leon Degrelle rhapsodized. Russian families are a great biological reserve for Europe. Maybe a young Russian will lead the European Revolution. 102. Although President Yeltsin's re-election in 1996 was a disappointment to neo-fascists, he had already prepared a fabulous gift for his successors, whoever they might be: unlimited power enshrined in a new constitution. Talk of a Russian Bonaparte or a Pinochet-style military dictatorship was rife in Russia, as Western shock therapy techniques continued to ravage the economy. If Yeltsin's policies had proved anything, it was that democracy and free market reforms were incompatible in his country. The former had to be sacrificed to keep the latter going, much like in Chile during the 1970s. In keeping with the spirit of National Bolshevism, some kind of authoritarian solution seemed inevitable in Russia, where statist forces have always won out in the end. From the margins to the mainstream. Playing with fire. Thousands of flowers covered the pavement in front of a charred, roofless house in the western German city of Solingen. "Born here, burned here" was written on a banner that marked the site of one of the worst racist attacks since reunification. 3 Turkish girls and an 18-year-old mother perished in the blaze, while another Turkish woman leaped to her death from a window. Several neighbors heard someone shout, "Heil Hitler," before dousing the front porch and door with gasoline and setting fire to the home of a Turkish family that had resided in Germany for 23 years. The killings in Solingen, the birthplace of Adolf Eichmann, occurred on May 29, 1993, just 3 days after the German parliament yielded to pressure from the extreme right and revoked the constitutional provision that guaranteed asylum for all political refugees. But the 1.8 million Turks who lived in Germany were not asylum seekers, they were part of a stable community of guest workers and their families who had contributed significantly to Germany's economic miracle. Encouraged by Bonn to immigrate, Turkish laborers began arriving in large numbers 3 decades earlier to ease a perennial shortage of native workers. Over the years, they bore the brunt of widely held racist attitudes among West Germans, who routinely referred to Turks as Kanaker. There were no 332 civil rights laws that protected West Germany's Turkish inhabitants against discrimination. The pent-up resentment harbored by the long-silent Turkish community finally exploded in the wake of the Solingen murders, which sparked a wave of national and international outrage. On 4 consecutive nights, furious young Turks took to the streets in several German cities. Screaming, "Nazis out," they blocked highways, smashed storefront windows, and dodged baton-swinging police. Foreign Minister Klaus Kinkel urged all Turkish residents to show restraint. "We appeal to the Turks in Germany not to overreact but to use democratic ways to express their NGI," he declared. 1 Kinkel's suggestion that Turks use democratic ways to get their point across was yet another insult to a much abused people. Because of Germany's racist naturalization laws, it was nearly impossible for tax-paying Turks to gain citizenship, which was defined strictly along bloodlines. This meant that second and third generation Turks who were born in Germany, spoke the language fluently, and attended German schools were not eligible to vote or exercise other democratic rights, whereas someone born and raised in Volga Russia, for example, who spoke no German but could prove German ancestry would be entitled to citizenship in the Bonn Republic. President Richard von Weizsäcker addressed this gnawing issue when he spoke at a funeral service for the Turks who died in Solingen. A voice of conscience who held a largely ceremonial post in German politics, von Weizsäcker stood on a podium above a row of 5 coffins draped with Turkish flags. 2 of the coffins, the ones that contained the bodies of 9-year-old Hülya Jean and her 4-year-old sister Sami, were no wider than the length of a shoebox. Directing his comments not only to the audience of grieving Turks but to Germany as a whole, the white-haired president declared that the wave of terror attacks were not unrelated or isolated atrocities, but the result of a climate created by the extreme right. "Would it not be more honest and more humane," he asked, "to say German citizens of Turkish heritage? They live by German rules, but without the ability to influence that other citizens have. Should that remain so forever?" 2. 333. Rejecting calls to grant dual citizenship to longtime Turkish residents, Chancellor Kohl chose not to attend the Solingen funeral service. Instead, he issued a perfunctory statement through his office that deplored violence against foreigners and warned Turks and other non-Germans not to seek retribution through unlawful means. Depicting the Solingen attack as a police matter rather than a political issue, Kohl's aides quickly pinned the blame on a local firebug who supposedly did not have any connections to the organized neo-Nazi scene. A 16-year-old skinhead named Christian Reiche had acted on his own, according to Chief Prosecutor Alexander von Stahl. When 3 other right-wing extremists were arrested along with Reiche, von Stahl continued to weave a web of lies and half-truths in an effort to cover up the suspects' ties to neo-Nazi groups. But parliamentary investigators soon confirmed that Reiche and his AC complices had frequented a martial arts school in Solingen run by Bernd Karate Schmidt. The Hackpau Sports Club served as a meeting place and training center for about 200 local neo-Nazi militants. 3 of the youngsters charged in the Solingen burnings had studied at Schmidt's studio, where Nazi ideology was taught along with fighting techniques. 3 Schmidt was a person of some consequence in unified Germany's neo-Nazi underground. Well connected to several ultranationalist groups, he counted among his allies Bela Ewald Alphons and other ultra-right-wing leaders. Schmidt's martial arts school supplied security personnel to guard meetings when visitors such as Ernst Zehndl, Alphons's Toronto-based sugar daddy, lectured in Germany. Schmidt also maintained ties with a handful of Third Reich veterans, including Major General Otto Ernst Remmert, who was registered as an associate member of the Hackpau Sports Club. 50 years old at the time of the Solingen bombing, Schmidt had chalked up 17 criminal convictions during a checkered neo-Nazi career that dated back to the late 1960s. In an effort to stay out of jail, Schmidt began supplying data on the neo-Nazi scene to the Verfassungsschutz, the German equivalent of the FBI. One of his many tasks was to keep his Secret Service handlers abreast of what the Brown Brats were doing in Solingen. Over the years he carried out intelligence chores for the 334 neo-Nazis as well as for the Secret Service, which shared a common enemy, the radical left. Schmidt filmed anti-fascist demonstrations and distributed photos of left-wing activists, which had been supplied by his Secret Service contacts. Confirmed at the Solingen murder trial, Schmidt's status as a paid undercover operative raised far more questions than it answered. Had he any forewarning that such an attack was imminent? To what extent was he responsible for inciting the murderous assault? The revelation that Schmidt was a covert operative opened a can of worms, which German officials tried to shut by limiting his testimony during the Solingen trial. Thus, what he actually knew about the neo-Nazis who were charged with setting the fatal fire would remain a secret. 5 The disclosure of Schmidt's role as a secret agent confirmed, if nothing else, that German intelligence had not only penetrated and monitored right-wing extremist groups but also helped to build, sustain, and guide some of them at a time when attacks against foreigners were surging. This, in turn, lent credence to speculation that certain German officials implicitly sanctioned the violence, believing that it could be kept at a politically advantageous level while they maneuvered to scuttle the asylum law. Schmidt's shadowy tale is reminiscent of the complex and sordid relationship between U.S. intelligence agencies and the Ku Klux Klan, which served as a clandestine tool for tracking and attacking civil rights activists in the Deep South in the 1960s. Army intelligence utilized KKK initiates to spy on Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., FBI and police agents infiltrated and, in some cases, organized Klan associations that murdered civil rights activists and set fire to dozens of African American homes and churches. Gary Thomas Rowe, a violent Klansman who was on the FBI payroll, shot a black man to death but kept quiet about his role in the killing at the Bureau's insistence so as not to blow his coven. Speaking at a KKK rally, another FBI agent declared, "We will restore white rights if we have to kill every Negro to do it." 6. By the early 1980s, the Ku Klux Klan had forged an alliance with neo-Nazis in the United States and abroad. Klan chapters sprang up in Great Britain, Sweden, Canada, and Australia. An American Air Force sergeant based in Bitburg served as a Klan recruiting officer in West Germany, even though KKK activities were forbidden by U.S. military authorities. The Nazification of the Klan coincided with a drive by American white supremacists to raise funds for their GER-man counterparts. Shortly before he died, Michael Cunnan urged ongoing cooperation between his network and U.S. Klansmen. 7 In September 1991, Dennis Mahone, chief of the White Knights of the KKK in Tulsa, Oklahoma, embarked upon a 9-day, 25-city tour of reunified Germany. As Mahone recounted in his Klan newsletter White Beret, "I had no trouble getting through customs even though my 85 pounds of luggage was choked full of National Socialist and Klan t-shirts, patches, stickers, jewelry, and literature." Although it was illegal to make a stiff-armed salute in Deutschland, Mahone boasted that he gave hundreds of them all across Germany. In addition to attending a hate rock concert that featured a skinhead band from England, Mahone met several Russian soldiers in Dresden, which left an enduring impression. White Russian pride was evident, he stated. They were all Aryan-looking men, well-behaved, with fine military bearing. "I believe our Negro-infested army would be no match for these men with modern high-tech weaponry." At every stop, Mahone encouraged his German comrades to undertake violent attacks against foreigners, which he referred to as patriotic actions. Of course, Mahone himself was a foreigner, but he felt right at home, particularly in Berlin, where he visited the Reichstag building. "It was very inspiring to walk up the same steps that Adolf Hitler walked up," Mahone effused. 8 The crowning moment of Mahone's propaganda tour was a cross-burning ceremony in a dusky forest clearing near Berlin. Flanked by Nazi, Ku Klux Klan, and Confederate flags, 60 white-robed GER-man youths attended this ritual. "Forward for the Aryan race," a Klan supporter shouted to a cheering audience as a 10-foot cross burst into flames. Wearing a green silk gown and hood, Mahone punctuated a brief speech with a boisterous Sieg Heil. "We called up the spirits of Waffen SS and the Teutonic Knights and Re. 336. Leased the power," he later explained. "That's what the Fiery Cross does." 9 Mahone's main contact in Germany was the Nationalistisk Front, a neo-Nazi group that sponsored the cross-burning ceremony outside Berlin. Bernd Schmidt, the fascist martial arts instructor in Solingen who two-timed as a government spy, was an important member of the Nationalist Front. In addition to directing battle games at a front conference in August 1992, he provided protection for visiting dignitaries who made the rounds of the German neo-Nazi circuit. 10 Founded in 1985, the Nationalist Front quickly emerged as one of the most dangerous neo-Nazi organizations in Germany, with several hundred members. Harkening back to the Strasser brothers, the Front's national revolutionary rhetoric was stridently anti-capitalist and nominally supportive of Third World freedom movements. In order to achieve its goal of a pure people's state, the Front vowed to liquidate the parasitical ruling class, the landlords, and the Jewish financial sharks who were allegedly sucking the blood out of the German Volk. Front leaders had their sights set on a fully reconstituted Reich encompassing Austria and Switzerland along with parts of Italy, France, Belgium, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and Russia. Pagan fire rituals on new moons and the summer solstice were part of their campaign for racial socialism. In the autumn of 1991, shortly after it hosted the KKK cross-burning rite, the Nationalist Front created a network of mobile paramilitary units composed of highly dedicated comrades who were primed to carry out surprise attacks against foreigners, leftists, and the bourgeois order as a whole. The nationwide commando operation was the brainchild of Meinolf Schonbaum, the wavy-haired chief of the Nationalist Front. A heavy-set man in his mid-30s who had previously served as press secretary for the Republikaner Party, Schonborn envisioned his street-fighting force as the heir to Ernst Röhm's SA stormtroopers. For guidance and inspiration, Schonborn turned to his favorite old Nazi, Major General Otto Ernst Riemer. The front was also counseled by Herbert Schweich, an Austrian SS veteran who fought under Otto Skorzony's command during World War II. 11 Organized into conspiratorial cells, members of the Nationalist Front vowed to make life as miserable as possible for foreigners. Schonborn's followers instigated numerous attacks against refugee shelters. They also beat up a man they mistakenly thought was Jewish, drenched him with alcohol, set him on fire, and dumped his dead body on a road just over the Dutch border. Perhaps most disturbing of all, Nationalist Front skinheads were paid by affluent residents in the village of Dolgenbrot to burn down a home for asylum seekers that had been built at the end of their residential street. Nobody was sad that the problem was solved that way, said Dolgenbrod's mayor. 12 In November 1992, the Nationalist Front became the first neo-Nazi group to be outlawed by the German government in the post-wall era. Alerted beforehand, Schonborn went into hiding across the border in Silesia, where he ran a mail-order business that sold neo-Nazi paraphernalia. He later set up shop in Denmark. By then, his group had been reincarnated in various guises, including Direct Action Middle Germany, which provided fascist ideological training to fledgling terrorists. Before long, Direct Action Middle Germany and another Nationalist Front successor organization, the Social Revolutionary Workers' Front, were also banned. But these proscriptions, combined with the decision to scrap Germany's liberal asylum law, did not result in the abatement of neo-Nazi violence. Contrary to predictions by officials in Bonn, racist attacks continued with numbing regularity. Aryan machinations. Underneath tall, swaying pine and maple trees, children were playing among themselves while men clad in blue uniforms and SS insignia stood guard with automatic rifles. Speaking in front of a large swastika banner, Reverend Richard G. Butler told a group of journalists about his service as a soldier in the U.S. Army during World War H. "I fought on the wrong side of the war because I fought against my own race," said the leathery-faced septuagenarian. 13 On a remote 20-acre compound in Hayden Lake, Idaho. 338. Butler held sway as pastor of the Church of Jesus Christ Christian and head of its militant political arm, the Aryan Nations. To enter the church itself, which Butler immodestly described as the international headquarters of the white race, one passed through an antechamber lined with Northern European flags. The walls displayed pictures of young Nordic warriors plunging spears into a serpent and a dragon, which were identified by the six-pointed Star of David and the communist hammer and sickle. Dredging up the old canard about a worldwide Jewish Bolshevik conspiracy, Butler likened the collapse of the Soviet Union to a branch office closing down. 14 For Butler, No anti-Semitic or anti-African smear was too corny or hackneyed to invoke. In accordance with the racialist gospel known as Christian identity, he preached that Aryans were God's chosen people and that Jews were Satan's offspring and non-whites were subhuman mud creatures. As the dominant religious orientation of the white supremacist movement, Christian identity provided a theological bond that united different Klan and neo-Nazi factions across the United States. Although one did not have to fixate on the Third Reich to be a Christian identity believer, Butler's sect openly worshipped the swastika as the revolving resurrection cross. Nazi symbols were evident throughout his church, which featured an idealized portrait of Adolf Hitler carried with high cheekbones, a noble. Aryan nation's insignia. 339. Florid, and intense, gleaming eyes. Next to the altar lay a memorial wreath to Rudolf Hess. With Butler at the helm, the Aryan nations gained prominence as a strategic hub for various elements of the white racialist scene. It became the home away from home for people like Dennis Mahone, the vitriolic KKK leader who toured reunified Germany, and his close friend Tom Metzger, leader of the California-based White Aryan Resistance. Buoyed by the reappearance of the Iron Guard in Romania and the fascist resurgence in other parts of Europe and the former Soviet Union, Metzger maintained contact with numerous white warriors abroad. A good place to meet like-minded militants from other countries was the World Congress of Aryan Nations that Butler sponsored each year at his Idaho outpost. 3 shouts of Hail Victory accompanied a cross burning at the end of these annual summer gatherings, which attracted representatives from a loose-knit network of Christian identity churches and other hate groups that mixed revolutionary millenarianism, wacky conspiracy theories, and violent anti-Semitism. The dreaded ZOG shorthand for the Zionist occupation government was the Aryan nation's bête noire. Rejecting any hope of repairing a system they saw as hopelessly corrupt, Butler and his acolytes felt their only recourse was to establish an independent white American bastion in 5 Pacific Northwest states, which would eventually secede from the rest of the United States of America. The goal of a separate, all-white homeland was often discussed during religious services conducted by Butler. He also performed marriage ceremonies at his heavily armed fortress. Kirk Lyons, an attorney from Texas who defended a rogues gallery of neo-Nazis and white supremacists, tied the knot at the Aryan Nations encampment in September 1990. It was actually a Scottish-style double wedding, with kilts and bagpipes. Lyons and his friend Neil Payne married 2 sisters, Brenna and Beth Tate, respectively. Their brother, David Tate, was then in prison for murdering a Missouri State Highway patrolman. David had been a member of the Order, a terrorist offshoot of the Aryan Nations that embarked upon a spree of bank heists and killings in the United States during the Sarly 1980s. Tate had participated in several Com. 340 Mondo raids against armored cars before the police caught up with him. 15 Otherwise known as Die Brüder Schweigen, the Order was led by a young, neo-Nazi zealot named Robert J. Matthews, who recruited followers when he frequented the Aryan Nations headquarters. Matthews fancied himself a latter-day Robin Hood who robbed from the Jews and gave to the Aryans. Using stolen money and counterfeit bills, he waged a campaign of terror modeled after the Turner Diaries, a novel that described a successful paramilitary insurgency by white supremacists in the United States. The author of the Turner Diaries, William Pierce, was a featured speaker at the Hayden Lake compound. He had cut his racialist teeth with the American Nazi Party. After George Lincoln Rockwell was assassinated, Pierce set up a West Virginia-based group called the National Alliance. 16 Pierce's vision of the day of the rope, when race traders throughout the United States would meet their maker, inspired Matthews, Tate, and a dozen other members of the Order. Together, they plotted to sabotage dams, water supplies, public utilities, and communication lines with the intention of sparking a full-scale race war. But before they could bring ZOG to its knees, Matthews was cornered by an FBI manhunt that ended on Whidbey Island in Washington state. Refusing to surrender, he died in a fiery shootout with FBI agents, who donned baseball caps with the letters ZOG on them for the grand finale, a stroke of gallows humor rare for G-men but hauntingly visible to Matthews as he bit the dust in December 1983. Matthews believed the only way they could achieve their goal of a separate domain was by so terrorizing the government that Uncle Sam would be happy to see us go, explained Aryan Nations ideologue Robert Miles. An avuncular backslapper and former Ku Klux Klan Grand Dragon from Michigan, Miles functioned as an elder statesman for America's racialist underground. Much like his third position counterparts in Europe, he viewed the US and Soviet governments as the twin Satans. Communism and capitalism to us are almost one and the same thing, he explained prior to the demise of the USSR. Miles professed support for Third World revolutionary movements, and he favored collaboration between right-wing and left-wing extremists. He also advocated multiple partner marriages as the best way to ensure the survival of the white race. 17 In 1988, 13 white supremacists, including Miles and Reverend Butler, were prosecuted for conspiring to overthrow the U.S. government. Federal authorities argued that the defendants had hatched their sinister plans while meeting at the Aryan Nations headquarters 5 years earlier. Miles, Butler, and a third defendant, Louis Beam, Jr., were pegged as the subversive ringleaders, the hardest of the hardcore, who secretly directed the Silent Brotherhood. Following their command, members of the order murdered several people and stole more than $4 million, according to U.S. officials, who suspected that most of the missing cash ended up in the coffers of American neo-Nazi groups. Kirk Lyons, then in his early 30s, represented fellow Texan Louis Beam at the sedition trial, which was held in Fort Smith, Arkansas. A former helicopter gunner in Vietnam, Beam became the Ku Klux Klan Grand Dragon of the Lone Star State. To avoid arrest on charges related to the orders, he fled to Mexico with his wife. A fugitive on the FBI's 10 most wanted list, Beam was captured after a gunfight in Guadalajara and returned to the United States. He later served as an ambassador at large for the Aryan Nations. But the federal government failed in its attempt to convict Beam and the other defendants of seditious conspiracy. Lyons and his clients celebrated the verdict at a Confederate memorial opposite the courthouse, where Beam proclaimed victory over the enemy. I think ZOG has suffered a terrible defeat here today. I think everyone saw through the charade and saw that I was simply being punished for being a vociferous and outspoken opponent of ZOG. 18. The Fort Smith sedition trial marked Lyons's debut as a lawyer for the white supremacist movement. He became something of a celebrity among ultra-rightists for his successful defense of Beam, who, by all accounts, was one of the key players in America's neo-Nazi underground. In addition to his role as the movement's premier military strategist, a techno-Saudi, Beam created the first computer bulletin boards for the Aryan Nations and several other Christian identity groups. Kirk Lyons would remain one of his closest collaborators. When Lyons got married at Hayden Lake, Beam was his best. 342. An activist attorney who sympathized with the views of his clients, Lyons defended several Aryan Nations members charged with felonies ranging from weapons violations to murder. He also coordinated the legal appeal of white Aryan resistance leader Tom Metzger after he was found liable for the skinhead killing of an Ethiopian immigrant in Portland. 20 Another beneficiary of Lyons's legal counsel was Fred Lookett, a Boston-based supplier and installer of electric chairs, lethal injection devices, and other execution equipment. Dubbed Dr. Death by ABC News, Looketter ran afoul of the law by practicing engineering without a license. Still, he managed to make a name for himself when he traveled to Auschwitz as a self-proclaimed engineering expert, took a few soil samples, and concluded that the gas chambers were a myth. The so-called Looketter report was the product of a $37,000 study funded by German-Canadian Ernst Zundel. The Institute for Historical Review quickly embraced Looketter's scientific findings, which were also hailed by Major General Otto Ernst Remer and other die-hard Holocaust deniers. Looketter and Lyons attended an IHR conference in Southern California in October 1992, at which they met some of the leading lights of the negationist circuit, including Bella Ewald-Alphons. I enjoyed the IHR conference, Lyons recounted. It was mainly a lot of old men with interesting views on World War II. I support all forms of revisionism. When the World War II veterans are gone, one think revisionism will come into its own. 21 Alphons subsequently arranged a fundraising tour for Lions and Lookater in Germany. Security was provided by one of Bernd Schmidt's martial arts trained, strong-arm squads. Schmidt was both a neo-Nazi and a secret police snitch, but he did not arouse the suspicion of Lions during the 10-city sojourn. Instead, Lions came to harbor serious doubts about Alphons. Lions got angry when he discovered that his young German host was pocketing most of the cash that should have gone to Lookater's defense team. 22 During a previous trip to the fatherland, Lions had befriended a man who was in many ways his German counterpart, Jürgen Rieger. Described by Die Zeit as a neo-Nazi in lawyer's robes, Rieger headed a group called the Society for Biological Anthropology, Eugenics, and Behavioral Research, which was based in Hamburg. In 343. This capacity, Rieger edited Neue Anthropologie, a pseudo-scientific journal for intellectual racists who believed in Aryan supremacy. At the same time, Rieger served as defense counsel for Michael Kühnen, Christian Work, Ernst Zundet, and several other key neo-Nazis. Widely respected within the neo-Nazi scene, Rieger had connections to all factions of the extreme right in Germany. 23 Lions maintained ongoing ties to the German neo-Nazi movement through CAUSE, a group he set up in Black Mountain, North Carolina. An acronym for Canada, Australia, United States, South Africa, and Europe, CAUSE functioned as an information clearinghouse and gossip mill for right-wing extremists at home and abroad. Jürgen Rieger was one of a handful of CAUSE-affiliated attorneys in Germany. 24 Another key link to the German neo-Nazi underground was Gerhard Locke, the Nebraska-based Hitlerite who spoke English with a phony German accent. Churning out an enormous quantity of hate literature, Locke had worked closely with the Kühnen network since its inception in the late 1970s. Like Lions and Klan leader Dennis Mahone, he was connected to the Aryan Nations, which distributed copies of Locke's broadsheet, New Order. In 1994, one of Locke's lieutenants spoke at the annual, Whites Only confab at Hayden Lake. When Locke was arrested the following year in Denmark, the Aryan Nations urged its supporters to contact the Danish government and demand that he not be deported to Germany, where Locke was wanted for supplying neo-Nazi propaganda. 25 The Aryan Nations also hosted youth gatherings usually coinciding with Hitler's birthday that featured music by hate rock bands, such as Bound for Glory, the top bonehead act in North America. Bound for Glory claimed to be inspired by the soldiers of the Reich that battled the odds against the Red Tides for the love of their fatherland. The band's heroes included Waffen-SS General Leon de Grael, Nazi flying ace Hans-Ulrich Rudel, and the illustrious Otto Skorzeny. 26 Referring to the United States as a Zionist fornicator of other nations, Bound for Glory spread its racialist message while performing in reunified Germany, where Ku Klux Klan imagery and Confederate flag insignia had become stylish among neo-Nazi. 344. Youth. English phrases like white power and white Aryan Resistance were adopted by German skinheads. This shared vocabulary was emblematic of the cross-pollination between American neo-Nazis and their German comrades, who conferred by fax, email, telephone, and face-to-face strategy sessions. Neo-fascist leaders from several countries, including Germany, attended the annual Aryan Nations powwow in Idaho. Commenting on these cross-border links, War Chief Tom Metzger stated, "There is only one movement. Our goals are similar." Kirk Lyons agreed. "We are in a common fight against a common enemy," he stated in a German skinhead magazine. 27 There were notable parallels between the German neo-Nazi scene and its interlocking North American counterpart. White power advocates on both sides of the Atlantic believed they had reached a historic juncture with the passing of the Cold War, which gave them a unique window of opportunity. Some felt that their agenda, if presented in the right manner, had the potential to resonate with the masses. Although their numbers are relatively small, these groups network intensively and exchange intelligence, warned former CIA analyst Stanley Bedlington. They are very dangerous. We ignore them at our own peril. 28 During mid-1990s, the Aryan nations underwent a growth spurt, attracting new adherents and opening offices in several countries. It was the most significant of the 30 different neo-Nazi clusters that dotted the political landscape in the United States, where the militant white racialist scene consisted of about 25,000 hardcore activists and some 150,000 sympathizers. Membership in the semi-clandestine milieu was always in flux, with recruits circulating in and out of various sects. But a cohesive inner circle of influential leaders provided continuity and coordinated strategy for a loose confederation of ultra-right-wing organizations. Kirk Lyons and his best man, Louis Beam, were part of this elite leadership cadre. In addition to cultivating ties to German neo-Nazis, they played a pivotal, behind-the-scenes role in the fast-growing American militia movement. The road to Oklahoma City. For most Americans, the bombing that killed 169 people and injured more than 500 at the federal building in Oklahoma City came like a bolt from the blue. After years of mass media fixation on Arab, Islamic, and Third World terrorists, it was unexpected news, to say the least, that an extensive, homegrown, anti-government militia network existed in the United States. Yet, those with an ear to the ground did not have to read tea leaves to discern that something ominous was brewing in the so-called heartland. What happened in Oklahoma City on April 19, 1995, differed in scope, but not in kind, from a persistent drumbeat of far-right violence that had been building across the country for some time. 29 With an estimated 40,000 to 100,000 members by the mid-1990s, militia groups were distributed unevenly in pockets throughout the United States, despite laws in many states that barred or regulated paramilitary activity. Various tributaries fed into the raging river of the militia movement, which attracted gun control opponents, anti-abortion zealots, tax protesters, family values fundamentalists, Vietnam vets dreaming of Rambo vengeance, wise use anti-environmentalists, and off-the-grid free men who recognized only the first 10 amendments to the Constitution and eschewed driver's licenses and Social Security ID. A complex and multifaceted phenomenon, the militia movement also included an important component of white supremacists and neo-Nazis. At least 25% of an estimated 225 far-right paramilitary formations in the United States had explicit ties to white hate groups. While these elements were often entrenched in leadership roles, it would be a distortion to characterize the militias in toto as consciously racialist or anti-Semitic. To be sure, no small amount of bilious claptrap flushed through the militia mix. The militia news, for example, was given to carping about Judeo-Bolsheviks. Published by the Christian Civil Liberties Association in Afton, Tennessee, it asserted that Hiroshima and Nagasaki were chosen as A-bomb targets because these two Japanese cities had sizable Christian populations. Although this type of material was typically available at militia meetings, blatant anti-346 Semitism did not characterize the scene as a whole. Racialist physicians generally took a backseat to other rank-and-file issues, most notably, gun control, which white supremacists addressed by disguising old hatreds with new rhetoric. Seeking to mainstream their message in an effort to win new converts and widen their base, militia leaders vilified the U.S. government rather than ethnic minorities. 30 Although hardcore racialists, that is to say, those who consciously embrace racism as an ideology, remained a numerical minority, they were the motor that propelled and guided the militia movement since its inception. Wolfgang Droge, a German neo-Nazi based in Toronto, admitted that his U.S. colleagues utilized stealth tactics in an effort to steer the militias in a desired direction. If they were to be identified as white supremacists, they would lose credibility. As a result, some important people in the militias shy away from this label. But I'm certain that they are still secretly committed to the white power struggle, said Droge, who met with American militia strategists when they visited Canada. 31 One of the pioneers and key spokespersons of the post-Cold War militia movement was John Trockman, who got the ball rolling when he launched the Militia of Montana in February 1994. Dubbed the mother of all militias, MOM served as a prototype for numerous paramilitary groups that quickly formed across the United States. Like many of the militias, MOM traced its origins to neo-Nazis and professional white supremacists. MOM leader John Trockman was a familiar figure at the Aryan Nations encampment in northern Idaho. With his long, scraggly beard, he carried on like a biblical prophet when addressing the Aryan Nations Congress at Hayden Lake in 1990. Trockman seized the occasion to argue that they should drop the swastika and the hood in favor of Jesus Christ and the Bible. This was what he did when he set out to create the militia of Montana. By downplaying overt neo-Nazi themes and disguising his racialist beliefs, Trockman hoped to influence a broad audience of disgruntled Americans, who would doubtless have recoiled if they were blitzed with Hitlerian raves. 32 Trockman's tactical approach made sense to Kirk Lyons and Louis Beam. They were all friends and supporters of Randy Weaver. 347. A ZOG-obsessed Vietnam veteran who visited Hayden Lake on several occasions. Weaver became a cause célèbre of the far right after he was injured and his wife and only son were killed in a shootout with U.S. government agents in August 1992. A federal marshal also died during the siege at Weaver's secluded cabin in the backwoods of Ruby Ridge, Idaho, where he and his family held out for 18 months before the FBI and the ATF barged in. Several Aryan Nations colleagues, including Trockman, brought food and other supplies to the Weavers while they were barricaded in the wilderness. Trockman and Beam later formed Citizens United for Justice, a Randy Weaver support group, and Lyons offered to file a lawsuit against the U.S. government for violating Weaver's civil rights. 33 Lyons and Beam kept stirring the pot in other ways as well. Like a pair of vultures hovering over the scent of death, they reappeared during the 51-day standoff between the federal government and David Korsh's Branch Davidian sect in Waco, Texas. Beam and several other white supremacists gathered outside the Branch Davidian enclave to show their support for the besieged religious cult. Lyons, meanwhile, announced that he was representing Koresh's mother. In this capacity, he tried to get a temporary restraining order placed on federal law enforcement personnel, but a judge denied it. As many as 85 people subsequently died in a fiery inferno triggered by an ill-conceived federal raid. After the massacre, Lyons filed a $520 million lawsuit on behalf of relatives of some of the Waco victims. The U.S. government is the greatest force for evil, the greatest threat to civil liberties in the world today, said Lyons, who would later serve as a legal advisor for numerous militia groups. 34 No More Wacos, No More Weavers, became the rallying cry for a slew of angry right-wing extremists who shared Lyons' antipathy toward the U.S. government. While these two tragedies served as lightning rods for the growth of the militias, the actual nuts and bolts strategy for building up a nationwide paramilitary network was forged at a closed-door meeting in Estes Park, Colorado, on October 23, 1992. Lyons and Beam were among 150 ultra-right-wing leaders who attended the session, which was hosted by Christian Identity pastor Pete Peters, a tub-thumping white supremacist. 348. Who claimed that the Bible justified killing homosexuals. Peters had encouraged members of the order to embark upon their deadly crusade a decade earlier. Like Trockman, Peters had since come to realize that neo-Nazi sloganeering was counterproductive. Peters packaged his message for the 1990s, explained former Aryan Nations member Floyd Cochran. He doesn't espouse Hitler. He doesn't use the swastika or Klan robes. Instead, he uses the Bible and the American flag. Peters talks in a language we're used to hearing. His hatred is masked in God. 35. During the Rocky Mountain Assembly, several speakers endorsed the idea of a grassroots militia movement that would serve both as a focal point of mass opposition to gun control and as a pool from which terrorist cells could be recruited. Aryan Nations Ambassador Beam emerged as a key player at this parley. He laid out his plan for leaderless resistance, which entailed the creation of small autonomous units composed of 5 or 6 dedicated individuals who were bound together by a shared ideology rather than a central commander. All members of phantom cells or individuals will tend to react to objective events in the same way through the usual tactics of resistance, Beam explained. Organs of information distribution such as newspapers, leaflets, computers, etc., which are widely available to all, keep each person informed of events, allowing for a planned response that will take many variations. No need to issue an order to anyone. Those idealists truly committed to the cause of freedom will act when they feel the time is ripe, or will take their cue from others who precede them. One advantage of Beam's guerrilla warfare scenario was that it reduced the risk of infiltration or detection. By virtue of its secretive structure, the cell system would immunize leading tacticians, like himself, while affording underground components an unrestricted operational range. As Beam noted, the last thing federal snoops want, if they had any choice in the matter, is 1,000 different small phantom cells opposing them. 36 Beam's proposal would soon be adopted by much of the militia movement as part of a sophisticated two-tiered strategy that enabled white power advocates to bury their leaderless resistance codders inside a sprawling network of above-ground, hierarchically structured paramilitary organizations. This is how Trockman's militia of Montana operated. It quickly established itself as a nerve center for the entire militia milieu, distributing guerrilla training manuals to hundreds of fledgling groups. The MOM manual opens with a biblical justification for patriots to prepare for war against the U.S. government and other enemies. This terrorist guidebook provides detailed instructions for different types of actions: bombing, raiding armories, attacking vulnerable federal buildings, kidnapping important people, destroying the property of non-Americans, sabotaging food supplies, and executing undesirables. 37 MOM and other militia groups utilized shortwave radio, fax trees, video training films, computer bulletin boards, internet user groups, and the World Wide Web to beam inflammatory messages through the patriotic grapevine. It was probably the first grassroots social movement anywhere to rely mainly on non-traditional electronic media to communicate with its constituents, noted Chip Bryant of Political Research Associates, an independent watchdog organization of the far right. MOM boasted that it could get the word out to 500,000 supporters in less than an hour through the patriotic fax network. Under the circumstances, it was predictable, if not inevitable, that some twisted individuals would bite the bait and act out their violent fantasies in accordance with the lead-orless resistance plan that neo-Nazi strategists had developed. 38 MOM augmented its paramilitary pointers with kooky conspiratorial literature about international banking elites and United Nations troops that were bent on imposing martial law and one world government. In this regard, it shared much in common with the Liberty Lobby's weekly tabloid, The Spotlight, which formed a publicly acknowledged alliance with MOM. "Thank God for the Spotlight," Trockman declared at a Liberty Lobby conference in Washington, D.C., a few months after the Oklahoma City bombing. 39 MOM spokesmen were frequently interviewed in The Spotlight, which was widely read among white supremacists, neo-Nazis, and other militia members. Playing up tales of nefarious black helicopters and other alleged New World Order emanations, stories in The Spotlight were often based on scoops and photographic evidence provided by Trockman and his associates. MOM also advertised its materials in The Spotlight, including a videotape that 350 purported to expose how the U.S. government had enlisted inner-city street gangs to confiscate the weapons of God-fearing Americans. Accounts of this sort, no matter how ludicrous, were the militia movement's bread and butter. 40 Perhaps even more disturbing than the large arsenals stockpiled by the militias was the extent to which their "don't tread on me" phobias dovetailed with mainstream hunches and anxieties. Offering scapegoats rather than solutions, the militias tended to attract deeply disenchanted individuals with real, down-home gripes. Shunted aside while multinational corporations got leaner and meaner. Many of these people were treading water economically and aching for someone to blame. They concluded, not without some justification, that the political process was stacked in favor of a powerful few, who acted against the interests of ordinary folks. Although this belief had a rational basis, militia members mistakenly attributed their plight to far-fetched, all-encompassing conspiracies. A more plausible analysis saw tacit collusion among elements of a self-serving, ruling elite that had presided over a steady decline in real earnings for the vast majority. 41 With so many Americans taking the paramilitary oath, wacky ideas began trickling down to millions of malcontents much faster than crumbs were falling from the tables of the wealthy. The militia milieu was rife with wild rumors about government mind control plots, Midwest tornadoes caused by CIA weather modification, and secret markings encoded on the backs of road signs to assist an imminent UN invasion. It was the American dream in blacklight. Everything pointed to a conspiracy so immense, as Senator Joseph McCarthy once said, a cabal so sinister, a future so bleak, that armed rebellion seemed the only sensible response. Enter Timothy McVeigh and his presumed partner in crime Terry Nichols, who were charged with bombing the federal building in Oklahoma City on April 19, 1995. Having served together in the same infantry unit at Fort Riley, Kansas, both were habitués of that volatile zone where the militia movement overlaps with the crazed racialist fringe. Toward the end of his military career, McVeigh got involved with an off-post, right-wing group with strong anti-government views. Convinced that army doctors had implanted a microchip in his buttocks, he became a paranoid drifter with a scowling face. Obsessed with guns, he never went anywhere unarmed. McVeigh's hatred of the government was fanned by the Calamity 2 federal raid of the Branch Davidian compound in Waco, Texas. He made a pilgrimage to Waco and visited Randy Weaver's abandoned Ruby Ridge cabin to inspect the scene of the gunfight that loomed large in the malicious frontier folklore. During the fall of 1994, McVeigh roamed in and out of Kingman, Arizona, where he befriended several Aryan Nations members. He also attended the annual Soldier of Fortune convention in Las Vegas, where Kirk Lyons gave a keynote speech about his Waco-related lawsuit. 42 McVeigh followed Nichols, his army buddy, to Michigan, where they attended militia meetings. Closely linked to Trotman's organization in Montana, the Michigan militia was one of the strongest and most influential paramilitary formations in the United States. Like MOM, it had ties to white supremacists. McVeigh also reportedly turned up at a militia gathering in Florida. 43 Hooked into the seamier side of the militia movement, McVeigh and Nichols immersed themselves in ultra-right-wing newspapers and videotapes. They were avid readers of the Spotlight. When McVeigh decided to sell an anti-tank launcher and 37mm firing flares, he took out an advertisement in the Liberty Lobby's newspaper. Perusing this publication, he kept abreast of Aryan Nations events that were announced in the datebook section of the Spotlight, which also ran classified ads for Christian identity literature and other white racialist propaganda. McVeigh also read, sold, and gave away copies of the Turner Diaries, the novel that had galvanized members of the order to undertake their looting and killing spree. 44 Using a long-distance calling card that he got from the Spotlight, McVeigh telephoned Elohim City, a 400-acre Christian identity encampment on the Arkansas-Oklahoma border, 2 weeks before the Oklahoma City bombing. According to Robert Miller, head of Elohim City, McVeigh asked to speak with Andreas Strassmayer, a former German army lieutenant in his mid-30s who led security duties and led paramilitary training at the white supremacist enclave. As for why he chose to live in Elohim City since 1991, where churchgoers spoke in tongues and participated in 352 quasi-religious hate rituals, Strassmayer would say only, "I was attracted to the alternative lifestyle." 45 For his part, Strassmayer has maintained that he has no recollection of receiving a phone call from McVeigh. But the German SECU righty expert admitted that he met McVeigh a year and a half earlier at a gun show in Tulsa, where they swapped weapons and addresses. That's as far as it went, according to Strassmayer, who insisted that he had no further dealings with McVeigh. Strassmayer's version of events has been disputed by Carol Howe, a paid undercover informant for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Howe claims that McVeigh, using the alias Tim Tuttle, visited Strassmayer at Elohim City on several occasions. Other guests known to have frequented Strassmayer's home include his beer-drinking buddy, Dennis Mahone, the Oklahoma-based Klansman who lit crosses in reunified Germany. Strassmayer also hung out at Mahone's house in Tulsa. Mahone's connection to Strassmere was acknowledged by both men and corroborated by Tulsa-based ATF snitch Howe. As Howe tells it, prior to the April 1995 bombing, she videotaped Strassmere, Mahone, and another U.S. neo-Nazi in Oklahoma talking about plans to blow up a federal building. Among the targets mentioned were the Tulsa 1R's headquarters and the federal building in Oklahoma City. Howe says she passed along this tip to her ATF handlers. ATF officials have since confirmed that they received regular reports from Howe prior to the Oklahoma City attack. But apparently Howe's warnings of an impending bombing were vague and mud-led, hence, the government took no precautionary measures. Strassmere's links to McVeigh and America's violent racialist underground are all the more curious given Andreas's high-powered family background in Germany. His grandfather was an early member of the Nazi Party. Years later his father, Günter Strassmere, served as Helmut Kohl's de facto chief of staff. A top Christian Democratic official in Berlin, Günter was also a close friend and advisor to the Chancellor. When the Berlin Wall opened in November 1989, they celebrated together in the streets. In 1991 Andreas Strassmere's American attorney, the ubiquitous Kirk Lyons, visited his client's parents at their plush residence in Berlin. Lyons assured Günter Strassmere that his son was doing well in the United States. It was Lyons who helped arrange for Andreas to come to America in the first place. Lyons also introduced his young German friend to the folks at Elohim City Point 46 on April 18, 1995, the day before the Oklahoma City attack. Kirk Lyons's North Carolina law office received a 15-minute phone call from Timothy McVeigh, who again was using an alias. McVeigh had already cased the federal building in Oklahoma City. The militia movement went on high alert on the second anniversary of the Waco raid. That's when McVeigh chose to attack, according to a federal indictment, which left open the possibility of a wider conspiracy involving others unknown. ATF informant Howe has gone so far as to peg Andreas Strassmere as the prime instigator of the bombing. She alleges that Strassmere exerted an extraordinary influence over McVeigh. Strassmere, who has since moved back to his parents' house in Berlin, denies any involvement in the Oklahoma City massacre. Whether Howe's perception is accurate or she mistook drunken bravado to be serious plotting is difficult to determine. This much, however, is clear: federal officials went to great lengths to downplay McVeigh's association with Strassmere and the web of intrigue at Elohim City. There are several possible reasons for this, including Strassmere's influential family connections in Germany. Another factor may be the U.S. government's reluctance to admit that it failed to pay heed to advance warning of the Oklahoma City attack from one or more undercover informants. A less sinister explanation is also plausible: the prosecution in the McVeigh case did not want to complicate matters, so it ignored evidence of McVeigh's ties to U.S. and German neo-Nazi circles. Officially debriefed 2 days after the bombing, Howe also identified Strassmere's Elohim City roommate, Michael Brescia, as the mysterious John Doe II who collaborated with McVeigh. Brescia claimed he had nothing to do with the Oklahoma attack. However, 5 women at a Tulsa nightclub have identified him as the person they saw sitting and drinking with Timothy McVeigh on April 8, 1995, 11 days before the blast. 2 other witnesses have told the FBI that they met Brescia in the company of McVeigh on several occasions. Brescia was subsequently indicted for his role as a member of the 354 Aryan Republican Army, a fanatical neo-Nazi group that pulled off more bank robberies in the Midwest during the mid-1990s than Jesse James managed in his day. Another era extremist, Richard Lee Guthrie, was found hanged in a Kentucky jail on July 12, 1996, after he pled guilty to 19 holdups in 7 states. These armed assaults were carried out by era members wearing Count Dracula and Ronald Reagan masks. Money raised from the robberies was shared among various white power groups in the United States. Timothy McVeigh also participated in a series of Midwest bank robberies, according to his sister. It appears that McVeigh was part of an underground era cadre, which functioned in accordance with the leaderless resistance strategy promoted by militia tactician Louis Beam. The goal of this strategy was to engender anti-government violence while providing semi-public militia organizations with a built-in means of plausible deniability that would obscure any direct link to breakaway terrorist cells. The immediate reaction in ultra-right-wing circles to the Oklahoma City blast was one of unrestrained glee. Dennis Mahone, among others, could not hide his excitement. The bombing was a fine thing. I hate the federal government with a perfect hatred. PM surprised that this hasn't happened all over the country, Mahone mused. 47H Keith Thompson, the aging American Hitlerite, initially shared Mahone's enthusiasm. Frankly, news of the Oklahoma City bombing delighted me. Violence is the only thing these people understand, he remarked. But Thompson said his opinion changed when he realized that the U.S. government had instigated the attack to discredit the far right. The bombing could not have been put together by a couple of hayseeds, he concluded. 48 This soon became the party line promoted by Thompson's friends at the Spotlight and the militia movement as a whole. The federal government, they claimed, was behind the fatal explosion. McVeigh was merely a patsy. They contended that U.S. officials would use the bombing as an excuse to quash the militias, which were now indelibly linked to mass murder in the public mind. Along with everything else, the carnage in Oklahoma City fit neatly into the big conspiracy. 355. Ex-agent claims feds employed K-dupes to bomb Murrah building. The Spotlight, November 11, 1996. Onward Christian Patriots. At the time of the Oklahoma City bombing, the Liberty Lobby was still the U.S. racialist movement's leading umbrella group. It continued to serve as a bridge between various sectors of the extreme right at home and abroad, hyping the militias and their heroes to no end. After Randy Weaver won his lawsuit against the government, the Spotlight announced that he was one of several outstanding speakers slated to appear at a Christian identity shindig in Lake Tahoe, Nevada. Aryan Nations strategist Louis Beam and Liberty Lobby founder Willis Carto were also listed as speakers for this event. 49 The Liberty Lobby also played the electoral game in various countries overseas by promoting candidates who were deemed to be suitably populist, a code word for individuals and groups more accurately described as neo-Nazi or neo-fascist. Populists touted by the Spotlight included Russia's Vladimir Zhirinovsky, who warned during a visit to the United States that white Americans were in danger of turning their country over to blacks, and his 356 panics. The Spotlight lauded Zhirinovsky for talking sense, even though he had recently threatened to attack several countries with nuclear weapons. The Liberty Lobby also sang the praises of French Front National leader Jean-Marie Le Pen, the neo-Nazi Deutsche Volksunion in Germany, and Filipino billionaires Imelda Marcos. 50 On the home front, the Liberty Lobby was instrumental in launching the political career of former Klansman David Duke. Once a swastika-wearing member of an American Nazi Party splinter group, Duke was featured in the Spotlight while he was Imperial Wizard of the Louisiana Knights of the Ku Klux Klan in the mid-1970s. During that period, he recruited and mentored several Klansmen, including Louis Beam and Tom Metzger, who would later become important figures in America's violent racialist underground. For several years, Duke sold books through a mail-order catalog that offered neo-Nazi classics, such as Imperium by Francis Parker Yockey. 51 After leaving the Klan, Duke formed the National Association for the Advancement of White People, which he claimed was a civil rights organization designed to protect the identity and interests of Caucasian Americans. The NOP advocated partitioning the United States into separate racial areas. To avoid the negative connotation of white supremacist, Duke and many other neo-Nazis adopted the more innocuous-sounding white separatist label. Like his Liberty Lobby advisors, Duke was an ardent Holocaust denier, calling it a myth perpetrated on Christians by Jews. In 1986, the NOP chief attended a negationist conference in Southern California hosted by the Institute for Historical Review. During this gathering, a conversation between Duke and a neo-Nazi COL league was recorded on audio tape. "I hate to be Machiavellian, but I would suggest that you don't really talk much about publicly," said Duke. When asked why, he explained, "I'm trying to bring new people in, like a drummer. The difference is, they can call you a Nazi and make it stick tough, really hard. It's going to hurt your ability to communicate with them. It's unfortunate it's like that. It might take decades to bring this government down. Whereupon Duke's colleague chimed in, it doesn't take that many people, though, to start something rolling. Hitler started with several men. Right. Duke gushed. And don't you think it can happen right now, if we put the right package together? 52. Putting the right package together was exactly what Duke had in mind when he followed the tripartisan electoral strategy recommended by the Spotlight, which entailed working inside both major parties as well as supporting an independent third party whatever seemed most opportune. Beginning as a Democrat in the Southern primaries, Duke ran for president in 1988. Quickly shifting gears, he became the presidential candidate for the far-right Populist Party, another Cartoid creation. Next, Duke campaigned as a Republican in a special election for a seat in the Louisiana state legislature. To raise funds for this bid, he drew upon a national network of donors culled from the Liberty Lobby's extensive mailing list, which Duke rented. His direct mail pitch was crafted by Liberty Lobby staffers, who also provided advice on how to file campaign finance reports. After winning by a slim margin in February 1989, Duke hired Tricia Kitson, a Liberty Lobby crony and a regular contributor to the Spotlight, as his legislative aide. 53. Duke, age 39, insisted that he had cleaned up his racialist act and was now a true blue Republican. But he still sold Holocaust denial tracts and other books published by Liberty Lobby's Noontide Press from his legislative office. And he also spoke admiringly of Joseph Mengele, the Nazi doctor who performed ghastly experiments on inmates at Auschwitz. He was a genius, Duke told a Republican State Committee member from New Orleans in August 1989. His genetic research on twins was incredible. 54. In 1991, Duke ran a heated campaign for governor of Louisiana. His bid was supported by the Liberty Lobby's Populist Action Committee, which raised money through appeals to subscribers of the Spotlight. With his blow-dried hair and surgically enhanced smile, Duke was careful to avoid crude, racialist formulations. Instead of white superiority or black inferiority, he emphasized cultural differ. 358. Ease. In Duke's hands, racism takes on a people-loving, positive spin, observed Village Voice correspondent Leslie Saban. She put her finger on the crux of the matter by noting that Duke had managed to redefine his prejudice as pluralistic pride. When he appeared on national television, Duke sounded tolerant and reasonable. There's nothing wrong with black people being proud of their heritage and their race, he insisted. There's nothing wrong with white people being proud of theirs. 55. Duke's smooth-talking campaign was confusing to many people who could recognize extremism when garbed in Nazi or Klan regalia, but not when it hid behind the slippery rhetoric that mainstream Republicans were using to attack welfare, undocumented immigration, minority set-asides, and affirmative action. Although he emphasized identical themes and employed the same calculated vocabulary that had served the GOP so well in recent years, Duke was roundly condemned by President George Bush and other Republican leaders. Still, Duke managed to win a majority of the white vote in a losing gubernatorial effort. His strength at the polls demonstrate that the views of white supremacists, if packaged correctly, could have mainstream appeal. 56. One of the least noticed aspects of Duke's campaign for governor was the endorsement of Reverend Billy McCormick, the head of the Louisiana chapter of the Christian Coalition. Led by televangelist Pat Robertson, the Christian Coalition had emerged as the most powerful grassroots force within the Republican Party. In alliance with Duke's organization, the Christian Coalition proceeded to gain control of the GOP state organization in Louisiana. This was part of a precinct-by-precinct, state-by-state drive to take over the Republican Party across the country. Toward this end, Robertson's foot soldiers were initially told to soft-pedal their religious message and, if necessary, conceal their affiliation with the Christian Coalition, which supposedly operated as a nonpartisan, tax-exempt group. 57. By 1995, the Christian coalition claimed to have more than 1.5 million members. Its collaboration with Duke in Louisiana was surprising at first glance, given the former Klansman's ongoing antipathy toward Israel and Jews in general, which put him at loggerheads with pro-Zionist evangelicals like Robertson. But Robertson's support for Israel had little to do with a sincere affection for Jews, whom he viewed as spiritually deaf and spiritually blind. Rather, it was predicated on end-of-the-world New Testament prophecy, which stipulated that all Jews must gather in the state of Israel before the second coming, whereupon they would be converted en masse to Christianity or killed in the Battle of Armageddon. 58 The Christian coalition's sympathy for David Duke is more understandable upon closer examination of Pat Robertson's paranoid ideology. His best-selling 1992 book, The New World Order, purports to reveal an elaborate, centuries-old conspiracy dominated by a satanically spawned clique of Freemasons, occultists, and European bankers who just happen to have Jewish names. Refurbishing the old canard about a handful of rich Jews who backed both godless communism and monopoly capitalism as part of a sinister, long-range plan, the Christian coalition commander claimed this ongoing super-conspiracy was behind everything from the French and Russian revolutions to the assassination of President Abraham Lincoln. 59 Robertson's musings resembled not only anti-Jewish motifs of the past. He listed several notorious anti-Semites in his bibliography but militia fables of the present. In his books and on his ubiquitous cable network, he railed against one world government and the United Nations. Robertson's nightly TV show, The 700 Club, also promoted the militia line on Waco and gun control. 360 spokesmen for the militia of Montana appeared on this program as experts, commenting upon photos of black helicopters and other misinterpreted phenomena that were allegedly threatening American citizens. New York Times columnist Frank Rich summed it up best when he accused Pat Robertson of throwing gasoline on the psychic fires of the untethered militias running across this country. 60 Although they were both nourished by the odoriferous compost of conspiracy theory and hate that has long moldered on the American margins, the Christian coalition and the militia movement parted ways in their approach to politics. Robertson's Christian soldiers went the mainstream electoral route, seeking to take over the system from within, while the militias picked up their guns and declared war against the Republic rats who ran the country at the behest of sinister, hidden forces. Like Robertson, some militia stalwarts fretted about Freemasons and the 18th century Illuminati, others obsessed over an international Jewish cabal. Whether explicitly racialist or not, these conspiratorial motifs reflected the same anti-Semitic archetype, although this was not readily apparent to most militia initiates. Such widespread ignorance shows the profound potential for hatred that lurked on the far-right fringe, where yesterday's secret societies could easily shapeshift into ZOG. Cross-fertilization between American white supremacists and their somewhat less extreme religious right cousins is emblematic of the profound political changes that had been catalyzed by the end of the Cold War. Prior to the collapse of the USSR, anti-communism served as the ideological glue that bound together disparate right-wing factions in the United States. It provided a convenient cover for segregationists who attacked the civil rights movement by accusing Martin Luther King, Jr., of being a communist. When the Soviet Union unraveled, the cry of anti-communism became archaic rather than cohesive, and racially charged themes re-emerged with a vengeance to fill the void. The Cold War meltdown fostered not only the resurgence of the far right, both nationally and internationally, but a realignment of forces that blurred the line between conservatives and hitherto marginalized sectors of the racialist right. While U.S. neo-Nazis and the religious right differed in crucial 361 respects, they saw eye to eye in their opposition to gun control, abortion, homosexuality, non-white immigration, and other shared concerns. These issues figured prominently in Patrick Buchanan's quest for the Republican presidential nomination. Our culture is superior to other cultures, superior because our religion is Christianity, he declared. Reeking of Christian patriot rhetoric, his anti-foreigner stump speech scapegoated undocumented aliens and called for protectionist trade measures. During the 1996 GOP primaries, Bulletin was endorsed by several prominent religious right leaders and by the Liberty Lobby. Buchanan's campaign platform reads like nothing less than a statement of the Liberty Lobby's positions on the issues, the Spotlight noted. F61. 362. Even the discredited science of eugenics made a comeback after the Cold War with the publication of The Bell Curve by Charles Murray and Richard J. Herrenstein. This controversial 1994 bestseller argued that intelligence is a genetically linked characteristic of race, and precious resources should not be squandered on futile efforts to improve the lot of the permanently poor and mainly black and brown underclass consisting of genetically inferior people. The authors based their conclusions on evidence derived from tainted sources. The Bell Curve's bibliography is littered with references to pseudo-scholarly journals, such as Roger Pearson's Mankind Quarterly, which once ran an article alleging that Jews, in their quest for world domination, supported black civil rights to weaken the white gene pool through miscegenation. Several of Pearson's ruminations on the Aryan advantage were published by the Liberty Lobby's Noontide Press. 62 Pearson's crackpot ideas were endowed with legitimacy by the authors of The Bell Curve. The Wall Street Journal gave the book its unequivocal endorsement, and Newsweek, in a sympathetic review, described the Bell Curve's scholarship as overwhelmingly mainstream. It wasn't often that the Spotlight and establishment press outlets clamored over the same treatise, but such was the case with the Bell Curve, which relied heavily on pseudo-scholars with neo-Nazi ties. 63 Many of the experts cited in the Bell Curve, including Roger Pearson and other contributors to Mankind Quarterly, were bankrolled by grants from the Pioneer Fund, which the London Sunday Telegraph described as a neo-Nazi organization closely integrated with the far right in American politics. Founded in 1937 by American admirers of Hitler's eugenics program, the Pioneer Fund was dedicated to race betterment through selective breeding. Although eugenics fell into disrepute after World War II because of the Third Reich's horrible crimes, the Pioneer Fund continued to keep scientific racism alive within North American academic circles by doling out millions each year to support research on the relationship between race, heredity, and IQ. It underwrote numerous studies that tried to prove the intellectual inferiority of black people. 64 But the authors of the Bell Curve did not require neo-Nazi financial support. Instead, Murray and Herrenstein were underwritten by the American Enterprise Institute, a quintessentially mainstream Washington think tank that supplied a brigade of pro-corporate pundits for TV talk shows. Endowed by numerous Fortune 500 companies, the American Enterprise Institute also gave its imprimatur to Dinesh D'Souza's The End of Racism, which defended slavery and depicted segregation as an attempt to protect blacks. Like the Bell Curve, D'Souza's book revived demeaning racial stereotypes, but rather than making genetic claims, he attributed African American shortcomings to a distinct and inferior black culture. 65 That both of these high-profile books were funded by the American Enterprise Institute highlights how ultra-right-wing ideas once shunned by the Washington establishment have moved from the sidelines to center stage. It also reveals the willingness of some U.S. corporate powers to support racialist propaganda in an effort to direct the economically driven anger of middle-class whites toward people of color and the poor. American politicians who argued for drastic cuts in welfare and other social programs could rest their case on the once taboo notion that the intended beneficiaries cannot be helped because of innate cognitive or cultural deficiencies. David Duke and his fellow Klansmen had been saying as much for years. That contract with America of Gingrich's, that's mine. That's the exact platform I ran on, said Duke, who was quite pleased by how the political situation was evolving. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, he added. 66. 364. Pity the poor immigrant. Say America is number one, the guards shouted as they shoved an undocumented alien's face into a toilet in New Jersey's Union County Jail. Strip-searched, punched, and kicked, another illegal refugee suffered a broken collarbone while held in the same institution. Still another had his pubic hair pulled out with a pair of pliers. Enumerating these and other incidents, human rights attorneys pressed charges against 6 Union County prison guards for beating and torturing immigrants. Citing Union County as an example, attorney Peter Shea claimed that mainstream politicians had deliberately fostered an anti-immigrant mood that encouraged the psychological and physical abuse of inmates in U.S. detention centers. It comes from the parade politicians who are running for re-election and are looking for someone to blame for fiscal policies, for unemployment, for underemployment, someone to blame for the unhappiness of the voters, said Shea, the executive director of the Center for Human Rights and Constitutional Law in Los Angeles. 67 Like their counterparts in Germany, American neo-Nazis were at the forefront of anti-foreigner brutality in the 1970s and 1980s. During their respective heydays with the Klan, David Duke, Tom Metzger, and Louis Beam were all involved in violent anti-immigrant activities. But it wasn't until after the Cold War that immigration became a hot-button issue and U.S. officials frantically jumped on the anti-refugee bandwagon. Writing in 1993, Ruth Conniff meant on the political sea change, hate were once considered right-wing views on immigration that the United States is being invaded by the Third World, that immigrants pose a threat to the American economy and way of life, and that the borders need military fortification have become part of the accepted wisdom. 68 immigrants were targeted by politicians not only in the United States and Germany but throughout Western Europe, where a racial assault occurred once every 3 minutes in the mid-1990s, according to the European Parliament. The alarming frequency of xenophobic violence on the continent coincided with the rise of several radical, right-wing populist parties that successfully tapped into widespread uncertainties precipitated by the end of the Cold War. The collapse of communism triggered a mass migration from Eastern Europe toward the more prosperous West, which also attracted refugees from the Third World. Although Western governments had previously condemned the pharaohs of the Soviet bloc for refusing to let their people go, now that they could travel, the welcome mat was removed. Ausländer raus was no longer just the frenzied slogan of German neo-Nazis on the margins, it reflected the attitude of a sizable portion of the Western European public. 69 The presence of 20 million immigrants in Western Europe was perhaps the most visible sign of the chaotic structural transformation that accompanied the emergence of a global economy with its interdependent markets, unfettered capital mobility, and novel information technologies. All these factors had a dramatic impact on the Western European workforce as it grappled with high unemployment and stagnating wages. As in the United States, most people had to struggle harder to get less. Those who could not adapt to the rapid changes found themselves in increasingly precarious 366 stances, a situation that mainstream politicians often failed to appreciate. In addition to mobilizing anti-immigrant sentiment, far-right populists scored well by assuming the mantle of the opposition and attacking the corrupt bipartisan status quo. At least, they claimed to be different, which is what mattered most to voters disillusioned with politics as usual, an ever-widening constituency that, if given the chance, might otherwise have pulled the lever for none of the above. Extreme right demagogues touched a raw nerve by unking jobless statistics to the number of guest workers or immigrants who resided their country. This ploy was utilized in a dishonest and destructive way by the leaders of Wilhelm's bloc, the most blatantly xenophobic, if not overtly racist, of the major right-wing populist parties in Western Europe. Calling for an independent Flemish state cleansed of foreigners, Wilhelm's bloc gained more than 25% of the vote in Antwerp in 1991 to become that city's big Gestpout-Eichel party. 4 years lately Wilhelm's bloc garnered 13% of the total Flemish vote. Among its top strategists were several ex-members of the neo-Nazi Wilhelms Emitanten Orde, which had been banned by the Belgian government as a terrorist organization. Led by these erstwhile inhabitants of the lunatic fringe, the Wilhelms bloc had a profound impact on all of Belgium. Under pressure from the far right, the Belgian government restricted immigration, and the Commissioner General of Refugees gave his lawyers bonus points for every asylum request they rejected. 70 An analogous process transpired in France, where mainstream leaders kowtowed to Jean-Marie Le Pen's insurgent Front National. Thanks to Le Pen, it became politically correct for French officials to speak disparagingly of foul-smelling alien invaders. In 1994, the French National Assembly, hoping to take the wind out of Le Pen's sails, reversed a law that granted citizenship to anyone born on French soil. Henceforth, the privilege of bloodline would supersede other factors in determining whether someone was a French national. The following year, the Front National scored 15% in presidential elections that swept into power a conservative government that proceeded to implement many of Le Pen's policies. Immigrants were subjected to random, and often brutal, police checks throughout the country, prompting an investigation by Amnesty International, which condemned French law enforcement for a pattern of abuse that included the unprovoked shooting and killing of several Muslim youths. Taking a cue from their German counterparts, French officials deported tens of thousands of foreigners. It was no secret that these measures were a direct response to Le Pen. 71, who was the sinister figure that cast such a long shadow over France. A former rugby player who dyed his hair blonde to accent his Aryan origins, Le Pen had lost his left eye in a youthful political brawl. Known for his complimentary references to Nazism, which he called a purely popular and democratic mass movement, Le Pen formed the Front National in 1972. To raise money for the cause, he sold recordings of Hitler's speeches and Third Reich war songs. The founding committee of the Front National included Vichy apologists, Waffen-SS veterans, Catholic integralists, and ex-members of a white supremacist terrorist sect that tried to kill President Charles de Gaulle. 72 With his sights set on breaking into the political mainstream, Le Pen claimed that his movement had nothing to do with fascism, which he dismissed as an antiquated Italian doctrine. But this did not stop him from forming an alliance with the Movimento Sociale Italiano, the oldest neo-fascist party in Western Europe, after the Front National elected a handful of representatives to the European 368 Parliament in 1984. A year earlier, at a public meeting guarded by skinheads, Le Pen showed his true colors when he proposed to bring together the fasces of our national forces so that the voice of France is heard once more, strong and free. Anti-Semitism lurked just below the surface of his strident political rhetoric. At one point, Le Pen belittled the Holocaust as a historical detail. He later filed charges against a journalist who had called him the spiritual son of Hitler, but an appeals court ruled in favor of the reporter. Nazi die-hard General Leon Degrelle described Le Pen as a close friend. Front National representatives occasionally met with Degrelle at his sumptuous seaside suite in Spain. 73 A convergence of auspicious circumstances boosted the fortunes of the Front National, whose electoral breakthrough in the mid-1980s served as a model for a host of right-wing extremist parties in Western Europe. Invariably, the key issue was immigration, which Le Pen blamed for unemployment, street crime, drugs, and the AIDS epidemic. Worst of all, according to the Front National, the influx of non-Europeans posed a deadly threat to French identity. Emphasizing the urgent need for national rebirth, Le Pen's party frequently won 30 to 35% of the vote in local elections and controlled City Hall in 4 towns during the mid-1990s. Although xenophobic appeals elicited wide support from a jittery populace, one person who didn't fall for Le Pen's sucker show was Alain de Benoist. To say that the core of the problems which our society today confronts is caused by the presence of immigrants on our national soil is simply grotesque, he asserted. If there were not a single immigrant in France, we would have exactly the same problems. In unequivocal terms, de Benoist rejected the notion that French identity was endangered by immigrants. After all, he argued, they had not imposed an ideology based on commodities. Nor could immigrants be held responsible for colonizing France when the French watch only American films on TV. If France was unable to cope with immigration, de Benoist asserted, it was because the French were already seriously confused about their own identity. The cogency of de Benoist's critique was all the more ironic given that his ethno-pluralist formulations enabled Le Pen and the Front National to sidestep charges of racism by claiming that they did not hate foreigners but were merely trying to defend their own identity. 369. Acknowledging that his ideas had been misused for xenophobic purposes, de Benoist urged solidarity with refugees and asylum seekers. Having fled their native lands, These people were most in danger of losing their identity and traditions, de Benoist pointed out. Moreover, immigration was triggered by capitalist expansion and forced uprooting associated with rapid structural changes in the developing world. Those who remain silent about capitalism should not complain about immigration, de Benoist stated. 74. This last remark was a swipe at Le Pen, who emerged as a gung-ho proponent of free market economics, while trying to be the Ronald Reagan of France in the 1980s. During the East-West face-off, the Front National also espoused a pro-NATO line and called for strengthening the Atlantic alliance. But after the collapse of the Soviet bloc and the reunification of Germany, anti-communism lost its raison d'etre and Le Pen's party revised its policies accordingly. As in the United States, so too in Western Europe, the end of the Cold War catalyzed a resurgence and a realignment of far-right forces. With the USSR out of the picture, anti-Americanism became more pronounced among right-wing radicals. Atlantic-oriented extremists such as Le Pen gravitated closer to those who previously espoused pan-European, third-position views. At the same time, Le Pen began to distance himself from Washington. This shift became evident when the Front National leader praised Saddam Hussein as a great Arab patriot and condemned the American-led war against Iraq. 75. In another significant post-Cold War departure, the Front National abandoned its free market fundamentalism in favor of a national populist approach that called for more state intervention, including protectionist measures to defend France against the vagaries of the global economy. The main fight was now between economic nationalists and internationalists, according to Le Pen, rather than capitalists versus communists. This was also the position of Gulf War opponent Patrick Buchanan, who changed his free market tune after serving in the Reagan administration. I read Patrick Buchanan's program, and it's practically the same as ours, a Front National official noted. 76. A similar shift in economic strategy away from laissez-faire platitudes to a national populist program was adopted by the Austrian Freedom Party in the early 1990s. Trading on xenophobic rhetoric and a telegenic presence, Freedom Party chief Jörg Haider has emerged as the most successful far-right politician in Western Europe. In October 1996, his party won 27.6% of the vote in Austria's European parliamentary elections, only a shade behind the two mainstream governing parties, which tried to steal the clothes off Haider by passing racist immigration laws. Instead of weakening him, this imitative response endowed the Freedom Party Führer with greater legitimacy. Like Le Pen, he was able to frame the political debate in his country and pull the centrist parties further to the right. By coupling its anti-immigrant message with harsh denunciations of the 1991 Maastricht Treaty and its provisions for European economic and political unity, the Freedom Party gained more seats in a national parliament than any other right-wing extremist party on the continent. Although Haider steered clear of overt anti-Semitism, the Porsche-driving populist expressed admiration for Waffen-SS Veterans. He also praised Hitler's employment policies without mentioning slave labor in concentration camps, which he referred to as punishment camps, as if inmates somehow deserved to be confined there. When Italy released Austrian war criminal Walter Redet, who had been serving a life sentence for his role in the massacre of 1,800 Italian civilians in 1944, Haider said he was simply a soldier who had done his duty. 77. Haider's attempts to downplay Nazi crimes was in keeping with the Freedom Party's origins in the mid-1950s as a catch basin for former SS members and other Nazis, many of whom preferred to see Austria as a German province rather than as a separate nation. An overwhelming majority of the population had hailed the 1938 Anschluss with Hitler's Germany, and a disproportionately high number of Austrians had joined the SS and administered the extermination apparatus. Much as in Germany, however, post-war denazification was largely superficial, and many erstwhile Hitlerites attained key positions in Austrian society. The Allies facilitated Austria's unwillingness to own up to its wartime role by characterizing that country as Hitler's first victim rather than as his first collaborator. High levels of post-war anti-Semitism paralleled routine Omizzians in Austrian school books, resulting in a distorted view of World War H. This pattern of denial had a direct bearing on the ultra-right-wing revival after the Cold War. The resurgence of the neo-Nazis is a symptom of not coming to terms with the past, said Willy Lasek of the Center for Contemporary History in Vienna. There are, of course, other factors such as unemployment. But the past cannot be separated from it. 78 An estimated 500 extra-parliamentary militants in Austria were closely tied to the neo-Nazi underground in Germany. Despite his mainstream veneer, Haider was much admired by MEM-Bears of YAPO, the Austrian wing of the Kunin network. Some YAPO fanatics were implicated in a series of letter bomb attacks that injured a dozen people during the mid-1990s, including the former mayor of Vienna. A neo-Nazi booby trap also killed several gypsies. These bloody outrages escalated during election campaigns, prompting the head of the Austrian Greens party to accuse 372. Haider, an inveterate immigrant basher, of being the foster father of right-wing terrorism. Haider promptly sued for defamation, but the Austrian Supreme Court ruled against him. 79 As Haider edged closer to the citadels of power, he moderated his tone. In 1995, he expelled a Freedom Party official who refused to acknowledge that the Holocaust had occurred. By this time, Haider's odes to Pan-Germania had tapered off, while he refashioned himself as an Austrian patriot. But detractors charged that this makeover was merely part of a strategy to get more votes. AD Gianfranco Fini, the young, charismatic leader of the neo-fascist Movimento Sociale Italiano, also found that modulating his image enhanced his vote-getting potential. Looking like a paragon of respectability in his expensively tailored business suits and gold-framed spectacles, Fini was determined to lead the MSI out of the political wilderness in which it had wallowed since 1946, when the party was founded for the expressed purpose of preserving the fascist heritage. For 45 years, the MSI's electoral strength oscillated in the single digits, with never more than a handful of deputies in the parliament. But the end of the U.S. Soviet confrontation precipitated major changes in Italy, which worked to Fini's advantage. An astute strategist, Fini realized that his party was well positioned to make headway in the post-Cold War era, given that the Italian political establishment had been thoroughly discredited by revelations of widespread government corruption. In 1993, he ran for mayor of Rome and nearly prevailed with 47% in a runoff vote. A year later, several public opinion polls showed that Fini had become Italy's most popular politician. The MSI had another rising star within its ranks. Mussolini's granddaughter Alessandra won a seat in the parliament by campaigning on an anti-immigrant, law and order platform. Dressed in her trademark miniskirt and silk blouse, the young Mussolini said she admired her grandfather's poli-size and intended to carry on his legacy. The sudden resurgence of the MSI, which Alessandra Mussolini said was like a dream, coincided with a dramatic increase in anti-immigrant assaults. Much of the racist violence, according to Italian Interior Minister Nicola Mancino, was inspired by the vicious wave of anti-foreigner attacks in reunified Germany. Italian Nazi skins committed anti-Semitic desecrations in Rome and other cities, but xenophobic behavior was not restricted to these latter-day jackboots. Rebuking the Italian government's anti-immigrant policies, the Vatican defended immigration as a basic human right and condemned those who used the issue for political blackmail. In some quarters and even in some that consider themselves Catholic, immigrants are not forgiven the mere fact of their existence, noted Osservatore Romano, the Vatican's semi-official news. In 81, Fini's big break came when he forged an alliance with Silvio Berlusconi, a billionaire media and real estate tycoon, who was elected Prime Minister of Italy in March 1994. For the first time in post-war history, an avowedly fascist party joined the governing coalition of a major Western European country. Fini's party was given 5 ministerial posts and several other key assignments. Shortly thereafter, Fini began calling himself a post-fascist, as he sought to recast the MSI as a conservative party along the lines of the British Tories or the French Gaullists. He sent a delegation to lay a wreath at Auschwitz and denounced Mussolini's belated racial laws that discriminated against Jews. But he also called Mussolini the 20th century's greatest statesman and stated that the Allied troop landings in 1944 marked the loss of Europe's cultural identity. The ghost of Mussolini continued to stir as MSI officials made noises about expanding Italy's borders. And a MSI candidate for the European Parliament caused a row by stating that homosexuals should be put in concentration camps. 82. 374. In January 1995, MSI stalwarts gathered for their final convention. Declaring that it was time to turn the page of history, a 42-year-old Fini told a tearful audience that he was pulling the plug on the party. Henceforth, they would operate as the National Alliance. Most of the MSI faithful who gave fascist salutes at the beginning of the convention joined the new organization. Although Berlusconi's government was short-lived, the participation of the MSI had huge implications, not only for Italy but for all of Europe. It broke a long-standing, anti-fascist taboo and established a precedent for conservative politicians, who had previously shunned alliances with the ultra-right. A momentous political threshold had been crossed, which made governing coalitions with neo-fascists disguised as right-wing populists more acceptable, and more likely, in the future. 50 years after. Franz Schneuber, the autocratic, 70-year-old leader of the Republikaner, was delighted when the election results came in for the German state of Hesse in March 1993. His extreme right-wing party gained more than 8% of the total vote, and nearly 10% in the city of Frankfurt. The conservative government in Bonn, led by Chancellor Helmut Kohl's Christian Democratic Union, responded immediately to the Republikaner success in Hesse by announcing a nationwide Germans first employment policy that discriminated against foreigners. 83 That year, a public opinion survey found that only 54% of Western Germans and 41% of Eastern Germans said they were satisfied with the democratic system. This was yet another sign of what Germans referred to as Politikverdrossenheit. Like its radical right-wing counterparts in Western Europe, the Republikaner benefited from foraging on a political terrain where the ideological distance between the two major parties had shrunk. In keeping with the nationalist momentum, Germany's erstwhile left-of-center Social Democrats had scurried rightward to the 375 point where they were hardly an opposition party anymore. Basing their positions on tracking polls rather than principles, both the CDU and the Social Democrats seemed to be out of fresh ideas, creating a vacuum that was conducive to the growth of the extreme right. 84 After conferring with his street-active comrades, neo-Nazi leader Christian Work declared publicly that they would rally behind the Republikaner for the national elections in October 1994. "We want to see our people in parliament, if only for the shock to the rest of the political system," he explained. Work's reference to our people was a candid acknowledgement of how German neo-Nazis viewed Schneuber's organization, even though the Republikaner usually toned down their rhetoric for the sake of democratic appearances. But the encoded vocabulary of post-Cold War neo-fascism, with its references to self-determination, identity, ecology, and its rejection of a multiracial society, was easily understood by Work. 85 Contrary to neo-Nazi expectations, the Republikaner fared poorly in 1994, gaining only 3.9% of the vote for the European Parliament in June. And in October they failed to get enough votes to enter the Bundestag. Campaigning on a tough law and order platform in a bid to win back Republikaner sympathizers, the CDU squeaked by in a razor-thin victory. Kohl's successful bid for a historic fourth consecutive term as Chancellor was aided by an estimated 50,000 ethnic Germans living in Poland, whose special rights allowed them to cast their ballots by mail. Several factors contributed to the anemic performance of the Republikaner, which lost its principal campaign issue when the Bundestag scrapped Germany's liberal asylum law. Schneuber, a lackluster leader, attracted little support in Eastern Germany, where most of the protest vote went to the left-wing party of democratic socialism. While the Republikaner bickered with other far-right parties, the PDS secured a foothold in the new parliament and emerged as the strongest political force in former East Berlin and much of the former GDR, where bitter feelings about reunified Germany were widespread. This was part of a pattern in the X. Soviet bloc, as reformed communists mounted successful comebacks in Hungary, Poland, and Lithuania. 86 Closing the door to political refugees may have temporarily weakened the Republikaner, but it did not put an end to neo-Nazi brutality in Germany. According to the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution, the incidence of right-wing extremist crime stood at 7,952 in 1994, down from 10,561 in 1993, but higher than the previous year. Violent assaults against foreigners dropped in 1994 compared with 1993, but the number of anti-Semitic abuses doubled. Several more concentration camp sites were desecrated, and anti-Semitic vandals set fire to the synagogue in Lübeck. It was the first arson attack on a Jewish temple in Germany since the Third Reich. Skinheads also beat up an African-American bobsledder and a fellow U.S. athlete. On another occasion, a neo-Nazi gang accosted a wheelchair-bound teenager and carved a swastika on her cheek when she refused to chant nasty slogans about foreigners and disabled people. These attacks were cited by critics who charged that German officials still had not done enough to curb neo-Nazi violence. 87 For several years, neo-Nazi aggression had facilitated official efforts to change the asylum law. Once this change was accomplished, skinhead attacks became redundant and counterproductive to image-conscious German officials who, after much delay, finally decide to crack down hard against neo-Nazi agitators. Secret Service informants led police to hidden arms caches, the homes of ultra-right-wing militants were raided, dozens were placed in preventive detention, and several more neo-Nazi groups were outlawed. In addition, Interior Minister Manfred Günther placed the Republikaner Party under national surveillance after Schonhuber tried to form an alliance with his longtime rival, Gerhard Frey, head of the more overtly extreme Deutsche Volksunion, which was already on the government's subversive watch list. Günther had previously stated that the CDU must have policies for which Republikaner supporters can vote. 88 The government's dragnet extended to key figures in the neo-Nazi scene, including Christian Work, who was sentenced to 2 years in prison for violating the ban on National Socialist organizing, something he had been doing openly for a long time without incurring the wrath of the state. Several other prominent neo-Nazis, including Meinolf Schonborn of the outlawed Nationalist Front, ended up behind bars. That's where Major General Otto Ernst Remer also appeared to be heading after a federal high court upheld his conviction for denying the Holocaust. But the 81-year-old Nazi failed to show up at the Bayreuth prison on March 14, 1994, the day he was supposed to begin serving a 22-month sentence. After police failed to locate him at his home in Bad Kissingen, a state prosecutor issued a nationwide order for Remer's arrest. As defiant as ever, Hitler's former bodyguard had no intention of spending his last days in prison. Instead he fled to Spain, where local neo-Nazi leaders sheltered him. 89 Remer's protege, Ewald Alphons, was also feeling the legal pinch. In December 1994, a Munich court sentenced him to 18 months in prison for distributing videos that denied the Holocaust. He also faced charges related to his role in a documentary film, Profession, Neo-Nazi. Alphons, the star of the film, was shown on a visit to Auschwitz, which he described as having been a resort center with swimming pools, rather than a Nazi concentration camp. "What's happening here is a giant farce," Alphons shouted at several visitors. But half a year in prison had already taken its toll on Alphons, who appeared to crack under the pressure of confinement. When he stood trial in Berlin in the summer of 1995, he insisted that he was no longer a neo-Nazi, but his story was fraught with contradictions. Some of his friends from Munich's gay community testified for the defense, confirming rumors that Alphons was bisexual. Alphons also claimed he had been working for the Verfassungsschutz since 1991. A Bavarian security official acknowledged that Alphons had offered to sell 5,000 addresses of neo-Nazis in Germany and abroad, but his proposal was rejected when he demanded $250,000. Former undercover agents who infiltrated the neo-Nazi movement have suggested that as many as 10% of its members were government informants. It seems unlikely, however, that Alphonse had functioned in this capacity. The story he told about spying for the state was part of his failed legal strategy to avoid additional prison time. 90 Calling Alphonse a mental arsonist whose rhetoric had contribution. 378. To a wave of violence against foreigners, a Berlin judge imposed a 3.5-year sentence in addition to the term he was already serving. It was quite a downfall for the 29-year-old Hitler poster boy who had been groomed to be the next Führer. His pathetic display in court disgusted his former comrades, who denounced Alphonse as a prostitute and a traitor. Things had also gone awry for Gerhard Locke, the obnoxious American neo-Nazi. Deported to Hamburg to stand trial for smuggling massive amounts of neo-Nazi propaganda material into Germany, he was convicted and given a 4-year sentence. By this time, however, new computer technology and the internet had supplanted Locke's traditional methods of pamphleteering. Getting on the web and upgrading their means of communication was one of the ways that neo-Nazis responded to pressure by the German government. Some sectors of the neo-Nazi movement went further underground, forming clandestine terror cells based on the leaderless resistance model that American militia strategists had developed. Others hid their neo-Nazi affiliations while seeking alliances with student dueling fraternities, government-funded Vertriebenen groups, new right intellectuals, and conservative political parties. 91 Although the government succeeded in locking up much of the hardcore neo-Nazi leadership, these long overdue steps deflected attention from other disconcerting developments. There were stark indications that powerful German officials had not yet rid themselves of their propensity to nationalist excess. Invoking the neo-Nazi specter as a reason why such measures were necessary, Helmut Kohl and his coalition partners authorized government spies to engage in extensive eavesdropping of private residences throughout Germany. This decision caused German Justice Minister Sabine Lüthius-Schnarrenberger to resign in protest. With tears in her eyes, she declared that her country had taken a decisive step away from the concept of a liberal nation under the rule of law. For several years, significant changes had been unfolding in Germany that were potentially far more dangerous than ongoing thuggery by teenage skinheads. The conservative end, or shift in political culture, that began when Kohl became chancellor in the early 1980s accelerated after the Berlin Wall fell. Suddenly a broad spectrum of thinkers and public officials were proclaiming that GER 379. Many must find the courage to become a nation again. Stressing the need for discipline, authority, and internal renewal, the born-again nationalists painted a harrowing picture of a country on the verge of multicultural chaos. They also disparaged the comparatively liberal consensus of former West Germany, which, in their view, was not truly German because of the stultifying influence of the Americans. The nationalist revival in Germany was accompanied by widespread yearnings for the imperial glories of yesteryear. This tendency has been gaining strength, according to social critic Jürgen Habermas, who detected an urge to renew Bismarck's Great Power project. If you look at the German elites, Habermas observed, it is possible to discern a powerful desire to turn Germany into an independent great power in the center of Europe, with its gaze fixed on the East. 92 Those at the forefront of the post-Cold War German nationalist resurgence did not rely on old Nazi symbols and slogans. Instead, they drew heavily from the ideological arsenal of the conservative revolution that preceded the Nazi takeover. Held aloft by new right intelligentsia as an authentic expression of German conserva. 380. The cultural pessimists of the Weimar era were becoming chic again. By invoking the conservative revolution, right-wing extremists were able to pursue their dream of ultranationalist regeneration without having to defend Hitler's excesses. The fact that a growing number of academics, politicians, military officers, and other opinion makers embraced such a project attests to the durability and influence of Germany's conservative ideological tradition. In March 1995, Helmut Kohl paid a surprise visit to Ernst Jünger, a leading firebrand of the conservative revolution, on his 100th birthday. The deference shown to Jünger, who glorified war as an inner experience, was all the more noteworthy given his checkered literary career. In evocatively titled books such as Storm of Steel and Fire and Blood, he promoted the idea of the political soldier and agitated against the Weimar Republic. "I hate democracy like the plague," Jünger declared and never recanted. Awarded the prestigious Goethe Prize in 1982, Jünger is now considered one of the greatest German writers of the 20th century. 93 Although Jünger was initially sympathetic to National Socialism, he never joined the Nazi Party. After World War H, he tried to exonerate the majority of his countrymen from any culpability for the rise of Hitler. Germans were also victims and should view their past in a less guilt-ridden way, he argued. Leading members of Kohl's political party agreed with Jünger on this point. Of course, official condemnations of Hitler did not cease, even as German memories of the Third Reich underwent a revision. Stefan Heitmann, Kohl's hand-picked nominee for the symbolic, but nonetheless important, post of president, complained that too much had been made of the Nazi episode in German history. As for the Holocaust, Heitmann remarked, "There is no reason why Germany should worry about it until the end of time." Although a storm of international protests forced Heitmann to withdraw his candidacy in 1993, he had expressed an unvarnished version of what many Germans felt. For decades, there was a tendency to sterilize the past and minimize the role of ordinary Germans in the Holocaust. 94 1 month before the 50th anniversary of the end of World War H, a controversial manifesto appeared in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, a conservative German newspaper. Signed by 280 right-wing intellectuals and politicians, this declaration challenged 381. The view that May 8, 1945, the day the Nazis surrendered, was a day of liberation. The war's end, the document maintained, ushered in a bleak period of expulsions, national dismemberment, and foreign tyranny. While emphasizing that German suffering should be remembered, this revisionist appeal made no mention of the horror that Germany inflicted upon other people or the responsibility that Germans bore for supporting Hitler. Nor did it recall the fact that Germany had started the conflict by invading its neighbors. 95 Cynically titled "Against Forgetting," the manifesto triggered an uproar. Just as disturbing as the message it conveyed was the group of Germans who affixed their names to it. Outright fascists and new right intellectuals were listed as endorsers, along with military officers, bank directors, police officials, and leaders of the Christian Democratic Union and its coalition partners, the Christian Social Union and the Free Democratic Party. The peevish tone of the document epitomized the gray zone of German politics, where ultra-rightists commingled with conservatives. It showed the extent to which extremist thinking had penetrated into the mainstream, metastasizing like a cancerous growth in German ruling circles. Persistent efforts to relativize the Holocaust by equating it with other 20th century atrocities had influenced a large portion of the German population. According to a poll by Der Spiegel, 36% of Germans believed that exiling the Germans in the East was as great a crime against humanity as was the Holocaust against the Jews. This skewed perception of history was encouraged by Chancellor Kohl, who sought to portray Germany as partly a victim rather than solely a perpetrator of World War II. Although Kohl did not sign the manifesto, he expressed sympathy for those who did, including his close political ally, Alfred Draeger, then the honorary chairman of the CDU faction in Parliament. A few weeks before the manifesto appeared, Draeger went on record stating that May 8 was no liberation. He also praised the decency of Hitler's army and claimed that most Germans knew nothing about the murder of the Jews. His assessment typified revisionist mythology, which implied that two separate struggles had been waged during World War II, one for Germany and one for National Socialism. Similarly, Kohl referred to atrocities committed in the name of Germany, as if some extraterrestrial force took over while the German populace stood on the sidelines. 96 Slowly but surely, in ways that were sometimes subtle and sometimes heavy-handed, Germany's past was being transformed, glossed over, touched up and played down, repackaged, commercialized, trivialized, expunged, and forgotten as if history was some kind of trick that the living played on the dead. A new National War Memorial opened in East Berlin, where an East German monument to the victims of fascism and militarism once stood. The words fascism and militarism were omitted from the replacement memorial, which utterly fails to distinguish between victims and perpetrators, according to Berlin's Jewish community leader Jerzy Kanal. Not far away, state-funded artists had recreated the facade of the Hohenzollern Palace in the center of the city so that Berliners could proudly gaze upon an old imperial glory. And in Poland, the Wolf's Lair was slated for conversion into a private theme park, where staffers dressed in replica uniforms of the Wehrmacht and the Luftwaffe would preside over nightly dancing at Hitler's bunker disco 97. Of course, Germany is hardly the only country that has had a hard time dealing honestly with its past. It wasn't until a generation had passed that Germans began to speak much about the Nazi period. Once the silence was broken, heated debate ensued between those who clung to myths that the German army had remained aloof from Hitler's genocidal campaign and those who 383 were less prone to denial. By the time the Berlin Wall was demolished, a significant number of Germans had come to recognize that they must accept a national responsibility for the Holocaust. But others refused to do so. On the eve of the 50th anniversary of defeat of the Third Reich, vandals torched a Jewish synagogue in Lübeck for the second time in 14 months. The next day in Dresden, a memorial plaque to a Mozambican guest worker who died after being attacked by skinheads was daubed with swastikas. Erected in honor of 28-year-old Jorge Gamonde, the first fatal victim of neo-Nazi violence in reunified Germany, the plaque was damaged only hours after ceremonies across Europe marked the end of World War H. 70 others had been killed by German right-wing extremists since Gamonde passed away. Each loss of life was a vivid reminder that Germany's past continued to roil in the depths of the present. Otto Ernst Reamer sat in a large, comfortable chair, sipping schnapps in a villa overlooking the Mediterranean on Spain's Costa del Sol. Having suffered 2 strokes in recent years, the Nazi octogenarian was not in good health. But at least he wasn't in jail. Accompanied by his wife, Anneliese, Reamer made his way to Marbella after fleeing Germany. Settling into a new routine, he contacted several Nazi fugitives who lived in Spain, including Waffen-SS General Leon de Grael. The Belgian war criminal passed away on March 31, 1994, a few days after meeting with Reamer. At de Grael's funeral, Reamer vowed to carry on the fight in his usual way by denying the Holocaust. During a lengthy interview on Spanish national television, Reamer reiterated his contention that there were no wartime gas chamber killings of Jews. 1 Shortly after this TV appearance, Reamer was apprehended by police at the Malaga airport. He was en route to Madrid for an appointment with the Spanish Interior Ministry to argue his case for political asylum. The German government had requested his extradition, but Reamer's lawyers argued that Holocaust denial was not illegal in Spain and, therefore, he should not be deported. Instead of sending Reamer back to Germany, a judge placed him under house arrest. But no policemen were posted outside his residence in Marbella to enforce the ruling, and Reamer was often seen in a wheelchair pushed by friends in the city center. Even in his frail condition, Reamer kept abreast of events in the fatherland. On June 18, 1994, the German army held a Prussian-style torchlight parade in front of Berlin's Brandenburg Gate to celebrate the departure of British, French, and American troops. Conspicuously absent were the Russians, who had not been invited to participate in this farewell ceremony. 2 Not everyone, however, was happy to see the soldiers go, as U.S. State Department officer Douglas Jones noted. The withdrawal of Allied forces from Berlin filled ethnic community leaders with dread, because they had come to regard the Allies as protecting powers not from the Russians, but from the Germans. Hardly a week went by without the observance of another war-related anniversary. On July 20, 1994, German officials commemorated the anti-Hitler plot that nearly killed the Führer half a century earlier. Much to Reamer's disgust, Chancellor Kohl praised the heroism of those who lost their lives when the conspiracy failed. Ignored amid all the solemn and hypocritical pronouncements were several important facts. The German government had yet to rehabilitate those who were punished for refusing to serve in Hitler's army, and the 30,000 soldiers who deserted, most resistors were still legally considered traitors, and German courts continued to recognize as valid most expropriations of Jewish businesses that occurred during the Third Reich as part of Nazi efforts to Aryanize the economy, for it was somehow fitting that Reamer should have been in Spain on the 50th anniversary of the anti-Hitler coup attempt, for this was where his 20th of July comrade, Otto Skorzeny, had resided after the war. Reamer's affairs during his Spanish exile were managed by the leaders of SETAID, a neo-Nazi group that Skorzeny was instrumental in founding in the mid-1960s. When H. Keith Thompson, the faithful Nazi bloodhound, heard that his old friend had fled to Spain, he once again offered his assistance. After Thompson sent some money to Reamer and his wife, they wrote and thanked him for his enduring loyalty and extraordinary endeavors. The years had also taken their toll on Thompson, who in his late 70s was not in the best of health. But his dedication to the Nazi cause had never wavered. Contemplating the demise of the Soviet Union, he felt that events had proven Francis Parker Yockey's thesis was correct: the United States was more dangerous to Europe than Russia was. In many ways it's too bad that there is no USSR left, but merely another satellite of US/Israel, economically dependent on the US taxpayer, run by a drunk surrounded by paper shredders, Thompson griped. Zhirinovsky seems a good man to me in many ways, certainly better than Yeltsin. 5 Thompson watched with dismay as a bitter legal fight erupted between Liberty Lobby founder Willis Carto and the staff of the Institute for Historical Review. As his negationist colleagues bickered among themselves, Thompson followed the same strategy that several leading figures of the racialist right were pursuing. He cultivated ties to the Republican Party. Financially well off, Thompson gave generously to several Republican candidates, including Senator Jesse Helms, would-be Senator Oliver North, David Duke, and Pat Buchanan. Thompson's largesse earned him official membership in the GOP's Presidential Legion of Merit, as well as numerous thank you letters from the Republican National Committee and its sundry permutations. 6 But Nazi Germany remained Thompson's true passion. "I've always given my life to the Third Reich," he stated proudly. After serving covertly as a German officer during World War II, he functioned as the principal contact in North America for surviving SS veterans and Nazis worldwide. Working in tandem with Ernst Reamer, Otto Skorzeny, and other well-placed Odessa operatives, Thompson assisted a host of Hitler diehards during the difficult years after the Third Reich collapsed. Often more by instinct than conspiracy, they performed an agile dance between the superpowers, playing one off the other in the early phases of the Cold War. Utilizing the seesaw strategy, many fascists were able to hang on and eventually recoup some of their severe losses. As the years went by, however, it became increasingly apparent that collaborating with various intelligence agencies may have afforded immunity for many disreputable characters, but this, in and of itself, did not advance a neo-Nazi agenda on a mass scale. At the outset a saving grace, the Cold War hardened into a no-exit quagmire for frustrated fascists. For several decades, they languished on the margins, dreaming of the day when they would return to power. Idiosyncratic schemes were tested in an effort to overcome their political isolation. But the hegemony of the Western capitalist order seemed insurmountable. Escobedo Mila Rodriguez, a leading Spanish neo-fascist, summed up their predicament. "Western society is like a diamond," he explained, "very hard and nearly impossible to break. But if you put enough pressure on exactly the right point, it will crack." 7 The jackals of the extreme right believed they found the crucial pressure point when they seized upon immigration as the main issue to rally around. While a network of ultra-right-wing codders continued to function as the violent vanguard of xenophobia, some shock troops from Europe's neo-fascist underground split off to form mass-based political parties. One of the advantages of this dual-pronged effort was that it provided an electoral front for hardcore militants, who underwent an ideological facelift and watered down their pronouncements to conform to electoral requirements. By the mid-1980s, a flock of radical right-wing parties had found a nesting place on the democratic landscape. The initial success of the Front National in France and its emulators elsewhere showed that large segments of Western European society were vulnerable to appeals from national populists and the totalitarian temptation they embodied. These forces had already started to gain momentum when the Berlin Wall parted and the Soviet Union disintegrated. Some Western analysts quickly sounded the trumpets and proclaimed the end of history, as if liberal democracy had notched an unequivocal victory. But instead of ushering in a new world order of clanging cash registers and busy voting booths, the vertigo brought on by the sudden changes had an unsettling impact in the East as well as in the West. Deprived of the bipolar certainties of the previous era, many felt their moorings slip. The epiphany of freedom was followed by social chaos, political instability, rabid nationalism, and morbid outbursts of ethnic hatred. Rather than eliminating a major cause of right-wing extremism, the collapse of communism triggered its resurgence throughout the Northern Hemisphere. Not since the Third Reich had such a virulent and enraged right made its presence felt in so many countries. Tracing the rise of Hitler, George Moss observed that one of the Nazis' principal victories before seizing power was that they forced centrists and leftists to argue on terrain occupied by the racist right. European and American neo-fascists posing as right-wing populists could claim a similar victory half a century after World War H. Even when they lost elections and were not formally part of the government, far-right politicians had a significant influence on public policy. To a great extent, their scapegoating rhetoric framed key debates and shaped the post-Cold War political agenda. 8 Fascism is on the march again. No simple formula, however, can predict how strong contemporary fascist movements will become. A vibrant democratic culture is not conducive to the growth of fascism. But unchecked corporate power has, to a significant degree, stultified the democratic process, and fascist groups in Europe and the United States feed upon this malaise. British scholar Roger Griffin likened fascism to a supervirus which constantly evolves to accommodate changes in its habitat, producing a wide variety of new strains resistant to traditional prophylactics. 9 Although there are definite parallels to the interwar years, today's neo-fascist movements have emerged under a unique set of circumstances. Ironically, their success hinged to a great extent on their ability to distance themselves from the historical image of fascism. While neo-Nazi nostalgies fixated on the swastika, the more astute theoreticians of the European New Right understood that efforts to justify Hitler and the fascist dictatorships of the past were futile and ill-conceived. Much of the New Right's revamped ideology was scooped up by camouflaged neo-fascist organizations as they embarked upon their quest for power. By campaigning, first and foremost, as protectors of Western Europe's cultural identity and economic prosperity, right-wing extremists were able to elbow their way into the mainstream. It is only a matter of time, historian Paul Johnson predicted, before the fascism of the 1990s, under new names, of course, and responsible leaders, becomes respectable. But these latter-day fascists would not be so easy to recognize. Some would even assume an anti-fascist guise. In Moscow, for example, a group of prominent ultranationalists announced that they were forming an anti-fascist patriotic center in May 1995. One of the principal figures behind this initiative was Boris Mironov, who had recently been fired from his post as Yeltsin's press minister after he stated, "If Russian nationalism is fascism, then I'm a fascist." Mironov sued the Moscow News for libel after they called him a fascist, but he lost the case. Apparently, the courts felt that this label was appropriate. 10 Similarly, American militia groups affected an anti-fascist stance by claiming that Hitler was a gun control proponent. A few militia units even welcomed Jews and people of color into their ranks. But this only served to underscore that overtly white supremacist and neo-Nazi attitudes were not an adequate litmus test to determine whether the militias represented a serious menace. A paranoid style had long been part of the American political scene, along with right-wing paramilitary groups such as the Ku Klux Klan, the Minutemen, and the Posse Comitatus. What distinguished the post-Cold War militia movement was how it reinvented fascism in a uniquely American way by combining muddled arguments for anti-big government constitutionalism with traditional isolationist appeals, reactionary conspiracy theories, and frontier myths that promised national regeneration through violence. 11 Despite their proven penchant for bloodshed, the militias had several champions within the Republican Party and on Capitol Hill. Several GOP office holders spoke at local militia events, and a bevy of presidential contenders vied for the blessings of Pat Robertson, whose conspiratorial worldview was just a nuance away from the kind of anti-Semitism that many neo-Nazis espoused. After the Oklahoma City bombing, House Speaker Newt Gingrich stymied a much-needed congressional probe into right-wing paramilitary activity in the United States. Instead, the Republican-controlled Congress held extensive hearings on government misconduct at Waco, Texas, and Ruby Ridge, Idaho. 12 In the midst of these hearings, Americans were treated to a new book co-authored by Gingrich. Titled 1945, this fantasy novel featured none other than Otto Skorzeny as the supervillain of a hackneyed "What if Nazi Germany had won" plot. After the Germans conquered Europe and the Soviet Union, according to Gingrich's YAM, they raced against the Americans to make the first atomic bomb. Dispatched by Hitler, Skorzeny set out to destroy a top-secret atomic research facility in Tennessee, but his efforts were foiled by a passel of local sheriffs, war veterans, and civilian militias with their trusty rifles. 13 In real life, Skorzeny was recruited by U.S. intelligence after the war, along with thousands of other Nazis and fascists. Ironically, some of these espionage assets, Skorzeny among them, would later work with ultra-right-wing organizations that flaunted their antipathy toward the U.S. government. These neo-fascist groups, in turn, were symptomatic of a much wider authoritarian malaise, according to Theodore Adorno, whose mid-century diagnosis retains its relevance in the fin de siècle 1990s. Adorno viewed the continued existence of National Socialism within democracy more threatening than the continued existence of fascist tendencies against democracy. His studies suggest that the potential for fascism was embedded in the fabric of mass consumer culture, which typically engenders weak personalities with high dependency needs that could easily be manipulated by commercial advertisers and political demagogues. Seen from this perspective, fascism has persisted as a permanent possibility in advanced industrial societies, including post-Cold War Germany. 14 50 years after World War H, however, the risk of another Nazi-like dictatorship in Germany seemed very remote. With many of its leaders behind bars, the German neo-Nazi movement appeared to be in retreat. Chancellor Kohl was able to defang his far-right competitors by adopting much of their program. But this calculated attempt to stay in power, while successful in the short term, also perpetuated long-range problems that make the reappearance of a more virulent strain of nationalism likely in the future. Restricting immigration did not alleviate the deep-rooted xenophobia in German society that fostered racist violence. Skinhead attacks did not stop, nor did the brutal beatings of asylum seekers by German police. Xenophobia as a habit of the heart, a taste on the tongue, was unrelenting. Douglas Jones, principal officer of the U.S. Embassy in Berlin, spoke about this phenomenon shortly before he retired in June 1994. "I don't know of a single foreigner, including myself," said Jones, "who has not had on at least one occasion the impression, through an incident or a comment from a German, that he is unwelcome, that he does not belong here, or that his differentness did not attract unpleasant attention." 15 Those unsure of who they are often define themselves in terms of who they are not. This was the real basis of xenophobia among Germans and other Europeans, which had more to do with indigenous confusion and insecurity than with the presence of foreigners per se. Fewer political refugees was not the key to resolving Germany's festering identity crisis that expressed itself both as hatred of the other and feelings of German exceptionalism. Playwright Ben Hecht alluded to the aggressive affirmation of a shaky national identity when he wrote, "The Germans need Nazism just as the man who, having no natural potency, needs high-powered drugs. Their Führer was their Spanish fly." 16 While Chancellor Kohl assured the world that Germany was a foreigner-friendly country, his government financed a New York City tourism office whose employees were ordered to discourage Jews, blacks, Hispanics and Asiatics from visiting the Bonn Republic. One employee of this office lost her job in May 1995 when it was disclosed that she had translated an article written by her husband for the journal OF Historical Review, a Holocaust denial periodical. After this embarrassing episode, the German government continued to play hide-and-seek with reality. Although labor studies predicted that Germany, which has one of the world's lowest birth rates, would need 20 million immigrants by the year 2030 to maintain its workforce level, no effort was made to formulate a coherent policy for integrating foreigners rather than treating them as temporary residents or intruders. Instead of telling the truth about immigration, German officials stirred up xenophobic sentiments to distract attention from their own policy failures. But as long as huge disparities existed between prosperous Western Europe and the feeble economies of Eastern Europe and the Third World, Germany would remain an immigration zone. Changing the constitution and stepping up border patrols posed additional obstacles for refugees, but they continued to come. They made their way in small groups, scrambling through the underbrush or fording the marshy river Oder that separates Poland from Germany. Several dozen asylum seekers drowned while trying to swim across the border at night. But no one in Germany wanted to take responsibility for burying them because the cost was too high. So their bloated bodies were left to drift downstream with the current.